Welcome to This Week in Ex-Mormonism, your one-stop show for the latest and greatest from the ex-Mormon community. Each week, we'll bring you the top clips from your favorite creators like John Dellin, Exmolex, Nuance Ho, RFM, and more.
That you see a difference in their lives. You see a difference in their countenances.
You know, Brad, you're kind of right. Sometimes people who are leaving the church look kind of miserable. Often, someone is struggling with their testimony because things are starting to make sense in a way that they're not supposed to according to how you were taught in the church. It's called cognitive dissonance. And then someone who has recently left the church is likely going through the 5 or so stages of grief over involuntarily losing something that meant the world to them. So when you see someone who believes or lives differently than yourself, instead of judging a book by its cover and throwing out these divisive and judgmental labels, follow the examples of Alma the Younger and the sons of Mosiah and actually get to know them. I'm now more at peace, have more joy, and I'm more excited about life than I ever was when I was Mormon. It's true.
What is the most hated and attacked religion on TikTok?
I believe the word you're looking for is persecuted. Oh, Mormons will tell you all about how they are being persecuted and how they've been persecuted throughout their history, starting with Joseph Smith himself. One of their favorite stories, Joseph Smith was dragged from his home and tarred and feathered because he was teaching the truth about the gospel and about the Book of Mormon. Couldn't have possibly been because he was marrying other men's wives, trying to have sexual relationships with their teenage daughters. No. Did you know they actually brought a doctor to that tar and feathering to castrate him? And, they wouldn't have castrated him because of marrying other men's wives. No, it was just because of the Book of Mormon and such. But, of course, their favorite story is Joseph Smith being murdered in Carthage jail just because he was a prophet. It wasn't at all because he had had a printing press burned to the ground when it had exposed his sexual activities. No, it had nothing to do with that, violating freedom of speech like that. No, he was totally just persecuted for his religion. It's time for your daily disturbing facts about the LDS or Mormon Church. Today we're talking about the Ephraim Temple that they broke ground for last month. Well, when I saw this mentioned online, I thought, isn't Ephraim really close to Manti, where they already have a fully functional temple? Well, it is about 7.5 miles from one temple to the other. You might be thinking there must be a need, there must be a lot of people in that area. Okay, let's look at Ephraim. Ephraim's population is about 7,000 people. Maybe there's more in Manti. Nope. 3,500 people. Less than 11,000 people total between the two towns combined. And that total includes everyone, Mormons and non-Mormons combined. If you're wondering if there is others in the surrounding area, here's the map again, but with the satellite view, you can see Ephraim on the top, Manti on the bottom. Nothing in between except farmland. Now, the reason why this is disturbing, at least to me, is due to how much it costs to build temples like this. Now, the church won't give out numbers like that. We don't know for sure. We do know it costs somewhere in the tens of millions of dollars for a temple like this one. Probably between like $20 and $70 million, somewhere in that range. When they already have a temple just a few miles down the road in an area of Utah with so few people, you've got to wonder why. And or what else could they be spending so many millions of dollars on? Let's look at another organization to see what could they be spending this money on. The Utah Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, in their 2021 report, they have to give 10% of gross revenue to the Uniform School Fund, which is used solely for school lunches. So the Utah Department of Alcoholic Beverages donated $51 million to the Utah School Lunch Program in 1 year, while the LDS Church spends roughly the same amount of money to build an extravagant building to baptize dead people. Like and follow for more. Alright, in talking about the new Ephraim temple that's being built, 7.5 miles down the road from Manti, I quoted the population of Manti and Ephraim. And comments like this are totally valid and accurate, that these temples will serve a large area. So let's look at the area and how many people it actually serves. All right, follow me here. We're going to do some estimating, looking at a map of Utah and where temples are. We're talking about the Manti Temple. And so roughly this area that's closer to Manti, with the surrounding temples being Monticello, Vernal, St. George. There's also now one above St. George, the Cedar City Temple. Then, going off a map of Utah and its counties, we're going to pull the populations of San Pete, where Manti is, Sevier, Paiute, Millard, Emery, then half of Juab, half of Wayne, and half of Carbon is what I'm estimating. Those whole populations will go to either Manti or Ephraim. So we're going to be real official here and follow my chicken scratches. Here's all the counties. I was at first considering Grand. I don't think Grand County would go to those temples. And then half of these counties there. So we have the total population of each county as of last year. The percent of that county that is LDS according to data that the church provides to the Salt Lake Tribune every year. And so if you multiply those together to get the total, estimated total of LDS in each of those counties, totaling about 64,000 people who are LDS in those counties. Now, how many are actually active? I've seen anywhere from a third to a half. So active members, I'm estimating in the middle, 40%, making 25,500 active members in that whole area. But out of those who are active, how many actually have a temple recommend? It's hard to find those numbers. I'm guessing 50%. So divide that in half, roughly 13,000 people in all of that area would attend the temple. So while I originally said less than 11,000 people, it's actually more like less than 13,000 people. My mistake. Welcome to another daily disturbing fact about the LDS or Mormon Church. I bet you didn't know that last month the church quietly installed a new church historian, Kyle S. McKay. Let me tell you why this is significant. Judging from his bio on the church's website, he looks like your typical Mormon man. 9 kids, BYU, callings, more callings. It would be really easy to miss this little blip at the end. Oh, he was also a lawyer for more than 30 years. Wait, the church called an experienced lawyer to be the chief gatekeeper of its historical division? Let's see how we got here. For a long time, only general authorities were called as church historian, usually apostles as you see here. The 1900s was also when the correlation department was evolving, as church leadership reigned in more and more control over what information the general church membership had access to. Then it was Howard W. Hunter's turn, and he had a brilliant idea. Why not have a professional historian do the historian's job? So at that time, he actually transformed the historian's office into a whole historical department with 3 separate branches, and called Leonard Arrington, a professional historian, to head its main or research branch. Until this time, the church's historical archives had been closed to the public. Arrington, though, for the first time opened them to both members and non-members alike. He also made sure to stay true to his professional values of honesty and integrity in his historical research and writing, which rubbed a few of the apostles the wrong way, including, for example, Ezra Taft Benson, second in seniority. So when President Kimball got sick and President Benson took the reins, Arrington was rather quickly replaced by, you guessed it, another general authority. The church's archives were also closed once again, and the experiment with the church being totally open and upfront with its history had failed. Later on, there were a few years when there was no official church historian called, but during this time, something else came into play, which changed everything. The Internet! The Internet made it impossible for church leaders to control what information its members had access to. I find it interesting that 2005 here was the same year the Mormon Stories podcast was started. Since then, the church has engaged in a lot of damage control, including, for example, the Swedish rescue, as well as the Gospel Topics essays that started appearing in 2013. There you have it. Now you know why lawyers are now the chief gatekeepers of the church's historical department. If you have an idea you'd like me to cover, drop it in the comments. Like and follow for more. And welcome back to another daily disturbing fact about the LDS or Mormon Church. Today's comes from the church itself with its current edition of For the Strength of Youth, its magazine for the youth, with this article here. Before we get into this, though, I want you to walk through a little thought experiment with me. Imagine as you're going into junior high or middle school, your dad says you should join chess club or the school band or something that he thinks is good for you. And so you do it because you trust your dad, and you enjoy it at first, and you make friends, and you do really well. And then later on down the road, you don't enjoy it anymore for whatever reason, bullying or the teacher or something, and it gets bad enough to the point of causing you serious panic attacks. So you go to your dad with this concern, and he says, no, you need to keep going because it's good for you, because I said so. And by you going, it's showing that you love me. And hey, it is good for you, so if it's not being good for you right now, it's obviously something you did wrong. So you figure out for yourself what you did wrong, but you keep going. Now, pause to read the article. This is the other half. So I just had to point out how abusive this father-daughter relationship is, with the victim blaming and the gaslighting. This is just a horrible situation. I feel bad for anyone who's been through this, and there have been a lot of you, I know. If anyone treats you like that, you should run away. Get them out of your life. God's included. A loving God would not treat his daughter like that.
It's a mistake you learned the hard way that you can now help people to avoid.
That's an easy one. Mormonism. Alright, today's daily disturbing fact about the LDS or Mormon Church comes with a content warning. We're talking about subjects related to this AP News article from last month. The LDS Church has received a lot of negative attention lately from said news article regarding things that happened several years ago. The church would have you know that since then they have implemented policies and programs that should help to prevent such instances, which is great if they work. What is disturbing to me, though, is how these programs came to be. Introducing Sam Young, who, until our story begins, had been nothing but faithful to the church, including serving a full-time mission as a young man, and even serving as bishop of his congregation when he was older. Having 6 daughters, Sam was made aware of some inappropriate questions of a sexual nature they were faced with in certain worthiness interviews when they were young. When he found out just how common this is, he set out on a quest to change things. In the summer of 2017, Sam started spreading awareness of his concerns with his Protect LDS Children initiative. In 2018, he went all out as he organized a march and a rally that drew 1,000 people, gathered 22,000 signatures in a petition, and even went on a personal 23-day hunger strike, broadcasting his progress nightly while publicly inviting top church leadership to come talk. Church leaders refused to have any discussions. Rather, Sam got a letter from his stake president summoning him to a church court, threatening him with excommunication. At his church court, Sam continued to fight for his cause, but to no avail. Sam was excommunicated September 2018. In the letter informing him of the decision, his stake president made it clear that they don't disagree with his positions. Sam was being punished for making the church look bad. Sure enough, less than a year later, the church unveiled their new Protecting Children and Youth training program. Sound familiar? Whether the church is genuinely trying to protect the vulnerable rather than its own public image, and whether the program itself will do much good, is still up for debate. I guess time will tell. If you have a topic you'd like me to cover, drop it into the comments. Like and follow for more.
Wow.
And we are live in Utah with breaking news. Mormons here in the second driest state in the Union continued to use far more water than is necessary in order to fulfill their interpretation of a verse in the Old Testament's book of Isaiah that says the desert will blossom as the rose. How much longer will Mormons continue to force those not of their faith to pick up their slack in dealing with man-made climate change? Find out in tonight's edition of Statewide Prayer. Maybe this one will work.
We need some divine intervention. That's why I'm asking Utahns of all faiths to join me in a weekend of prayer.
I actually see a lot of church buildings with dry, dead grass. Do you know? Well, let's go find them. Stop number 1, and I'm trying not to get blown away. Looks pretty green. Stop number 2. Still green. 3rd time's the charm, though, right? Number 3. No luck yet. We'll keep trying, though. And we're to number 4. Still, maybe a little. Maybe? Church building number 5. No need for a grass resurrection yet. Number 6, and would you look at that beauty? Number 7. Green, green, green. We're on 8 now, and I'm just getting more and more impressed with how beautiful these lawns are. For stop number 9 here, I'm going to take advantage of my selfie stick because, dude! And no change here with number 10. Oh, look, there's a spot. Well, if you can find me some church buildings with significant amounts of dry, dead grass. Look, I'm sorry to bring General Conference onto Ex-Mo TikTok, but I have to point out something that Nelson just said in his first address. He talked about abuse, which we expected due to the AP News article and all the controversies and everything. He said all the usual stuff that you'd expect, that abuse is an abhorrent sin, that, look, we all have these policies and things in the manuals if you just read them, essentially. But he said one thing that caught me off guard. Actually, just one word. See if you can catch it.
The Savior will not tolerate abuse, and as his disciples, neither can we.
I'm sorry, but can? I was fully expecting him to say, neither will we. So you're telling me you don't tolerate abuse, not because abuse is wrong, not in order to protect the innocent, not because it's the right thing to do, but because he said so. Get a load of this one from conference today.
The restored gospel of Jesus Christ proclaims the principle of full partnership between woman and man, both in mortal life and in the eternities. Although each possesses specific attributes and divinely appointed responsibilities, woman and man feel equally relevant and essential roles in God's plan of happiness for his children.
There were 20 speakers today. You know how many of them were women? 3. Tell me again how equally relevant men and women are?
Sometimes a nickname is used instead of the real name, but a nickname may offend either the one named or the parents who gave the name. The name of which I shall speak is not a personal name, yet the same principles apply. I refer to a name given by the Lord. Thus shall my church be called in the last days, even the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Therefore, just as we revere his holy name, we likewise revere the name that he decreed for his church.
6 months later.
6 months ago in our conference, Elder Russell M. Nelson delivered an excellent address.
Are you sure about that?
On the correct name of the church. I am not ashamed of the nickname Mormon. Look, he went on to say, if there is any name that is totally honorable in its derivation, it is the name Mormon. All of this places upon us of this church and this generation an incumbent and demanding responsibility to recognize that as we are spoken of as Mormons, We must so live that our example will enhance the perception that Mormon can mean in a very real way more good.
Today, I feel compelled to discuss with you a matter of great importance. Some weeks ago, I released a statement regarding a course correction for the name of the church. I did this because the Lord impressed upon my mind the importance of the name He decreed for His church, even the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. To remove the Lord's name from the Lord's church is a major victory for Satan. Thus, the name of the church is not negotiable.
It is as though he's been unleashed. And also he's free to follow through with things he's been concerned about, but could never do. Now that he's president, he can do those things.
By popular demand, let's talk about the Second Anointing, a top-secret Mormon temple ordinance performed to this day only among top church leadership and maybe their close friends and family. You might call it a secret combination. Sacred combination? As a believing member, I knew the phrase calling and election made sure, which I understood to refer to some fantastic event where Jesus himself would appear to me and let me know that I have proven my faithfulness enough so that he knows I will never fall away, and my place in the celestial kingdom, Mormon heaven, is then guaranteed. Well, the phrase calling and election made sure is actually referring to a specific temple ordinance called the Second Anointing. The ordinance is performed for husband and wife, dressed in their temple robes, by the president of the church or someone under his direction. The husband's feet are washed in preparation for the anointing. The husband then opens with prayer in the style taught in the temple endowment, the true order of prayer. The husband's head is then anointed with oil, and he is given a blessing where he is ordained a king and a priest to the Most High God. The wife is then anointed with oil, and she is given a similar blessing where she is ordained a queen and a priestess to her husband. Then, after being instructed to not disclose to anyone that they have received their second anointings, the couple is taught to finish the ordinance in their own home. In their own time, the couple is taught. The wife is to wash and anoint the husband's feet in the manner in which Mary, sister of Martha, did to Jesus in John 12, shortly before the crucifixion. This is to symbolically prepare the husband for his death and resurrection, and to claim the husband as her own. You see, it was commonly believed in the early days of the church that Mary did this to Jesus because they were married. I'll go over the history behind the second anointing in part 2. Like and follow so you don't miss it. What is the second anointing? Part 2. When the Kirtland Temple was built, Joseph Smith introduced the ordinances of washing and anointing, or you might call it the first anointing. In Nauvoo, he introduced 3 more. The endowment, marriage sealings, and the capstone to these 2, the second anointing. In the endowment, individuals are told that they have been anointed to become kings and priests, queens and priestesses, temple lingo for gods. But in LDS theology, we know that you need one man and one or more woman for godhood. So the marriage sealing is where the 2 are joined for that purpose. But the crowning ordinance that makes it effectual is the second anointing, where the husband and wife are together anointed not to become, but as kings and priests, queens and priestesses over a kingdom that they will receive when they are resurrected. Without the second anointing, the endowment and marriage sealing won't bring you exaltation, as D&C 132, the Celestial Marriage Revelation, says. Verse 15 here states that if you have a worldly marriage only, it's no good in the next life. Verse 18 states that even if you are married for time and all eternity, but it is not sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, that's the second anointing, it's still no good in the next life. So in verse 19, it finally says that if your marriage is sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, then you get to be a God, essentially. Don't believe me that the Holy Spirit of promise is referring to the second anointing? Let's look at verse 26. If your marriage is sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise, it doesn't matter what you do. So long as you don't murder anyone, you shall enter into exaltation. We'll finish the history of second anointings in part 3. What is the second anointing? Part 3. Joseph and Emma were sealed in May 1843, after Joseph was already secretly sealed to several other women. But that's a story for a different video. And then they were the first to receive their second anointing in September 1843. Record keeping wasn't as strict back then, but we know of at least 20 other men and 16 women who also received their second anointings before Joseph's death in June of the following year. Side note, one reason Brigham Young succeeded in taking over the reins of the church following the death of Joseph was because he was the only contender who had received his second anointing. Following the death of Joseph, second anointings weren't restarted until January 1846 in the newly built Nauvoo Temple, a month before it was then permanently closed. In that 1 month, though, nearly 600 individuals received their second anointings. Then, the saints emigrated west, and the practice wasn't performed again for more than 20 years, when Brigham Young finally approved performing the ordinance in the Endowment House in Salt Lake City. While there were some limitations and precautions put into place to control the practice over the years, during this period it was performed fairly liberally, with many thousands receiving the ordinance. At first, even your local bishop could recommend people to receive it. Then only stake presidents and up could recommend candidates, and eventually recommending candidates was limited to apostles only. Then around 1928 there was some sort of an incident in Idaho that scared church leadership into all but discontinuing the practice. From that point until available data ends in 1941, there was only a trickle of a few here and a few there, much to the disagreement of the then apostle and Salt Lake Temple president, George F. Richards. While we don't have recent data as to how often the second anointing is performed now, there are accounts of it still happening today. At first it could only be performed in a room called the Holy of Holies, which only a few temples have, but now it can be done in any room of the temple that is set apart for that purpose. And as with many church doctrines, doctrine concerning the second anointing has evolved, and current church leaders would likely tell you the ordinance is not required for your exaltation. Which begs the question, why does it exist? If you have questions, post them in the comments, and I'll get to as many as I can. Or if you have something you think I should cover, let me know. Like and follow for more. So I guess I've stepped on a few toes with my videos, because I hopped on yesterday or the day before and found that one of my videos had been removed for harassment and bullying, which was rather a surprise. But I appealed it, and today I got an update saying that TikTok doesn't think that saying that Mormonism was a mistake that I can help people avoid making is harassment and bullying. Would you look at that? Funny you should bring this up. I was already thinking about addressing it. As I have been doing all this research on the second anointing, it kept coming to mind that this is another one of those subjects that is binary. It either takes you further out of the church or it takes you to fundamentalism, but it does not take you farther into the mainstream LDS church because you find out that, the current LDS church does not teach and live by what Joseph Smith taught. And Joseph Smith was the prophet of the Restoration, and we're living in a completely different way that he would not have agreed with. So either everything's a farce, or if he was a prophet, then you go the fundamentalist route. But it all depends on what you believe regarding Joseph Smith and whether he was a prophet. I had already dug into Joseph Smith himself and come to the conclusion for myself that he was not a prophet, that it was all fake essentially. So then when I learned about things like fundamentalism or polygamy, or there are other things too, then I just thought it was really interesting, and it just solidified my testimony that I am, I've made the right choice for myself. But if you start with the foundation that Joseph Smith was a prophet, you learn about these things, there is no other way but to go the fundamentalist route, because the current church is 100% in apostasy. It's one or the other. There's not anything in between. Oh, hey! Oh, you're separating from your partner that you've been with for decades? Oh, but it's your choice. Oh, then you ought to be able to just let it go. Quit worrying about it. Oh, and you say she lied to you about things? Oh, about everything? Like from the beginning? Oh, and she was everything to you. Like you made every life decision based around her. What? You dropped everything for 2 whole years in order to prop up her business? Oh, and her business is based on these same lies? And you say everyone in your family spends hours every week still propping up this business of hers? And most of your friends too? And your neighbors? Nah, bro, just leave it alone. Quit worrying about it. Oh, no you don't. You go bullshitting statistics like that, and I'll go look them up. So I did. Let's take a look at January through September of the last 10 years. Now, I couldn't find anywhere that had all these numbers posted in an easy-to-read, organized fashion, so I took notes myself. When I first started looking up the numbers, it kind of made sense where you're coming from, because the month of September this year was the top. July here had a lot too, but when you look down the list, it's not the first and it's not even the second highest. But then you get to months like June, and you didn't get any rain in the month of June, and that wasn't the only month. You had several months this year where you didn't get any rain down there. So let's cut to the chase. Year to date in the last 10 years, is 2022 number 1? Nope, that would be 2017. How about number 2? Nope, that's 2018. Surely we're number 3. No, that's 2020. This year, 2022, is number 6 out of the last 10 years. Don't go bullshitting numbers on me like that. What St. George and Cedar City have had is a good couple of months. That's it. Thanks so much for bringing this up. Now that we all know the history behind the 1832 version of the First Vision, let's see what the Church has to say about it today in its Gospel Topics essay on the different First Vision accounts. Joseph Smith published 2 accounts of the First Vision during his lifetime. The first of these, known today as Joseph Smith History, was canonized in the Pearl of Great Price and thus became the best known account. True so far. The 2 unpublished accounts, recorded in Joseph Smith's earliest autobiography and a later journal, were generally forgotten until historians working for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints rediscovered and published them in the 1960s. While that is technically true, it is 100% misleading. Since that time, these documents have been discussed repeatedly in church magazines, in works printed by church-owned and church-affiliated presses, and by Latter-day Saint scholars in other venues. By raise of hand, let's see how many of you learned any of this from church sources. You guys, why did no one send me this or tell me about this? I don't think I even have to say anything about this one. This is the Deseret News. Deseret, owned by the Mormon Church. Oh no, don't let people marry multiple spouses. That would be awful. Oh yeah, don't remind us of our history or anything. That's just... Hey fellow heathens, I have a question. What was your favorite resource when you were leaving the church? I want to have a discussion and help out those who currently are leaving the church. For example, when I was still figuring things out, my go-to resource was Fair Mormon, or now Fair Latter-day Saints. It's just a treasure trove of all the issues and a bunch of examples of how there is no good answer. And then once I did decide to leave the church, I dived headfirst into Mormon stories. They have all the juicy details of all sorts of subjects, as John has interviewed thousands of people now. And then in the meantime, I have loved listening to Mindy Gledhill's Rabbit Hole album, which is a really awesome album for those who've left the church. So, comment or Stitch, what is your favorite resource? What would you recommend and why? You guys, I have to be vulnerable here. I've been having trial after trial ever since I have started posting to TikTok And it just keeps getting worse. I just had a video removed for people who refuse to see the truth, reported it for whatever they could come up with, and they found a loophole and succeeded. But I have received strength from below. I want to bear my testimony that I know that Satan is real. I know that he is there to bear us up when times get tough. Satan has been allowing God to tempt me and giving me these trials in order to strengthen me. But I know that Satan won't let God tempt or try me with more than I can bear. He will help me through it. So all you God worshippers can keep trying your best to tear me down, because I know in the end I will come out on top. Every day I can feel the devil himself and his angels with me, bearing me up. I don't know how things are going to work out, but I know in the end who is going to win. God can try his best to take as many of Satan's brothers and sisters as he can from him, but he won't get me. I will do whatever Satan requires for me to return to him someday. For real, though. Can you believe I posted a video on these 6 people who were canceled by the church for these scholarly books, and then I got canceled for showing the cover of one of these scholarly books because it showed Adam and Eve and you could see Eve's nipples. Ah. But hey, I have a snake on my wall.
Suppose you were walking by my house one day. You've been walking by for a long time. And I were to go up on the porch and say, hey, stop, I've got some good news. Good news for you people. Stop, stop, stop. You don't have to go down in my basement. This is great news. You've been walking by all this time. You've been ignoring me. And I deserve to be recognized and honored. And you've been ignoring me, and it's made me so angry and so mad that I just get so horribly mad. So I built this torture chamber down in the basement. And there's some hooks down there, and there's some sharp things, and there's some vats of sneaky stuff, and there's a furnace, and there's some chains, and it's horrible, and it's flames. But you don't have to go down there. I sent my son down there. And it was gruesome. I tell you, it was really horrible. But that satisfied my anger. And now his blood was shed, and now you're free. You don't have to go down. All you have to do, come on up here. Just come up and tell my son that you love him, hug him, and then you can move in with us. We'll live up in the attic, and you can tell me how great I am. You can just tell me how much you love me, and we'll do that. Won't that be great? So would you keep walking?
I want to introduce you to B. Morris Young. B stands for Brigham, as he was one of the many sons of the prophet Brigham Young. Can't imagine why he wouldn't want to go by the name of his father, a man he most likely barely knew, because the man had at least 56 wives and thus 56 families, but I digress. Morris served 2 missions to the Hawaiian Islands, helped organize the original Young Men's Program, and ended up marrying one of the daughters of the prophet Lorenzo Snow. He was also a drag queen, known as Madame Petrini. He even performed at Prophet Lorenzo Snow's final birthday party in 1901 before he passed away. Comments like this, as nice as they sound to the person giving them, are truly disturbing. For context, here is the conversation, or you can go back to the comment itself. In a way, I envy this person and people who think like them because of the naivety of being able to think that the church is truly good for everyone because your own experience has been good and that feels true to you, so that must be true for everyone. I envy the ability to think and believe like that. But that's not the case. The church has let down so many people over the years, starting with its very inception with polygamy and people who were left out in the cold without money, without care, because they were one of many wives or one of many children, or even if they were one of only 2 or 3 wives, but they were the least favorite and didn't get very much care. And then there was the ban of the priesthood and receiving temple blessings for people of African heritage that hurt generations of people. And now the church all but openly admits that, oh, that was just a mistake. Oops. And down to today, LGBT folks who are still hurt left and right. I know I have a personal connection with someone who chose to exit this life because of harm to LGBT individuals, because of attitudes within the church, and I know of so many people with even more intimate connections with people like that as well. And also, Joss, so easy to dismiss people and assume that they don't know what you know. Now, what I'm going to go into is my history. Ex-Mormons now can tune out because you know what's coming. All of my family history was in the church, going back to the pioneers on just about every single line. I was raised in the church. I was the Deacon's Quorum President, Teachers Quorum President. I served a full-time mission in England. I went to BYU. I graduated from BYU. I married in the temple. I sang in the choir at the Phoenix Temple dedication ceremony. I was an EFY counselor for more than a dozen sessions, or went to 4 sessions myself. I know my shit. And it's so easy to just dismiss someone that you must not know what you're talking about because the church is so good. The church is not good for so many people. If it's good for you, that's great. I love that. I love that it's good for you. It's not good for so many people. So don't you assume that it's good for everyone, because that hurts people almost more than the church itself hurts people.
I got a job working for Walmart.
I'm trying to be like Jesus. I'm following in his ways. I'm trying to love as he did in
In between the first manifesto of 1890 and the second manifesto of 1904, the church issued the political manifesto of 1895. It stated that general authorities would need first presidency approval if they desired to run for any public political office. You see, Utah was being set up to finally become a state, but as a territory, there had been 2 main political parties, the pro-Mormon People's Party and the anti-Mormon Liberal Party. The People's Party was backed by the church itself, so general authorities had almost felt an obligation to run for office. But as the church started inching towards becoming a state, and the 2 national political parties started taking over the political stage, the People's Party and the Liberal Party were both dissolved, and the church adopted a more neutral political stance with the political manifesto. Interestingly, there was one apostle who refused to sign the political manifesto, Moses Thatcher. As a result, he was removed from the quorum of the 12 apostles and replaced by Matthias Cowley, but he was not disciplined, and he even retained his priesthood office of apostle until his death in 1909. Now you know. Things that I learned about the LDS Church, but only after leaving it. Part 1, category general/miscellaneous/temple-ish. Today, there are over 400 branches of Mormonism, only the largest of which is the LDS Church. 1 century ago, B.H. Roberts lost his testimony of the historicity of the Book of Mormon due to research, and tried to convince the first presidency and quorum of the 12 apostles unsuccessfully. His research and writings were finally published posthumously in 1985. In the 1970s, the church actively campaigned against the Equal Rights Amendment and played a major part in it not passing. Temple attendees used to pantomime slitting their own throats and disemboweling themselves as a consequence for revealing the temple signs and tokens, until this was removed from the endowment ceremony in 1990. That means my parents did that. And my grandparents. And my great-grandparents. And my... I went through the temple myself for my first time only a few months after the initiatory ordinance was changed dramatically, and I had no idea. Prior to this change, the individual would be dressed solely in a shield, essentially a sheet with a hole cut out for the head, and the temple worker would touch them all over their body, including their breast and loins, after which the individual would dress in their garments for the first time. Thankfully, I was able to start in my garments and the shield, and the temple worker only touched my forehead. And finally, having your calling and election made sure is an actual temple ritual, the second anointing, that general authorities do for each other and for others they have selected. It has nothing to do with Jesus appearing to you. Stick around for part 2. Money. Pardon the pajamas here. I was about to go to bed when I saw that some troll had gone through a bunch of comments on my recent video and was just a general ass to so many people. If Wilbur was rude to anyone out there who I missed, I'm sorry. Wilbur's gone now. He's been blocked. This channel of mine has blown up far quicker than I was ever expecting, which is great. I'm loving that people are loving the content. But naturally that attracts people who hate the content as well, and just general trolls who somehow get a kick out of just being assholes. I don't get it. But so this is just a general warning to the trolls out there. I love discourse, I love conversation, I love debates. Debate, converse all you want. If you are rude, if you start calling people names, if you call someone poor baby when they say that they're still processing trauma, as Wilbur did, you will be blocked. This is your warning. Okay, good night. Things I learned about the LDS Church, but only after leaving it. Part 2. Category Money. The first presidency, quorum of the 12 apostles, presiding bishopric, and first and second quorums of the 70 are all paid positions. Their living allowance, after having a lot of their living expenses already paid for by the church due to their positions, not to mention book royalties, was $120,000 in 2014. Accounting for inflation today would be $150,000. The church used to issue annual public financial statements until 1959, when Apostle Henry Moyle convinced then church president David McKay to stop the practice in order to conceal how much they were spending on meeting house construction projects at the time. Church finances have been kept secret ever since. The church is likely one of the top 5 landowners in the U.S. in terms of acreage, and is probably number 1 in terms of market value. One well-known property is Deseret Ranches in Florida, one of the world's largest beef ranches. And finally, yes, I did learn about this after I left the church, but that wasn't because I left the church. That's because that's when everyone learned about it. But just to give perspective as to how much 100 billion is, 100 million minutes ago, the church itself was brand new. It was the year 1832. 100 billion minutes ago, humans were brand new. That was 190,259 years ago. Check in later for part 3, Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon! Alright, I wasn't going to do a post on the shooting because while it has been confirmed now that the shooter was indeed raised Mormon, if you look into his past, the kid was a nutcase. So whether or not his upbringing in the church had an influence on what he did the other day is anyone's guess at this point. But then I read the church's statement in this article, which is for the most part what you'd expect. We condemn the shooting, we're sorry for the victims and their families, we will pray for you, blah blah blah. But then the church spokesperson said this, which caught my attention. I can confirm that the suspect is listed on the rolls of the church, but he has not been involved in church services for some time, a decade or more. As if having time elapsed somehow absolves them of all responsibility. Oh, he's not one of us, it's been a decade since we've seen him. But you know, his victims, if they had been active members of the church, they could have had an asterisk by their name on church records, an asterisk which tells their bishop or stake president that they are not allowed to hold callings with children or youth. Now, if that asterisk is because of church disciplinary action that is current, ongoing, it is my understanding that that asterisk will go away once the disciplinary action is all done and everything is resolved. But if that asterisk is because they have admitted to homosexual activity in the past, it is permanent. It's a life ban on working with children or youth. The shooter, on the other hand, last year he was in a standoff with police because he had issued a bomb threat at his mother's house. The mother called police, he was finally arrested. But if he had repented with his bishop, he probably could have had a calling with children or youth. But his victims, because they engaged in homosexual activity, it doesn't matter how much time has passed, doesn't matter whether that has anything to do with whether they're child molesters or not anyway, but that's a subject for a different rant. But the church here can say, time has elapsed, so we can dust our feet. He's not one of us. Now, let's talk about Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon with my continuing series, Things That I Learned About the LDS Church, but only after leaving it. Part 3.1, because when it comes to the very foundational truth claims, there's a lot the church would rather us not talk about. You'll see why. Although Joseph Smith claims to have received immense persecution for talking about his first vision encounter in 1820, there is no evidence of him ever even mentioning it, whether in journals, newspapers, church publications, or otherwise, prior to the 1830s. Specific details regarding Joseph Smith's first vision encounter evolved with time. He is first recorded as seeing only Jesus in the vision. Later, he's recorded as seeing angels, but not Jesus. And his later accounts record what we have in the Pearl of Great Price today as seeing God and Jesus. After Joseph's death, many still believed it to have been an angel who appeared to Joseph, with Brigham Young even being recorded in the Journal of Discourses, preaching as much in 1855, 11 years after Joseph's death. The Book of Mormon witnesses didn't actually see or feel the plates. Some of them later clarified that they saw them with their spiritual eyes, not physical eyes. Joseph Smith translated a portion of the Kinderhook plates, which were brass plates of supposedly ancient origin dug up in Illinois. He said they were written by a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Unfortunately, Joseph died without the knowledge of being victim to an elaborate prank. Turns out the men who discovered the plates had fabricated, buried, and then discovered them in order to see what Joseph would do. Although the men had confessed to this during their lifetimes, this wasn't actually proven until 1980, until which time the church had continued to periodically publish articles in its magazines regarding their authenticity. Alright, that's it for now. Check in later for part 3.2. You guys need to see this. This is a video of the father of the Colorado Springs shooter. Check out what his reaction is, what he's afraid of when he finds out that his son shot and killed 5 people in a gay bar.
There was a shooting involving multiple people, right. And then later on wanted to find the gay bar.
Yeah, right. And
I was like, oh my God, is he gay? I was scared. I was like, oh my God, shit, is he gay? And he's not gay, so it's
well, you guys had conversations about that. You were.
Oh yeah,
you told him. Yeah, you were adamant that gay is bad.
I'm Mormon. I'm a conservative Republican, and we don't do gay. We don't do gay.
Yeah.
I can't get answers from the attorneys really, but they're saying that some of these, it's involving a gay bar or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what the heck he did at a gay bar. I don't know what's going on.
Well, he's accused of going on a mass shooting at a gay bar and killing 5 people.
Colorado.
Okay, well, that's shit. If he's accused of doing that, I'm surprised he's not gay. I could say that, but he's not gay.
I wasn't going to jump on the blame the church train because I don't think that's fair when literally all we know is he's a member on record. But after seeing that, I don't think there's any denying that the church's teachings very much played a part in what happened the other day. I grew up memorizing word for word the Family Proclamation, which is treated as doctrine. It is a homophobic document with homophobic origins, and while the church is now putting itself on a pedestal for supporting the Respect for Marriage Act, that law carves out an exception for groups like the church to continue their homophobic and transphobic practices legally, so of course they would support it. We've got to stop pretending. It was only just over a year ago when Apostle Jeffrey R. Holland gave an anti-LGBTQ talk at church-owned BYU and asked members to defend the church's positions with a little more musket fire. This has got to stop. We've got to hold the church accountable. Mormons, can you please put down your muskets and pick up your pride flags? Jesus said, love everyone. When are we going to listen to him? I I have two thoughts here. First, if you at all agree with this person, you are the problem. These people were brutally murdered in cold blood, and you cannot get off your high horse of homosexuality as a sin. Never mind the fact that private behavior in the privacy of your own home between consenting adults that doesn't affect anyone else. It has nothing to do with you. 0% to do with you. Plus, where do you think extremist violence like this originates? It starts here with this comment. You are the problem. Stop it. Plus, this person takes it a step farther. Homosexuality is a sin. Murder is a sin. We all sin. What the fuck? And welcome back to another Things That I Learned About the LDS Church, but only after leaving it, Part 4. More about Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon. The papyrus that became the Book of Abraham, or what's left of it, including the facsimiles that are still in the Pearl of Great Price, has now been translated by professional Egyptologists. It's a common funerary text written centuries after Abraham's time, and has literally nothing to do with the text that's in our Pearl of Great Price. Speaking of Abraham, scholars think Abraham was most likely not a real person, but merely an ancient fabrication. 2nd Isaiah and Deutero-Isaiah are nicknames for Isaiah chapters 40 through 55, some of which is included in 1st and 2nd Nephi in the Book of Mormon. They were written by an anonymous individual who lived 2 centuries after Isaiah himself, during the century after which Lehi would have left Jerusalem. In the splintering of the church immediately following the deaths of Joseph and Hiram, the second largest group of Mormons was the followers of James Strang, who had claimed to have received a vision the moment Joseph died, revealing him to be Joseph's successor. Like Joseph, Strang produced ancient metal plates containing an unknown language, translated their contents using a Urim and Thummim, and had witnesses testify to their authenticity. Also like Joseph, Strang was ultimately shot to death, and most of his followers went on to join what became the RLDS Church. The transfiguration of Brigham Young into the image of Joseph Smith after Smith's death didn't actually happen, but was merely a myth that began circulating decades later. After Joseph died, Brigham didn't claim to be the prophet, just the church president. The term prophet was reserved just for Joseph. Years later, when others started referring to Brigham as the prophet, he adopted the title. Well, that's it for now. Come back next time for Part 5, Polygamy! So the Salt Lake Tribune posted an article yesterday that brought up something very interesting. Basically, have you ever wondered that even though the LDS Church growth has slowed significantly, it is supposedly still growing, according to the church itself, even with the ex-Mormon community doing this? People are leaving the church left and right at a much higher rate than in previous years, and the LDS Church is not alone. So how are they still growing? Well, the Tribune shed some light on the situation. They took data from the 2020 U.S. Census and combined it with data from the U.S. Religion Census conducted by the ASARB. They tried to determine the religious population by asking each church or religious group how many members they claim in each area. And there was one county in Idaho and one in Utah with numbers that just didn't add up. This map depicts just how Mormon each county in Utah is, according to the church's self-reported numbers. Does Rich County up here look a little dark to you? Well, it is. According to the church, 110% of the county's residents are LDS. Think about that for just a second. Obviously, the church is inflating their numbers somehow, at least in Rich County, which calls into question all the other counties, which in turn calls into question these numbers. Is the church really still growing? Who knows? I'd be willing to bet that just as the church stopped reporting their finances in 1959, when it became obvious they were acting more like a business instead of a charitable organization, within a few years here the church is going to stop reporting their membership numbers when they run out of ways to inflate them, although I'm sure they'll have some convenient reason otherwise. What do you think? Am I off my rocker? Let me know in the comments. Let's talk polygamy in Things That I Learned About the LDS Church, but only after leaving it, Part 5. Now there's a lot here, so I thought about splitting this up, but it's just too good, so...
Hold on to your butts.
Joseph Smith had around 30 to 40 wives at the time of his death. Joseph promised eternal salvation to the entire family of 14-year-old Helen Mar Kimball if she agreed to be one of his plural wives. Joseph sent Orson Hyde on a mission overseas and then secretly married his wife Miranda. Joseph kept his polygamous lifestyle a secret from Emma for a while due to her resistance to the practice. When she finally, hesitantly agreed to it, she was told she got to pick Joseph's first plural wives. She chose the Partridge sisters, Emily and Eliza, and witnessed the ceremony. In reality, though, Joseph was already secretly married to the Partridge sisters, as well as many other women, and the ceremony was simply staged for Emma's benefit. Joseph was sealed to possibly more than 20 women before he was sealed to Emma. In 1886, John Taylor reportedly had a revelation regarding polygamy which said, in part, "I have not revoked this law, nor will I, for it is everlasting." This revelation is a founding document in many fundamentalist Mormon sects. Shortly after receiving this revelation, Taylor reportedly set apart 5 men to keep polygamy on the earth, even if the church itself eventually abandoned the practice. One of these men, Lawrence C. Woolley, eventually organized the Council of Friends, a group of 7 men who contended that they, not the LDS Church, held the true priesthood authority, while the church itself was simply a placeholder keeping the church organization alive until the day came when the two can merge again. This was the origin of many modern fundamentalist groups, such as the FLDS Church. Lorenzo Snow's last marriage was to a 15-year-old when Snow was 57, serving in the Quorum of the 12. Until the end of his life, she was well known to be his favorite. They had 5 children together. Speaking of Snow, this is getting exciting. Rather than a revelation, the discontinuation of polygamy via the manifesto was catalyzed by the federal government revealing their intent and legality to confiscate church property, including temples, if they continued practicing polygamy. The term celestial marriage was always understood by church leaders and members to refer to plural marriage, until the church was forced to discontinue practicing polygamy. Okay, I changed my mind. This is getting nuts. End of part 5. Come back next time for part 6 and we'll finish up polygamy. Sheesh, welcome to Utah. So I posted a video the other day of the father of the Colorado Springs shooter pointing out that he, when he found out that his son was at a gay bar, was more afraid of his son possibly being gay than he was of finding out that he murdered 5 innocent humans simply based on their sexual orientation. 5 strangers. And pointed out that in the comment or description of the video that it doesn't matter that this guy doesn't act like a Mormon. The fact that he feels comfortable identifying as such says it all. And this person here says, I am more offensive in pointing that out than he was in what he said. His gut reflex reaction was to claim his Mormon roots as a defense for his thought process and his beliefs. I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. TikTok community, give me the words that I am missing here to respond to that. I mean, I'm criticizing a religion for creating this safe space and for not doing anything about it. For sitting by and passing the blame. It's always someone else's fault. And if I can't even criticize that, if I've crossed a line here, I mean, forgive the language, but where's the fucking line? Alright, let's finish up polygamy with things that I learned about the LDS Church, but only after leaving it. Part 6. The period immediately following the 1890 manifesto that had officially ended polygamy was confusing. The saints had been taught for decades that living polygamy was necessary for their exaltation. They also had felt extremely persecuted by the federal government for living polygamy, which had only served to further entrench members. When the saints were suddenly told via the manifesto to cease forming new polygamous marriages, many, including some apostles, believed it was simply to appease the federal government, while they continued to live polygamy in secret. This is what made necessary the second manifesto of 1904 that officially made excommunication a consequence for forming new polygamous marriages. Fundamentalist Mormon groups and the LDS Church at first were cordial and friendly with each other until Heber J. Grant's presidency. Grant started treating families who formed new plural marriages as apostates, even though he himself was a polygamist, and excommunicated many who later went on to form what eventually became the FLDS Church. And here's the crazy one to me. The prophet or president of the LDS Church was always polygamous until Heber J. Grant died during World War II. Alright, that's it on polygamy. If you missed part 5, make sure and go back and check that out because there's a lot of juicy stuff in there. And come back next time for part 7, Doctrines and Commandments. Alright, help me out here. I'm preparing for another video. Fill in the blank for me. I want the LDS Church leaders to apologize for blank. Give me the list. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Thanks, guys. This comment intrigued me as I had never heard of President Grant having alcoholism or anything of the sort, so I did some digging to see if it was true, and I only found one source, but it was a good one from BYU Studies in 2004. The article is basically about him as a young man and his developing years, and explains in this paragraph how the word of wisdom was not a religious test, and so he became addicted to coffee first, probably because it tastes good, and then later on to alcohol or to beer. And here's the rest of the story if you want to read it, but basically he said he overcame both addictions by just telling himself he was free to take a drink whenever he wished. And funny how that works, when the pressure was off, this addiction magically evaporated. I'd also like to point out in this article it explains how this wasn't just any young man, but down here at the very bottom it says that he was ordained to the office of 70 when he was just 15 years old. But with such a significant life experience regarding the word of wisdom, I thought for sure they would have included it in this book. Because there is a chapter on the word of wisdom that starts, as with every chapter I think, from the life of whatever prophet the book is about, that discusses his life experiences that affected his views and his teachings. But much to my disappointment, it didn't talk about his life, but a friend of his whose life was ruined by cigarettes, because cigarettes led to alcohol, which led to sex, which led to excommunication, so don't you dare try that first cigarette! Oh, but then it does have an experience from his life when he got appendicitis, and 9 doctors were present, and 8 of them said he would die, and 1 said that he wouldn't. And the one doctor was right, he did not die. And here's why he didn't die. I had a heart that had pure blood in it, that was not contaminated by tea, coffee, or liquor. This is just one of those things where it would not have been a big deal to include that story of him as a young man drinking coffee and beer. Prophets are fallible, right? Especially as young men. It's just that defenders of the faith on social media frequently criticize ex-Mormons like myself for finding reasons to be offended at the church not being open and honest about things when they say the church was totally open and upfront about this, see, and they gaslight us. Well, this is a prime example of the church not being open and upfront, making members think that President Grant had no problems. He had friends with problems with word of wisdom, but he didn't, and so it saved his life when he got appendicitis. Want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want one thing alone, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is for the LDS Church to apologize for the priesthood ban, for Proposition 8 and conversion therapy, and the November policy and Mountain Meadows massacre, and covering up abuse and telling people that tithing comes before groceries and paying bills, and for outright lying and hiding information and then gaslighting us up to we force you to be honest about your own history. TikTok tells me that the vast majority of my viewers are all right here in Utah, so I wanted to give a shout out to one of my favorite resources for both local news and ex-Mormon content, the Salt Lake Tribune. Reason being, they posted this article this morning about how all of their content this week is free for everyone to try out. I pay $8 a month, 100% worth it, even if only for their weekly rundown on all things Mormon from a non-Mormon source. But as an example of why I love the Tribune so much, In this article/announcement, they also linked to other articles as recommendations or suggestions to get you started if you're just trying them out. And the very first suggestion was this piece on the progress that has been made down in the FLDS stronghold of Hilldale, Utah/Colorado City, Arizona, also known as Short Creek. Progress that is representative through the city's first high school football team, or the town's first high school football team. Explains that back when Warren Jeffs was in charge, he basically outlawed anything fun. So the kids couldn't go to school, couldn't play on sports, couldn't even celebrate holidays for the most part. Little by little, the town has been healing. People have been leaving their cult, their church, seeing the light. And the town is just so different now than it was a decade ago. And it's just beautiful to see, and this piece is beautifully written. Go read it. And then go support the Tribune. Pay the $8 a month. For me, it's my monthly donation towards truth and transparency. Which, by the way, I'm not associated with the Tribune at all. Get nothing from them. This is just because I'm a big fan of theirs. I've been doing research on the history of Community of Christ, or formerly the RLDS Church, to do a video or maybe series of videos. Really interesting stuff. You know, I thought I loved them. But the more I learn about them, the more I absolutely love them and their history. There are so many things regarding the history of the LDS Church that I very much dislike. Or not just history, current events. That with the RLDS Church or Community of Christ, they've been total opposite. So as an example, I've been re-listening to the Mormon Stories episodes where John interviews the prophet president of Community of Christ. And at one point he asked him directly, does it make you uncomfortable to have me ask you these very direct questions that many people would be uncomfortable asking about the historicity of the Book of Mormon, or these issues with Joseph Smith, things like this? And you guys, I jotted down his reply. Pause and read this. Isn't that just amazing? I mean, contrast that with what the leaders of the LDS Church say. That's just so refreshing. As I continue researching the history of the RLDS Church or Community of Christ, this morning I'm reading about Joseph Smith III, Joseph Smith Jr.'s son, the first leader of the RLDS Church, who vehemently opposed any suggestion that his father taught or engaged in polygamy. He said, good men don't do that. My father was a good man, so he must not have done that. So he started with the end in mind, and then found evidence to come to the conclusion that he'd already made, which is kind of what this is describing. His rationale, his perspective, how he treated evidence. And it was just so familiar. Sorry, it's sideways so you can actually read it. It was just so familiar because that's exactly what I did with anything that might have suggested that my faith that I grew up with was false, because it was so tied to my identity. In order to stay sane, I had to find reasons for it to be false. And so to see just a perfect description of what I did back when I believed in the LDS Church, I don't know how to describe how it makes me feel. Maybe validated, maybe somewhat comical, I don't know. But I thought some of you might find it interesting. So today I engaged in this drama here on TikTok to an extent that I have not before and don't care to again. It was not worth it. But the drama was from this dude who posted this video, reply to one of my videos, kind of refuting a lot of the points that I had made in my video. So I had replied to him, basically saying that I don't care to go through and refute all these points, but I know some probably would and would do a great job, and so I regretfully used the term call to arms. And so that was the first point I wanted to make here, is just owning up to that poor choice of words, as I would criticize Elder Holland for using similar words in his call for musket fire. Although he did so towards a marginalized group, still a choice of words that I should not have used. Second thing, the drama is finished. It is over in true Mormon fashion. The moment I started to engage with him in comments on his page, poof, I'm blocked. The last thing I remember saying is pointing out how he manipulates information in order to cater to the confirmation bias that his followers thirst after. And that was the last thing I said to him, and suddenly everything is gone. So I just thought that was slightly funny. Truly Mormon. I learned something new today. Have you ever learned how the sacrament cups came to be? Oops, no, not that one. There we go, that's better. Sorry about that. But can you believe it was the prophet Joseph F. Smith who called for sanitary individual water cups to be used before the 1918 flu pandemic even became an issue? What? You can't believe that? Well, that's good, because that's not how it happened. I haven't followed their sources here to check for accuracy, but this is a pro-LDS magazine that points out that it was the everyday members of the Murray First Ward in Utah who called for change which church leadership was hesitant to make because of, money, but which they finally did make when the flu pandemic forced their hand. Now you know. If only there was a way to foresee these things. I have noticed a general trend of those who leave the LDS faith to become more liberal in their views and ideals and their politics. I've also had friends do the exact opposite, so as with any generalization, there are, of course, exceptions. But I wanted to speak to this generalization of becoming more liberal. From my perspective, a lot of those who leave the church do so after seeing inequities within the church. They see women whose voices, whose experiences, and opinions are just as important as men's, and yet they are nevertheless still treated as second-class citizens in many respects. They see people of African origin whose ancestors were barred from holding the priesthood or even receiving their saving temple ordinances simply because of the color of their skin, and yet to this day, no form of any apology from church leadership for doing so for over a century. They see people who ache for a loving, committed marriage and family as the church pushes for, and yet who will never have one because their sexual preferences happen to be for people of the same sex as themselves. And then they see that it's liberal groups who are pushing for women's rights, who are pushing for an end to racial discrimination in all its forms, who are pushing for LGBTQ rights, things that they would imagine Jesus himself pushing for if he were here today. My own partner left the church before I did because of issues like these. She knew practically nothing about issues with church history, and to this day she still hasn't read CES letter. But she knew that a truly loving God would not condemn her for no longer wanting to be associated with an organization that shows so little Christ-like love and empathy towards marginalized groups. I was not quite there yet at the time. It took me more time and, frankly, more therapy to be able to fully join her. But it was this comment here, made in regards to Elder Holland's call for musket fire, that inspired these thoughts. Jesus didn't say to mourn with those who mourn like you mourn, and to comfort those who need the same comforts you need. Jesus said to love your neighbor as yourself. The marginalized are your neighbors. Would I ever go back, knowing what I know now, as the church is now? No, not a chance in the world. I left the church mostly for historical reasons, but that's not the only reason I would never go back. Yeah, I could not ever regain that belief. There's no way I could believe like I believed before, or even close, to be honest. But I also stay out because of the harms that it does. Now, I lost my faith in the church and because of historical reasons and stopped going to church as a result. But that's not why I removed my name from the records of the church. I removed my name from the records of the church because of the harms that it heaps upon certain types of individuals. And I could not allow myself to have my name associated with an organization that continues to harm people, does not apologize for it, does not try to change, does not follow their own principles of repentance. So that's the main reason to me now that I would never go back to church. Lately, I've been learning about the RLDS Church, preparing to put together probably a series of videos. I would love to be succinct, but there's just too much. I love the details, and so I'm glad that some of you out there like the details like me. But as I've learned about the RLDS Church, that is one group that I could almost go back to church with them, because as their name now is, Community of Christ, they try to act like a community, a melting pot of beliefs. You don't have to believe a certain way. They do have certain beliefs that they kind of they do have some that that are more common in the group, I guess. But you can believe anything and go to church with them, and you can believe almost anything and be baptized, from what their prophet said, at least. So anyway, I could not go back to church as it is now. If it were to become more like the community of Christ, where they're accepting and loving and live Jesus's teachings, then I would consider the community aspect. But that's it.
What the hell did you expect me to do? You told me to love my neighbors, to model the life of Jesus, to be kind and considerate, and to stand up for the bullied. You told me to love people, consider others more important than myself. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. We sang it together, pressing the volume pedal and leaning our hearts into the chorus. You told me to love my enemies, to even do good to those who wish for bad things. You told me to never hate anyone and to always find ways to encourage people. You told me it's better to give than to receive, to be last instead of first. You told me that money doesn't bring happiness and can even lead to evil. But taking care of the needs of others brings great joy and life to the soul. You told me that Jesus looks at what I do for the least of these as the true depth of my faith. You told me to focus on my own sin instead of trying to police it in others. You told me to be accepting and forgiving. I paid attention. I took every lesson, and I did what you told me. But now you call me a libtard, a queer lover. You call me woke, a backslider. You call me a heretic, a child of the devil. You call me a false prophet, a reprobate leading people to the gates of hell. You call me soft, a snowflake, a socialist. What the hell did you expect me to do? You passed out the "What Would Jesus Do" bracelets. I took it to heart. I thought you were serious. Apparently not. We were once friends, but now the lines have been drawn. You hate nearly all the people I love. You stand against nearly all the things I stand for. I'm trying to see a way forward, but it's hard. When I survey all the hurt and the harm and the darkness that comes in the wake of your beliefs and presence. What the hell did you expect me to do? I believed it all the way. I'm still believing it all the way, which leaves me wondering, what happened to you? What the hell did you expect me to do? You told me to love my neighbors, to model the life of Jesus, to be kind and considerate, and to stand up for the bullied. You told me to love people, consider others more important than myself. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. We sang it together, pressing the volume pedal and leaning our hearts into the chorus. You told me to love my enemies, to even do good to those who wish for bad things. You told me to never hate anyone and to always find ways to encourage people. You told me it's better to give than to receive, to be last instead of first. You told me that money doesn't bring happiness and can even lead to evil. But taking care of the needs of others brings great joy and life to the soul. You told me that Jesus looks at what I do for the least of these as the true depth of my faith. You told me to focus on my own sin instead of trying to police it in others. You told me to be accepting and forgiving. I paid attention. I took every lesson, and I did what you told me. But now you call me a libtard, a queer lover. You call me woke, a backslider. You call me a heretic, a child of the devil. You call me a false prophet, a reprobate leading people to the gates of hell. You call me soft, a snowflake, a socialist. What the hell did you expect me to do? You passed out the "What Would Jesus Do" bracelets. I took it to heart. I thought you were serious. Apparently not. We were once friends, but now the lines have been drawn. You hate nearly all the people I love. You stand against nearly all the things I stand for. I'm trying to see a way forward, but it's hard. when I survey all the hurt and the harm and the darkness that comes in the wake of your beliefs and presence. What the hell did you expect me to do? I believed it all the way. I'm still believing it all the way, which leaves me wondering, what happened to you?
Great. I've said it before and I'll say it again. My goals here are truth, transparency, and informed consent. If you are aware, for example, that the first vision, essentially the founding story of your religion, has multiple versions with different characters and different events and different causes depending on which version you're referring to, and you choose to believe in the religion, that's great. If you are aware that your founding prophet tried to entice a 14-year-old girl to become one of his plural wives and risk her whole family's eternal salvation if she turned him down, and you still choose to devote your life to said religion, more power to you. As long as you know the details, both the good and the bad, before you devote your time, your talents, and everything with which the Lord has blessed you, mission accomplished.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to the magic of Christmas, you know?
Hey, 2 preludes to my response here. First, pardon the delay. This just barely popped up on my For You page. Second, pardon the prone position. I had a minor surgical procedure today, so just recovering here. I've been feeling this way too a little bit. I'm usually the crazy one in our neighborhood who has Christmas lights up and on beginning of November. I've had fun the last several years of adding something significant to our Christmas lights to make it brighter, happier, more fun. I mean, we're just a tiny little townhouse, but still, it's been fun for me. But this year, there's a short in our outdoor outlet, and instead of getting it fixed and getting more lights up, I just haven't even worried about it. Put up lights in the window and meh, that's sufficient. So I've been thinking about it, and I think it is partially what I've heard other people talking about with just collective trauma from the last few years with COVID especially, but also political stuff and other things. But I think it is that, but also collective social depression maybe from so many things that have been happening that are a result of us kicking the can down the road and not making the necessary changes. For example, climate change. Lake Powell is almost no more, and from what I understand, it's not coming back. The Great Salt Lake is almost no more, and it's potentially able to poison the whole Wasatch Valley here. We don't know for sure, but this happened before in California. Or the political climate where half of the country nearly identifies with the political party that used to pride itself on family values and then voted a man into office who stands for quite the opposite of family values. And now his replacement could be Ron DeSantis, of all people. Not any better. So anyway, just making changes that needed to be made years ago that now it's kind of too late. We've dug ourselves the holes that we're in. And what do? Merry Christmas. Let's give each other gifts and pretend like everything is great. Yep, so I'm right there with you. I'm going to be totally honest that I'm not completely following your train of thought here, but I get similar comments often enough I thought I'd address it. Comments that say, like you said, if you're after truth, you'd go after this group too, or that group, or this wrong, or that wrong that was committed. But you know what? I was born and raised in the LDS Mormon Church. It's what my family is still in. It's what a lot of my friends and neighbors are still in. It affects my life daily still in one form or another, even years after leaving it. It's what I'm the most knowledgeable about. It's what I'm the most passionate about. I can't say the same about Christianity as a whole. If I was knowledgeable about Christianity as a whole, as much as I am the Mormon branch of Christianity, then I'd probably go after them too. But I'm not. So I don't know how you'd expect me to. The video this comment was on asked for stories from your first Christmas after leaving the church, and it wouldn't let me stitch, so I thought I'd just link with this comment. I don't know if I have a good story myself, because my first Christmas or two after leaving the church, from the outside just seemed like your regular Christmas, it wasn't too different from previous Christmases, at least from the outside. On the inside, it felt awkward and uncomfortable, as I didn't know really what to do, how to celebrate, or how to feel. Because suddenly there are no rules. No one telling me what to do. Like, in the past, the church dictated how things have been, how things are, and how things should be in the future. And suddenly having that rug pulled out from under me, the reason for the season has been dismantled. Decommissioned, you could say. And to me, that's become both the best and the worst part of leaving the church, is there are no rules, which makes it really hard sometimes, but extremely liberating at the same time. For me, I have tried to keep my Mormon past as my heritage, a significant part of Christmas still. So while we don't celebrate Christmas like we used to, like the reason for the season is slightly different. But my Mormon/Christmas past is still a significant part of Christmas as our heritage, just as like I'd expect someone who is of Jewish heritage to not just ignore Hanukkah and pretend like it doesn't exist, but to still celebrate it to some degree. That's kind of what I do with my Mormon/Christian roots, if that makes any sense.
The entire Mormon religion is based on white supremacy.
Do you ever look back at your childhood and think, what the f***?
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
It's Light the World season!
Yay!
And if you know what that means, then you've probably seen this image, because the church has used it in conjunction with Light the World for years. Well, did you know it is a painting dating back to the 1650s? Well, at least kinda. Actually, this is the painting. Notice any differences? This tweet was kind enough to point out what the church did to the classic painting in order to make it more modest. If you ask me, now she just looks like she's 13. But hey, at least that's more accurate. If you go to the LDS Newsroom website today, you'd see stories about Christmas, service, and statements. But if the church were to make a massive purchase of, say, an industrial business complex for, say, $250 million, wouldn't that be newsworthy? 'Cause that just happened, and the seller says it's the biggest single asset sale on the West Coast this year. Now keep in mind this is the same church that loves to brag about how much they spend on charity. Well, at least ever since their $100 billion investment accounts were exposed. See, they made their single biggest charity donation ever this year, and it amounted to a whopping 12% of this one purchase of a business park. Keep up the good work, tithing money. This quote is one of the most damning quotes of the modern LDS Church. That day has come and gone who knows how many years ago now. When is enough enough? One thing the LDS Church does not do is build or run homeless shelters, even in Salt Lake City, home of their $1.5 billion mall. As reported by church-owned KSL just a couple of weeks ago, a homeless man broke into the Provo City Center temple through a stained glass window because he was cold and didn't want to be on the street. Now, before I tell you what he's potentially being charged with, non-Mormons out there need to understand that the temple is understood to be God's house, as shown in this keyword search on their website. Not only that, but the name of the church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So this guy broke into Jesus' house because he was cold. I don't think I need to say out loud what Jesus would do in this situation. But I guess he made one mistake. He took a bottle of water. So he was arrested for investigation of burglary, which, and KSL conveniently leaves out this detail, in this case is a third-degree felony. Yeah.
The idea of regression to the norm is very powerful. If you do something the best you've ever done it, the likelihood that next time you do it will be better is very low because you've already done it the best you've ever done it.
That is a good point that I'm glad was brought up. He's talking here about a statistics term called regression to the mean, which is simply a concept that before we can say what effect does one thing have on another thing, we first have to establish how would the thing have changed naturally without the outside influence. For example, if we were to do a study on a new medication for high blood pressure, we recruit people with extreme high blood pressure who'd love to get it down, and we split them into the two groups, testing and placebo control group. We would even expect the placebo control group to have a slightly lower blood pressure throughout the study simply because we recruited people with extreme high blood pressure. Maybe that's a bad example because we don't want to kill people for a study. But statistically, that's what we would expect to happen because we started with the extreme in the first place. And as with leaving Mormonism, that would tend to happen too. It would be interesting if there was some way to determine what is the mean politically. Where would people generally gravitate towards on average versus where do ex-Mormons tend to go? Are we more liberal than the average population, or are we just average? That'd be interesting to know.
And she looked at me and she was like, I already believe I'm going to be with my family forever.
I grew up in the Mormon church loving the song, "Families Can Be Together Forever," because I love my family. I served a mission and for 2 years regularly asked people on the streets and in their homes, do you want to be with your family forever? And then I'd use their guaranteed yes as a springboard for my message. I don't remember ever once asking anyone, do you already believe that you will be with your family forever? It's only been in the last several years that someone somewhere pointed out to me that the vast majority of the religious world already believes that, for no other reason than that's what a loving God would do in heaven. So it's been kind of disturbing to come to the realization that what makes the Mormon church unique is not their teaching that you can be with your family forever. That's apparently a really common belief. What makes the Mormon church unique is their teaching that you won't be with your family forever unless you do things their way. That's messed up. You know Joseph and Joseph and Joseph and Heber, Brigham and David and Gordon and Spencer. But do you recall the most resentful of all? Rusty, the current prophet, has a real peculiar grudge. He hates the nickname Mormon. He thinks you should say a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Really?
All of the other prophets thought that it was a-okay. They never were offended, except when someone said, I'm gay. Then in early 2018, Dallin came to say,
Russell, it's your time, that's right. Tommy kicked the can tonight.
Oh, how the people love him, and they follow him like sheep. Rusty, the current prophet, you'll go down in history.
I can go down in history as the man who
built more temples than Gordon.
I asked for a source on this comment here. While the person who made this comment hasn't replied yet, someone else did and pointed me towards this article on the church's newsroom website saying that they gave money to nonprofits that help out the homeless population. But you see, this is what I'm talking about, that the church loves to brag about what they give to charity. They gave $3.3 million, spread out over 5 organizations. Meanwhile, this month, the church dumped $260 million buying an industrial business park in Kent, Washington. That's not on their newsroom website. And as a lot of people have pointed out in the comments, this past week, 5 people died on the streets of Salt Lake City within a couple of days of exposure. In Salt Lake City, the church is home, where there's a church building on almost every other corner that could have easily housed these people, if the church wanted to. I just have to say, by their fruits you shall know them. Yeah, I guess you're right. You can choose to either pay tithing or receive regular guilt trips from your bishop, be the black sheep at church, be excluded from going to the temple, attending temple activities and temple weddings of your friends and family members, and be excluded from their social circles as a result, lose your family in the eternities, and go to Mormon hell or the celestial kingdom. It's totally up to you. Pardon my sleepy face, I just got up, but I had to acknowledge this comment because my jaw dropped when I read it, because I realized I've never thought of this. And how true this comment is. Just the implications going through my mind about what the church is teaching, how misleading the teachings are, how damaging the damage that they're causing. The list goes on and on. I've never thought of this. Thank you for pointing this out. Now, looking in from the outside, this is one of those "why didn't I see this" things. Jesus taught in Luke 5 that the whole need no physician, but those that are sick. And yet the Mormon God says, if you're struggling, you stay out of my house, because your mere presence will pollute it. That's spiritual elitism. I'm sorry, but if that's your God's an asshole. 11 years ago, my father-in-law was forbidden from attending the wedding of his only daughter, because he didn't have a special piece of paper that identified him as one of the spiritually elite. I took that away from him, and I can never give that back. Oh, but Amal is just the beginning. Do you remember that Animaniac song where Yakko did the countries of the world, United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba? We could do that with properties and businesses that the church owns and makes money off of. Actually, maybe that should be my next musical parody project. This is just a PSA for those who have recently left the church, especially if you're a content creator. I just saw a video that said that a dude who calls himself New Name Noah, his real name is Mike Norton, is back online, trying to get attention, harassing people, doing what he does. I didn't stitch this other video or anything because I don't want to implicate anyone else, but I feel like it's slightly safer for me to speak out about because I'm a dude. He gives dudes a pass. Women, not so much. But New Name Noah is known in Ex-Mo spaces as the guy who made the not-so-secret temple videos of the secret temple ceremonies. So in the past, he has done some good things as far as making it possible to have informed consent for the temple, even if his methods themselves were questionable. But now he's a little unhinged. He's neurodivergent somehow, which obviously in and of itself is great, but he obsesses about certain things to the point where it can be dangerous to associate or interact with him. Just search New Name Noah on various social media platforms to see what I'm talking about. So don't interact with him. He loves attention, even if it's 100% negative attention, which is one reason why I hesitated even making this video in the first place. I'd recommend proactively blocking his main accounts to both protect yourself and cut off fuel sources for him. I say main accounts because, well, he has a couple of backups. You can see he's used to being kicked out of spaces. But, oh, it's never his fault, just ask him. So yeah, that's it. Stay safe out there. Ex-Mormons, what's your coffee order like? I thought you'd never ask. I've turned into somewhat of a coffee snob since leaving the church, but why just be a coffee snob when you can be a sinful coffee snob? I make espresso every morning here in my Word of Wisdom corner with my coffee set up right next to our wine on display. So I start with fresh whole coffee beans that are stored in a wine bottle for extra sinfulness. I make sure to use dark glass and a vacuum cork stopper to keep them fresher. Then I hand grind them with my grinder that has been labeled with a sticker that was gifted from a good friend. I make sure to weigh everything the whole process. And then I hand press my espresso with my flare which I highly recommend just because it's fun. As far as what beans to use, Utah has a lot of good local coffee. So this has got to be my all-time favorite, Cafe Ibis Highlander Grog. Sinfully delicious. But when I'm feeling extra sinful, I go for my Temple Grounds coffee, newer company, that is fun and delicious. I'm going through my Worthy bourbon. When this is gone, I'm going to open my Sinner Bun. Probably my favorite of theirs. And bonus points to whoever can tell me not only what is this for, but what is it called? This is so important. When you have a marginalized group of lesser influence making claims that a larger, more powerful group of greater influence says are lies, what you need to do is shut the fuck up. Listen to the marginalized group and believe them. I mean, throughout the course of history, when this has happened, who comes out on the right side of history? I can't think of a single instance where those who sided with the more powerful group, saying that the less powerful group were liars, came out on the top. Let me give you two examples, one from church history, one from my own life. At one point, we didn't know whether Joseph Smith was actually a polygamist or not, because what we had was his word, Joseph Smith, the prophet, who also happened to be a white cishet male, saying in public that he was not a polygamist, versus a group of many women who also said publicly that they were his plural wives, shaming themselves in the process in this 1800s Elizabethan society. That took a hell of a lot of courage. The RLDS Church, or more specifically Joseph Smith III, practically staked the validity of his church on this claim that his dad was not a polygamist. Guess who was wrong? Several years ago, I was a religious bigot. When the church said jump, I said how high. When the church said support California's Proposition 8, I said of course. And then a friend on Facebook shared an article that explained why the church was wrong. And over the course of a few days, I read this article. It was very long. I read it with the full intention of proving it wrong, going back to this friend on Facebook and explaining why he was wrong. And when I finished it, I realized, shit. The LGBTQ community has been trying to tell me this whole time, my whole life, what's going on. And I didn't believe them because I believed the more powerful group first. I hope that since that day I've been able to at least partially make up for what I did before that day. This is so funny to me now. You know, everyone knows Mormon missionaries because they're everywhere. Mormon missionaries everywhere share the same message, which is simplified in a song that every Mormon knows. Search, ponder, and pray. Search the scriptures or read them. Ponder what you read. And then pray to know if it's true. Ex-Mormons share the exact same message. Search or research. Ponder, think about what you've learned. I would add trust your gut. And then pray, sure, to whatever God you want to pray to. Prayer is a form of meditation. Meditation is awesome. The difference between the Mormon missionaries' message and ex-Mormons' message is the Mormon church says, read and learn about what we have to say, but stay away from those evil anti-Mormons. Because they're all lies and they'll trick you, or whatever language they want to use to tell you to stay away from those evil anti-Mormons, versus those evil anti-Mormons' message is to read and learn and search both sides of the story. Learn about the Mormon church and what they teach. Do it to your full extent, and then learn about what we have to say too. And then come to your own conclusions. Don't be afraid of information. That's the difference. So yeah, if you want to call me a liar, sure, go call me a liar. But make sure to go learn and come to your own conclusions. Don't trust anyone but yourself. Have you heard? The LDS Church isn't queerphobic anymore. See, they supported the Respect for Marriage Act. Now, before you angry ex-Mormons point out the word amended, we're just going to go along with it for now, okay? So, even though the church is not supportive of LGBTQ rights, somehow flaming piles of shit still make it through publishing, like this opinion piece published just the other day in their own Deseret News. It was written by a transphobe named Valerie Hudson, who is so loving she bought her kids dictionaries for Christmas to make a point. You see, newer dictionaries are apparently making the distinction that the term woman can include trans women, and we can't have that now, can we? So she bought her kids dictionaries that were published before that distinction was made. Isn't that just so nice of her? Valerie apparently thinks cis women are being put at risk by trans women. As evidence, she cites this isolated incident in Brazil, as well as this from, more than 4 years ago, because trans against cis violence is obviously happening all the time. Now, please don't visit the site. I don't want to drive traffic to garbage like this. So if you want to read it here. But I wanted the world to know what the Mormon Church is and what it is not in relation to the Respect for Marriage Act and other LGBTQ issues. Ever since they received immensely negative press coverage for their efforts to get California's Proposition 8 passed, they have changed tactics. They realize they can no longer get away with being overtly queerphobic anymore. So instead, they hide behind a mask of supporting LGBTQ rights, while in reality only participating in order to make sure they still have the right to discriminate. That's why they had to include the word amended here, because the original legislation would have forced them to also play by the rules and not discriminate. They also did this with the Utah law that took effect in 2020 that outlawed the incredibly harmful practice of conversion therapy. Unless, of course, it's being done in a religious capacity. So, don't let them fool you. Nothing has changed. But the more we speak up about it, the sooner things will actually change. That's how things changed with polygamy, that's how things changed with racist policies, and that's how things are going to change with queerphobic policies and teachings. So, be loud, be proud, and keep up the good fight. I started writing my next musical parody, this one about the many businesses and properties that the church owns and operates. I decided to do it because I know there's a lot. But just when I thought I'd heard it all, guys, this shithole gets deeper. Have you heard of ag reserves? This is one that every church member should know about because it is enormous. But even though I dedicated my life to the church for more than 3 decades, I was today years old when I first heard of it. Apparently, Ag Reserves, owned and operated by the LDS Church, runs farms and ranches in more than 30 states, as well as Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, Canada, and the UK. I cannot emphasize how huge this company is. For example, they apparently made a purchase of a huge amount of land in Florida in 2013 for $565 million. And as a result, the church is now the largest private landowner of the state of Florida. The LDS Church owns 2% of Florida. Not Utah. I mean, Utah too, but that's a given in the theocracy that is Utah. But Florida! And that's just a tiny sliver of what this company does. In researching it, I've come across this quote a couple of times. This screenshot is from their own video, which is the first thing you see if you go to the company's website. With such a wonderful purpose, how much of what this company produces do you think goes to Welfare Square in Salt Lake City? Or the church's granary in Kaysville? Or their cannery in Ogden? All part of the church's well-advertised humanitarian arm? Zero. This is a for-profit business. Humanitarian aid doesn't make them money. I'm just fuming about all this. I thought I'd heard it all. This is a prime example of how the church doesn't have a business arm. The business, that is the corporation of the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, has a religious arm. It's not a church. The LDS Church is a business, masquerading as a church.
Oh, no, 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 no.
I think I get where you're coming from with this question. Why does it matter to me that the LDS Church is so incredibly wealthy when I've stepped away from it and it no longer directly affects me? Well, the LDS Church puts itself out there as the only way back to God, as the supreme source of spiritual wisdom, as God's organization with Jesus himself at the helm directing it. Meanwhile, I grew up watching Kenneth Copeland on TV. And then as I got older, I learned about how incredibly wealthy he is, and seeing his private jets, and just seeing all this behavior of his and thinking how disgusting it was, how hypocritical and gross to claim to be God's servant and then to do what he does with money. Pull back the curtain on the LDS Church, and Kenneth Copeland is a peasant. He's so incredibly poor. I just Googled his worth. Kenneth Copeland is worth $300 million. Sounds like a lot, but when you compare it to the LDS Church, nothing. So small. And it's disgusting how much wealth they have, claiming to be God's church, and yet they don't use it as Jesus would. If they were using their hundreds of billions of dollars to clothe the naked and to feed the hungry and to educate the masses and to eliminate poverty and all these things that I would imagine Jesus doing, that would be something different. I don't know what my reaction would be, because it's not happening. But for me personally, I have a lot of friends and family and neighbors and coworkers and acquaintances who all continue to faithfully pay their tithing because that's what they think they're supposed to do. I'm going to keep speaking up for their sake, so that maybe some of them will see that the church isn't what it claims to be, and they don't have to do that. They don't have to feed the beast that claims to be God's church, and yet, while it, like I said in my other video, parades this $3.3 million that divvied out to 5 humanitarian organizations, and advertises that. Meanwhile, we have to find out from a whistleblower that they have hundreds of billions of dollars in investment accounts that they weren't going to tell us about. And there's always more. There's so much wealth that they have that they won't tell us, because that's their real priorities, the wealth. I'm going to keep speaking up and speaking out for my friends and family who think they're doing the right thing by feeding the beast. I have a quick question for those who were ever a ward clerk or in the bishopric or saw ward finances somehow. A little bit of background first, though. As a true believing Mormon back in the day, at the end of every year, I'd have tithing settlement, and I'd get my sheet of my own financial contributions from the year. And I would always be a little guilty, feel a little guilty when I'd see how much I give to tithing and then to fast offerings, because the difference was enormous, even as a poor, starving college student. I was obedient and paid my tithing, and as a result, I didn't really have much more that I felt like I could afford to give towards fast offerings, but that's what I wanted to give to, because that's what helps out my neighbors and the community, the ward and the stake. And so my question is that normal? Like, what is the balance in a typical ward or stake with the difference between tithing and fast offering contributions? And if you know even more than that, did that change after the revelations came out regarding church wealth, the leaked 100 billion fund and all that? Thanks. Hey, thanks for this question. I realize this gives me an opportunity to clarify a few things, including where do I get this information as far as what the church does and does not donate towards with regards to humanitarian aid and ag reserves and all that. My source of information I would describe as extensive reading between the lines, because as with all things money, the church won't say. But my understanding is, and hopefully others who know more than me can chime in here too, that the church does have humanitarian farms. So when others have been commenting on this video, saying that they have loved ones who've served missions on farms, they've served missions on farms that are humanitarian, that do donate probably all of what they produce towards Welfare Square and the cannery and the granary and all that. And so they do good. But this is yet another one of those things that the church loves to make sure people know about these things, about their farms that are humanitarian. Your loved ones served missions there, so you know about it. And yet Ag Reserves is so much bigger and has so much more farmland than all their humanitarian farms. And yet, did you know about those? So just wanted to clarify that I don't have any direct source of information. But with all I've read and all I've learned, I'm confident enough to be able to just say that they don't contribute towards humanitarian aid. And I would challenge anyone to prove me wrong. I don't know what to say for this one, guys. I just heard the news of the family of 8 in Enoch, Utah, farming town outside of Cedar City. Father, a mother, 5 kids, and the mother-in-law. Where the father decided that none of them get to live another day. So he got his gun. Kids! When is this gonna end? How many murders does it take to do something about gun violence? These kids should have been going back to school after Christmas break. They have cousins and friends. Your guns are not more important than those lives. This did not have to happen. This happens all the fucking time. This happens all the time in this country. In no other developed country does this happen. No other developed country. Your guns are not important than those 5 children and 3 adults. If you want to have a gun for your protection in your home, look up the fucking statistics. Your children are safer with no gun in the home, even if your gun is for your protection, than they are with it. Statistically, people are much more likely to die from the gun in the home than they are from someone breaking in. How much is it going to take? When is this going to end? Sorry, this one affects me a little bit more than others as it's close to home, just a few hours south in my home state. I wouldn't doubt if I had connections somehow. Secondary or tertiary connections or something. Can we do something about this? Okay, I probably should have seen this coming. There are already several comments saying something very similar. It's a very common opinion that people are people. If they want to be violent and kill someone, then they're gonna find another way. But you know what? Have you ever bought that bag of mandarin oranges and you put it on your counter where it's easy to get to and you snack on it all the time? But if you put it in the bottom drawer of your refrigerator, you're much more likely to forget about it, discover it a month later with them all dry and shriveled or moldy, and you realize, oh, oops, I totally forgot about that because it was not as easily accessible. Same thing with candy. You put it on your counter, and you'll add a few pounds very quickly. If you put it in the top shelf of your pantry, then you're more likely to forget about it or just pass it up because it's not nearly as easily accessible. I highly recommend reading the book Atomic Habits by James Clear. He has a section where he explains how to make yourself more likely to do things that you want to do or less likely to do things that you don't want to do using this principle. He also tells a couple of stories from history to demonstrate, one of which that was very memorable to me was in the UK before we had, I think it's natural gas that powers our like gas ovens and water heaters and stuff. Before we had that, its predecessor, whatever it was before that, had a lot of carbon monoxide in it. So a very easy way for someone to unalive themselves was to open their oven door, turn on the gas, don't light the oven, just turn on the gas and just lay your head in there. And within 20 minutes, you're gone. But then we switched to natural gas that has very, very little carbon monoxide, not nearly enough to do that to a person. And rather than finding another way, unaliving statistics plummeted. People didn't find another way. Look at other countries compared to the US. Any other country that's on par with the US with other things, compare violence deaths, US is nuts. Look at other countries. You make it less easy to do something stupid, and people are much less likely to do something stupid. While we're on the subject of what is insanely wrong with this country, in Exhibit A we have toxic masculinity on full display. In order to be wise, you have to be an emotionless robot. What he's talking about here is my video where I break down about a 42-year-old man who takes it upon himself to unalive not only himself, but his 5 children and their mother and their grandmother. If one out of the 2 of us is being emotional about this, one out of the 2 of us is also being irrational. And it's not me. I realized a better analogy for America's gun problem might be alcoholism. America is an alcoholic who works and lives at the liquor store. Republicans keep screaming, alcoholism is a disease. We need to cure alcoholism. Go to AA. And meanwhile, Democrats are saying, I'm not saying that's not an issue, but we live at the fucking liquor store. We need to move out. That is the conversation that is happening here. It's not that mental health isn't a concern like so many people are saying in the comments. It's a mental health issue. It's not a mental health issue. But we live at the fucking liquor store!
Why do you think your faith receives so much pushback, persecution, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, this does seem like the type of question that Bridger would hope would go away, rather than just trying to answer it. But I first wanted to say that pushback, yeah. Persecution, no. Because there's a big difference between criticizing an organization and persecuting a people. Those are 2 very different things. But why does the Mormon Church get so much pushback? 3 things come to mind for me. First, obviously, what they do and say. Second, their size. And third, how much power they hold over their people. First, obviously, if they didn't say and do things that inspired so much pushback against them, then people wouldn't push back against them so much. Second, their size. I'm sure there are small churches out there that do awful things, but we don't hear about it as much just because they're so small. But third, the power that they hold over their people. Power could be related to the size of the church, but I'm thinking more about the individual lives of its members. The Mormon Church holds a lot of power over their members. I used to say as a believing member, even as a missionary teaching people about the church, that being Mormon is not just a going to church on Sunday type of thing. It is a whole way of life. It affects every aspect of your life. It affects every major life decision in a big way. The more power an organization has over the lives of its people, the more accountability that organization should require. So when the Mormon Church steps out of bounds, that is why I speak up against them. You never know what one comment will do to a person. Ever since this comment was left, this lazy learner has spent countless hours researching the RLDS Church. The result here is not for the faint of heart. But if you've ever wondered how the RLDS Church went from being the non-polygamous alternative to Brigham Young's church to being the mainstream Christian community of Christ of today, which aligns much more closely with liberal Protestantism than it does Mormonism, then this series is for you. It's time for History of Community of Christ, formerly known as the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. While there are over 400 branches of Mormonism today, the largest of course being the Utah-based LDS Church, they all share a common history of the origin of the church during the life of its founder, Joseph Smith Jr. Joseph didn't specify exactly who should be his successor, though, so when he was unexpectedly killed in 1844, there were quite a few contenders, which split up the one true church into many one true churches. The group's second largest to Brigham Young's was initially the followers of James Strang, a fairly recent convert who claimed to have had a revelation of his own the moment Joseph died that designated him as Joseph's successor. Jason Briggs was one of his followers at first, but he left in 1850 when he became convinced that the successor to Joseph should be another Smith. So he joined the group led by Joseph's only surviving brother, William Smith. Both James Strang and William Smith taught and practiced polygamy, though, which didn't sit well with Briggs. He left the following year, convincing most of his local congregation to follow him, and then he claimed to have a revelation of his own that said that William Smith had forfeited his position as apostle. But, in my known due time, will I call the seed of Joseph Smith. This revelation found its way into the hands of a different group who had been following James Strang, but had recently disassociated themselves, also mostly due to polygamy. Their leader, Zenas Gurley, joined forces with Briggs. Together they organized a conference in Wisconsin in June 1852 with all their supporters, where they began their joint efforts to restore the church to its glory days. Two sticking points of this new joint group were that 1. The president of the church should be a direct descendant of Joseph Smith, and 2. Polygamy is a no-no. The group tried to convince Joseph's oldest surviving son, Joseph III, then 19, to take on the mantle of prophet president, but he refused. They were extremely persistent, though, so several years later he changed his mind as a result of a spiritual confirmation and officially reorganized the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on April 6, 1860, exactly 30 years after his father had originally founded the fledgling Church of Christ. They added the word reorganized to the beginning of the name 12 years later. History of Community of Christ, formerly known as the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now, Joseph Jr., let's call him President Smith, felt he had two challenges to overcome as his father's successor. Distinguish his church from the larger, more well-known one in Utah, as even the church's name, Reorganized, suggested, and prove his father didn't teach or live polygamy. You see, even though there were some in his congregations who had first or second-hand knowledge of his father's secretive polygamy, President Smith had been raised by Emma, who detested the practice and I'm sure was traumatized by it. So after her husband was killed, she pretended like it had never happened, never admitted to it. Probably also didn't help that she hated Brigham Young, but I digress. President Smith dedicated a lot of time and energy to clearing his father's name in relation to polygamy. He served several missions to Utah himself to preach in opposition to his first cousin, Joseph F. Smith. He also played a key role in working with congressmen in Washington, D.C. to help shape the anti-polygamy legislation that eventually forced the Utah Saints to abandon it. Two court cases of the time helped shape the RLDS Church. The Kirtland Temple suit was an 1880 case where the RLDS Church tried to win official ownership of the Kirtland Temple. The case was ultimately dismissed, but the official court proceedings said the RLDS Church was the true successor to the original church. While this was really just the church's own lawyers' notes that were thrown in, this inclusion buoyed the members' faith for many years to come. The church did ultimately win official ownership of the Kirtland Temple through squatters' rights. If it weren't for them, we might not have the Kirtland Temple today at all. The other court case was the Temple Lot case in the 1890s. Joseph Smith had prophesied in what is now the LDS Doctrine and Covenant Section 57 that Missouri is the place for the gathering of the saints, and specified a plot of land in Independence for the temple. In the splintering of the church following his death, a group nicknamed the Hendrickites after their first leader ended up with possession of the Temple Lot. When they started building a meeting house on the property, the RLDS Church sued for possession. Each group was challenged with proving to the court that they were the true successors to the original church and thus inherited the property. The Hendrickites felt they had an advantage. The Brighamites in Utah were on their side simply by virtue of being against the RLDS Church. So the LDS Church gathered sworn affidavits from many of Joseph Smith's widows, taking advantage of President Smith's insistence that his father was not involved in polygamy. If it weren't for these affidavits, we might still be debating today whether Nauvoo polygamy was just a myth. The RLDS Church initially won the case, but upon appeal, the case was entirely dismissed, awarding the property to the Hendrickites by default. History of Community of Christ, formerly known as the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Joseph Smith III led his church until his death in 1914. Shortly thereafter, his son Frederick took the reins. Frederick was a mixed bag. He was well educated, having a master's degree from the University of Kansas and a PhD in psychology from Clark University. With this background, he helped open the door to using social sciences to their advantage rather than treating them as a threat. But he was also the originator of the Supreme Directional Control doctrine, which is pretty much what you imagine. You see, in the RLDS Church, the prophet leads spiritually, but he doesn't make church-wide decisions or have the power of the purse. The presiding bishopric controls finances, and when a church-wide decision is needed, such as when to canonize a revelation, for example, the church body votes in the General Conference, now known as World Conferences. Frederick wanted to take the lead on some costly projects, and he wanted to do it more like the LDS Church had always done it, with the prophet having supreme directional control. As you can imagine, this was controversial. The entire presiding bishopric disagreed, as did 4 apostles, including his own brother Israel. The measure still passed, though, in their April 1925 General Conference, and is now in their Doctrine and Covenants, and when it passed, all 3 members of the presiding bishopric, as well as 1 apostle, resigned, and the second apostle, Thomas Williams, was not sustained and thus lost his position as apostle. Frederick plowed forward, though, with his costly projects, including building their well-known auditorium that still stands today. This new doctrine was really bad timing. Just a few years later, the Great Depression hit, causing tithing revenue to plummet. The church was now in large amounts of debt and unable to pay it off. So in 1931, the church voted to give the power of the purse back to the presiding bishopric, effectively reversing the doctrine. But the damage had been done. Many people had already left the church, including Apostle Williams, who briefly formed his own competing church. Others joined the Hendrickites. In 1946, Frederick died, and his brother Israel took over for 12 years until he unexpectedly died in a car accident in 1958. During Israel's presidency, he facilitated higher education of church leadership, including having them study church history and theology through non-church sources.
You guys, I've been digging and I found something. I want to show you some screenshots of some news articles that discuss the Mormon Church's immense wealth, and I want you to guess when they were published. I'll tell you at the end. So the Arizona Republic newspaper at one point did an 8-month investigation into the LDS Church's wealth and real estate holdings, and then presented their findings in a 4-part series that apparently got a fair amount of attention. So the Deseret News, I guess in an effort to appear transparent, reported on their report. Here, they're quoting a professor who speculated that the LDS Church is probably one of the largest owners of farmland in the United States. Of course, there's no way of definitively knowing because they refuse to disclose information. Because, and this is golden, such information would distract from the ecclesiastical mission of the church. That's an understatement. They go on to list some of Arizona Republic's findings regarding many millions of dollars worth of office buildings, retail developments, and farmland. The New York Times also chimed in with the report, giving us some numbers that the Deseret News conveniently left out. At this time, the church collected at least $4.3 billion annually in tithing, $400 million from other income, and another $4 billion from business income. But even without that $4 billion of business income, earning that much as a publicly traded company would have put the church at number 110 on the Fortune 500 list at the time. Now, the church said that these estimates are grossly overstated with many deficiencies. Do they correct these deficiencies? Ha! We wouldn't want to distract from their ecclesiastical mission now, would we? They won't say because it's not required and because members certainly aren't clamoring for them. Yeah, those members that have been taught since they were 18 months old that it is their responsibility to fund the church with their own hard-earned money in order to go to heaven, and to trust their church leaders above anybody else. Yeah, those members. Oh, but don't you worry. They use members' money prayerfully and with inspiration. How reassuring. Okay, have you guessed when these articles were published? The Mormon Church had an annual income of at least $8 billion more than 3 decades ago. It's been more than 6 decades since the Mormon Church was transparent with their finances. I vote it's time that changed. What do you think?
I just wanted to do my part to make sure the monster who took the lives of his wife, 5 kids, and mother-in-law before ending his own life the other day in Enoch, Utah, is not remembered as this faithful Mormon who snapped one day, because that's not at all what happened. And yes, the Mormon Church does play a part here, by maintaining and upholding a system that protects and believes the man before the woman. Whether or not priesthood power is real is irrelevant, but patriarchy is evil, and this is why. Hey, I just wanted to get this out there that I enabled direct messaging from everyone, so if you have a question you wanted to ask but didn't feel comfortable doing so publicly, or if you just recently left the church and don't know where to turn, anything like that, send me a message. I want to help out where I can. On the other hand, if someone wants to pick a fight and sends me a message, that is not what I will be using my direct messaging for. That's probably the quickest way to get yourself banned. So none of that. But if anyone needs help, I want to be a resource. I want to be helpful wherever I can, so let me know.
Do you have any peer-reviewed studies that show a clear association between the LDS faith and spousal homicide? I'd be very interested to see what evidence you have besides just this one anecdote.
Looks like someone made the connection that if he supports a system that enables abuse, he too is partially culpable when abuse occurs. I would hope that when someone makes this connection, it would cause them to turn inwards to see where they share responsibility and what they can change, rather than immediately turning outwards like this, looking for any evidence that they've done nothing wrong. This isn't something we need peer-reviewed studies for. I can't help but wonder how many times Tasha went to her bishop or stake president looking for help, but was turned away because from the outside, her abuser appeared to be a righteous priesthood holder. Should her bishop have turned to Google Scholar before he decided whether he believed her or not? Do we need peer-reviewed studies in order to believe this individual? Or these two? Or any of these? These are all comments on the one video of mine that you stitched. How many does it take before you're willing to do just a little bit of introspection after such a horrible tragedy, rather than immediately looking for reasons that you and your church share no responsibility in the events that led to this tragedy? This last Sunday, Mormon Apostle Jeff Holland broadcasted to the world a devotional for young adults. I have not watched most of it, nor do I plan to, but I've heard that overall it was a very good, wholesome devotional with a focus on hope. But as an ex-Mormon, I find it amusing that while it was over an hour long and had nothing directly to do with anyone who is leaving or has left the church, he still couldn't resist throwing this in at the very end.
I bless any among you who might be speaking these days of a faith crisis. Real faith, life-changing faith, Abrahamic faith is always in crisis. That's how you find out if it's faith at all. I promise you that more faith will mean less crisis.
Others have already talked about how gross and manipulative he's being here. The only thing I would add to that conversation is that he's not accomplishing anything by saying this, except to drive a wedge into families and friendships as it further alienates anyone who isn't fully in the club. Just as Jesus would do, right? But I find it amusing because of why he must have thrown that in. The church is supposed to be rolling forth to fill the earth, but that's just not happening. While church membership is technically still growing, at least a little, when compared to global population growth, the church is already shrinking percentage-wise. Contrast that with the growth of what is probably the most popular online ex-Mormon forum. One of the two groups is rolling forth as Joseph prophesied, but it's the wrong one, which is probably why you may have noticed he got a little angry when he brought it up. Sorry, not sorry.
I bless any among you who might be speaking these days of a faith crisis.
I've had one of those, although at the time I identified more with the term faith transition, but go on.
Real faith, life-changing faith, Abrahamic faith is always in crisis.
Huh?
That's how you find out if it's faith at all.
Ah, crisis. You see, I thought faith was the little seed. You plant it, and it grows into more of a knowledge. But you're telling me that if I'm doing it right, then I just don't know. But not only that, but I don't know to the point of crisis. Right?
I promise you that more faith will mean less crisis.
I see. You don't want me to know. You just want me to believe you. This is one of those, if I close my eyes, I won't see the shit.
Until finally God says, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant."
You see, if that's really the requirement to get that eternal pat on the back to get into heaven, when all the evidence that God gives us in this life overwhelmingly suggests that he and his plan and his church and his prophets and his scriptures are all a fraud, and the main requirement is to close my eyes, ignore all that, and just believe what someone else tells me, I don't care to go to that heaven. You go on without me. I'll be honest, this question kind of threw me off when you asked it a couple of days ago, and so I hope others who know more than me would chime in as well. But as I've thought about it, I've wondered if maybe the LDS Church or the leaders don't want to pick a side because they've been wrong in the past, as some church leaders supported the Nazis in the early days of the Nazi Party, or I've seen videos in the last day or two of President Benson speaking out against Martin Luther King Jr., as today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the US. I've wondered if they fear being wrong because they have been wrong in the past, but I don't think that's the case. I think they know who is right and who to support, but they're the leaders of a worldwide church, and while they have a solid church membership in Ukraine and a temple in Ukraine, they also have a pretty good solid church membership in Russia, and they hope to have a temple in Russia. They've announced one and everything. And so that would be my guess, that they fear, I guess, making enemies with Russia. And while there are other churches, like go see my series of the RLDS Church, for example, who do have a pretty solid history of doing what is right regardless of consequences to, say, tithing money or church membership, the LDS Church does not. They have a pretty solid history of making decisions based on what is best for the church itself, not what is right. So, and I feel like that's probably what's happening here too. They probably know what is right in supporting Ukraine, but they feel like they can't because they're supposed to be fulfilling prophecy, rolling forth to all the earth. Do others agree? Others who know more than me? I remember growing up hearing about how only about half of those on our local ward membership records ever even came to church. Now when I see conversations about that, I never hear of wards even close to 50% attendance. So many people are leaving the church but not choosing to officially resign, and it's starting to get noticed. Church leaders just set off alarm bells with a new program called Finding Lost Members. If you thought your local ward was annoying before now with their unsolicited visits where they tell you how much they've missed you even though they live just down the street, just you wait. They now have an assignment from church headquarters to track you down via any means necessary if it's been a while since you've been to church. Phone, email, social media, family, friends, even asking the person who bought your old house if they have your new address. This program really is quite clever. It will get some people back to church, but I don't think that's the main reason they're doing it. It'll also help further entrench the active members as it gives them more of a sense of ownership in the ward. But I think the main reason they're doing this is because of this last bullet point at the bottom. If they exhaust the resources and still can't find you, they get to send your membership record back to church headquarters. You know what that means? It'll make it so it's not nearly as obvious, at least based on church attendance, how many people are leaving the church. A ward may be able to jump from, say, 25% attendance up to 75%, without getting anyone to actually come back to church. And all because they sent your membership record and others back to church headquarters, where they will, by the way, continue to count you in their 16.8 million members. Unless you resign, which is really quite easy now. You can have a lawyer do it for you for free via Quit Mormon if you're willing to make a free appointment at your local bank to have your request notarized. Or I keep hearing more and more people doing it successfully on their own via email. Either way, doing so earns you the blessing of no longer receiving those unsolicited awkward visits, and it'll cancel out one convert baptism. Let's make 2023 the year of the procrastinated resignation, shall we? Hi, user. No, that's weird. Can I call you Karen? Karen, thanks for this comment, but no, I am not invested in bringing down a group of people. If you go through my videos, you'll notice I criticize church leadership, and as a result, the church organization and structure itself. If you are offended by what I say, it's because you are identifying with the church organization. Mormons themselves are good people who want good things for the most part. Church leadership is a different story, as I demonstrate in my videos. But if I have influenced anyone or brought them down, as you say, I challenge you to comment on this video to let Karen know how I have brought you down or influenced you. But I find it interesting here that you say that you feel the need to question me as a result of my videos. If you were to come across a video of someone exposing and criticizing wrongdoings within a different organization, say the Church of Scientology, for example, would you say the same thing? I highly doubt it, because you don't identify with that organization. You are not the church. So when someone criticizes the church, don't be offended. Maybe try listening instead. The video this comment is on poses the age-old question, why do bad things happen to good people? Or I would take it farther, why do awful, atrocious, unthinkable things happen to really good people? Like the wife and children and grandmother of the Haight family in Enoch, Utah. And these questions about bad things happening to good people and about the love of God played a significant role in my own faith transition. You see, I was a true believing good Mormon boy who did all the things and believed all the things and felt all the guilt. I was all in. And then I got into individual therapy. And for the first time in my life, I started learning what real love and empathy actually is. And it led me to ask these questions. Why do bad things happen to good people? And I was only able to come up with one rational explanation in my mind. I had lived my whole life up to that point thinking about God as having this giant chessboard up in heaven where he'd hear all the prayers and push chess pieces here and manipulate things there in order to answer prayers as he sees fit. And I realized the only way that this all makes sense now is if there is a God who made all of this and has a plan for us, he set everything up, gave us our agency, and then pressed play, and has been watching ever since. Other than sending his son to be tortured and killed to make up for all the bad things that he's been watching ever since. But I was able to still make that fit in my belief systems because that was important to me in my development at the time. My partner, on the other hand, took it a few steps farther. She was ahead of me in her own emotional and spiritual development. She realized, she saw the bad things that happen to good people within the church, to women, to people of color, to the LGBTQ plus community, and others that I wasn't able to see yet. And she realized that if there is a God who actually is loving, then he or she or they would not condemn her for not wanting to be a part of an organization that committed so much harm to so many people. However, if the Mormon God actually existed, as the Mormon Church teaches, that God's an asshole, and she didn't want to live with him anyway. So without knowing anything about church history or the CES letter, or even hardly asking the question, is the church God's true church on the earth, she felt safe and comfortable walking away. And I think that's really cool. I was just watching a video by the Fat Lady Sings. Go check it out. I couldn't stitch it because she turned stitching off, but she was talking about how the Mormon Church hypocritically teaches how evil sex is, even though they don't teach anything helpful about sex, even if you're married. And she mentioned how she wasn't really taught anything about sex growing up. And boy, does that ring true to me. So I thought I'd share my experience growing up. But first, I wanted to share a bit of my Mormon credentials so that you know that my experience is not weird within Mormonism. It's a very normal, expected experience for the most part. My family is very Orthodox Mormon. My dad was my bishop when I served a mission. Later on, he was in a stake presidency. My mom was in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. 6 kids in the family. I'm the only apostate out of the 8 of us. We are all in. So when I was 10 and the internet was new and we got this cool computer, and I discovered this cool thing called porn that I had never been told about, warned about, didn't know anything, didn't know it existed. And I still remember my shock at finding out through this experience that the correct anatomical term is not boobs or boobies. I had not even heard the actual word breasts. So that was my experience growing up. I still didn't know what sex was at all until I was a teenager, and my curiosity finally got the better of me, and I looked up what it is on our CD-ROM encyclopedia on our computer, and that's how I learned the birds and the bees. Still to this day, have not had any sort of a birds and bees type conversation with my parents or siblings. And so just thought you might like to hear my experience growing up Mormon. And so yeah, the Fat Lady Sings is totally right about how hypocritical it is that sexual intimacy is so important that misusing it is next to murder in severity. And yet, let's not talk about it. Let's not teach anything helpful about it. Let's not teach how to be safe if you're engaging in it. So yeah, let me know your experiences. I know not all families are like mine, so let me know in the comments what your experience was like. Gotta love it when the gaslighters try to tell you that your whole lived experience is totally wrong, but then they accidentally prove your whole point. Yeah, they do teach that about sex. But what else do they teach?
Nothing! Absolutely nothing!
I just saw a couple of minutes of a live between 2 members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who were discussing Ex-Mo's criticism of the requirement to pay tithing to attend the temple. Give a huge chunk of everything you ever earn in order for the right to attend God's holy house. And one of them gave the best advice I've ever heard from a Mormon so far, which was from an experience that he had when he was jobless, and he went to his bishop for a temple recommend. And his bishop, in part of the interview, asked, "Do you pay your tithing?" And he said, "Well, I don't have a job. I don't have any tithing that I can pay." And his bishop said, "Well, 10% of 0 is still 0, right?" And so he was able to attend the temple. So, pro tip, if you want to go to the temple, but don't want to pay your tithing to do so, just quit your job and be homeless. That's all, problem solved. You know, ex-mos like me get criticism sometimes for overusing the term mental gymnastics. But in times like this, it's really hard when there's something that to me is so obviously totally against everything that Jesus ever taught. And it's like they can see that, and so they have to go to these great lengths to justify it. That's really what he was saying. You don't have to pay money to go to the temple. If you don't have a job, you don't have to pay money. So, Mormon apologists, if you want us to take you seriously, you've got to do better than that. Okay, 3 things. First, I don't make this content for you, so I don't care what you think. I make this content for those who are going through or have been through a faith crisis or faith transition. That's it. Number 2, anyone who has been manipulated or abused or traumatized by anyone or anything, including a religion, deserves to speak out about it. Anyone who says otherwise needs an education or therapy or both. And number 3, I call bullshit on your wrong assumptions accusation. You're not the first, and you won't be the last to make such an accusation. And just about everyone who makes these accusations can't cite anything that I've said incorrectly. Prove me wrong. I think this is a good question. I would have had no idea
And I did have no idea. It was only thanks to my partner who knows a thing or two about hair. She found this headband on Amazon. It's this zigzag thing here, a metal headband that grabs the hair and stays in place all day long. So here's where to get it on Amazon. Before I started growing my hair out over a year ago, I was always just a good Mormon boy who kept my hair short because that's the righteous thing to do. Okay, I know I said I'd post for the ex-Mormon world, but I'm going to take a break from that for a moment and talk just to you, hopefully for your benefit. Because, believe it or not, I've been in your shoes. I used to do exactly what you're doing now, only on YouTube, long before TikTok existed. The church teaches to start with the end in mind. You know the church is true, so when you're presented with information, work backwards from there to figure things out. So when I came across videos that contradicted what I knew to be true, I didn't actually sincerely consider the points that they were trying to make. I just came to the defense of the church in any way that I could. I noticed that you backtracked just a little bit. From saying that I made very wrong assumptions to saying that I have wrong intentions and interpretations and opinions. All while not citing even one specific thing that I have gotten wrong. So I wanted to try to point out what it looks like you're experiencing and what I experienced back in my YouTube days. Cognitive dissonance. Now, if you're on Ex-Mormon TikTok, you might already know what cognitive dissonance is, but I'm pretty sure I didn't before I left the church. But cognitive dissonance is what happens when you're presented with information that contradicts your perceived reality, your worldview. It causes like a short circuit of sorts. It's why you feel so uncomfortable when you watch my videos. Your brain is telling you I must be wrong, because if I'm right, the world as you know it could crumble. So it's a defense mechanism of sorts to keep you from going crazy. So I challenge you, when you come across information that you think is wrong, ask yourself, is it actually bad information, or is it just information that is challenging your reality? Because those who learn to question the legitimacy of their worldview and admit when they are wrong can do amazing things in this world. It's not those who dig their heels in. It's those who know the value of being wrong. All right, I'm just cleaning house, trying to make things a little safer for my followers. My last post was for one individual. This one is for two. Son of Helaman, aka Jacob, and Drew Brown 277. Two of my most loyal supporters from the very beginning. I would guess both of them have watched almost all of my videos, commented on many of them. They have both consistently boosted the algorithms in my favor, so I appreciate that. But I'm also about to block both of them because they're also trolls, and frankly, I'm tired of the trolling. I have blocked many trolls in the past when they have started to just throw personal insults, be outright rude. So I appreciate these two for not, for the most part, crossing that line, but they have both consistently shown up just to try to say how wrong I am without being able to give specifics as to how or why I'm wrong. So I thought, since both of you are so active in the ex-Mormon community and want to be a part of the ex-Mormon community as you have been, you might like to come to your defense. If you can tell me how I have gotten you wrong, if, say, Jacob, make a video showing that you can be respectful and tackle the points at hand, and Drew, you have it easy. All you have to do is comment with one specific thing, it has to be specific, that I have gotten wrong in any of my videos, and don't mention Adam and Eve. If you can do that, I won't block you.
Well, there's one thing I'll say about organized religions, that is that their outdated belief systems, while at their conception were well-meaning, have been twisted by the leaders of men throughout history into systematic brainwashing machines whose only goals are power and money, and it's proven in their own rhetoric that glorifies poverty, shits on individuality, and tells good people who don't know any better that the best they can hope for out of this life is to lead a quiet, unopinionated existence of servitude in the name of an invisible man in the sky, who's represented on earth by a bunch of sex-starved weirdos who live tax-free in marble mansions and who guilt and frighten their followers into giving them money that's supposed to be donated to the poor, but is oftentimes spent on speaker systems, gold incense holders, and 30-foot statues that can't be eaten or slept in, but are supposed to represent represent the compassion of the religious establishment. Establishments represent the idea that we just shut the fuck up and do what we're told for the rest of our lives. By the time we die, we're gonna go to a magical land filled with waterfalls and talking seahorses. But it's all bullshit and it does not exist. We need to emancipate ourselves from the guilt and pseudo-morals of the first rule, break open the doors of the church, let homeless people sleep in there the way Jesus would have done. Start finally practicing what you push on others, and then go in the backyard, smoke a joint, and jack off to the stars, so that'll get us closer to heaven than praying to a fucking statue ever will.
I want to talk about the family annihilation in Utah from a few weeks ago, because there was this article from a couple days ago that I don't see people talking about, and I really think we should be. Because it tells us that what we heard from police about the day of the discovery of the family was a lie. We heard the day of that the police did a welfare check after it was requested from a couple different sources, and that the police discovered the family in the home to be dead. But now we learn from a search warrant record that it was actually neighbors who found the family and called police and told police, and the police went and confirmed what they were already told by these neighbors. This to me is a huge red flag because we've seen this before. Remember when the events of Uvalde, Texas were unfolding? And it was already obviously super upsetting, the timeline of events that we were hearing from police. And then in the following weeks and even months that followed, we found out that almost everything that we heard from police about what happened that day was a lie, because the police fucked up big time and they knew it. So instead of doing what was right for the many victims and their families, they pissed on their graves in order to cover their own asses. Now we have a situation in a small Mormon town in Utah where 2/3 of the residents are Mormon and they all know each other, they all go to church with each other. By all accounts I've seen and heard, this whole family were active Mormons, including the murderer himself, which means a lot of people knew him well, and a lot of people got him very, very wrong, could have done something, should have done something, didn't. And so a lot of people have plenty of motivation to cover their tracks and to change the story in their favor. So I don't know if this is the only inaccuracy we've heard from police, or if it's just the beginning of a whole can of worms. But KSL, Salt Lake Tribune, and others, can we make sure we find out, please? Everyone should believe in God and an afterlife. Otherwise, what's stopping you from SAing and unaliving people? If you've thought this, you're not alone, but allow me to explain how truly disturbing this line of thinking really is. I used to be Mormon. Morally, the Mormon Church and their doctrines dictated to me what is right and what is wrong. Then I left the church and deconstructed organized religion entirely. Now it's up to me to figure those things out. No one is telling me what to do. In my deconstruction, I learned the Eastern concept of karma. Now, karma is more than just what you see on YouTube where the cop pulls over the jerk who cut someone off and then ran a red light. Karma is essentially the understanding that there are consequences to your actions. If you are kind and generous to those around you, then others will treat you kindly in return and make your world a better place. On the other hand, if you are a dick, people will treat you as such. Why don't I SA and unalive people? Because so far as I know, this life is all I get. I don't want to make myself and others miserable. Who wants that? I want to be kind and generous because I want to live a happy, fulfilling life. I want to make this world a better place because this world and this life is what's important to me. If you only do what is right because your God or your prophet or your scriptures told you to, what kind of moral compass is that? What happens when, say, your prophet introduces blood atonement doctrine? I am going to make this world a better place because I want a better place for me and my children. I'm not going to ignore climate change because the world's about to be burned anyway for the second coming. I'm not going to tell others that they're better off dead than unclean because the next life matters more than this one. That is disgusting. So if you tell me that you do what is right because God told you to, that is scary. Nephi in the Book of Mormon murdered someone because he thought God told him to, and others, including Mormons, have unfortunately followed his example. So don't tell me that atheists are the ones to be feared, and not those who believe in God and an afterlife. This world has a long history of one of those two groups committing mass murders and genocides, and it's not atheists. And there's a reason for that.
It has been nearly a year and a half since Jeff Holland's infamous musket fire talk at BYU. In that talk, he said BYU needs to be willing to stand alone in being true to the gospel. Now, setting aside the fact that his version of the gospel includes metaphorically taking up arms against our LGBTQ brothers and sisters, I was surprised when he then said this.
If at a future time that mission means foregoing some professional affiliations and certifications, then so be it.
I thought he was most likely exaggerating to make a point, but apparently he wasn't. Introducing Dr. Justin Collings, who was recently appointed as BYU's vice president over faculty, basically. Apparently back in November, he gave a speech to BYU faculty where he informed them that the official guidelines for promotion and tenure will now have an increased focus on the degree to which their teaching and research favors the teachings of the LDS Church. Now, being a private university, BYU can obviously do what they want. But if they want to compete academically, this is a surprising move, to say the least. What happens, for example, if research shows that a traditional 1950s-era family unit isn't the only or even the best situation to raise a child in? Or when more and more research shows various health benefits to teas and coffee? Professors will now sometimes be forced to choose between academic integrity and job security, because Dr. Collings is saying here that the two will sometimes actually be mutually exclusive now. This is all kind of strange for a church that has its congregants regularly sing, "Oh, say what is truth? 'Tis the fairest gem that the riches on earth can produce." I went to a different non-LDS private university for grad school, and my program included 2 courses on how to research properly and how to identify the degree to which someone else's research is reliable. One of the most basic principles in research is the importance of eliminating bias as much as humanly possible. And BYU here is doing just the opposite. BYU professors' job security is now dependent on how much they are willing to favor a particular ideology, not on the academic integrity of their teaching and research. Not a good look, BYU. I can't help but smile at this conversation, especially this first comment. If every other university is liberal in its ideology, just think about that for a second. Universities that specialize in researching the most up-to-date knowledge that we have to do things in the best way that we know how, based on all the available knowledge. It's a house of learning. And if those places are mostly liberal, think about that for just a second. But to prove your point, you bring up biological gender, as if men and women are just different and that's just the way it is, plain and simple. It's not quite like that. Did you know biologically every male is trans? We all start out as female in the womb. Did you know that the clitoris turns into the penis when it's stimulated by testosterone in the womb? Or the clitoral hood turns into the foreskin when stimulated by testosterone in the womb? Or the labia majora turns into the scrotum when stimulated by testosterone in the womb? So as a part of this transition, there are plenty of people in between. I recommend going to this TED Talk and watching it. It's a fantastic TED Talk by an individual who looks and sounds and acts like your traditional woman. And yet, as they point out, their chromosomes are XY. If they were to die today and be dug up hundreds of years in the future, researchers, based on their DNA, would just assume they're a man. But testosterone didn't affect their body like it does with most people. And as they point out, there are just as many intersex individuals as there are redheads in the world. So what you say here is very, very wrong. And if you are like me, since leaving the church, you are glad to learn something new, to find out you're wrong, because you can start to view the world in a more complete view, in a more accurate view. I would have agreed with you on everything that you've said here in years past. And then one day I learned I was wrong. And that was great. For this video, I don't have a point to make. I'm just here to learn. This conversation with this individual has brought up a few points that have made me wonder about transitioning, as they talk about people who have regretted transitioning, who have felt the need to detransition. I don't personally know anyone like that who has regretted transitioning, and I'm not on that side of TikTok, so I don't see their stories here either. So I admit, when I saw these comments claiming that this happens a lot, my gut response is to want to call them out for making things up. And I realize I live in this little bubble called Utah, where I wouldn't know many people. So how often does this happen? Is there anyone seeing this video who has regretted transitioning or who has friends or family who has regretted transitioning. And on a related note, I wonder if we sometimes push transitioning too much. I want to be an LGBTQ plus supporter as much as I can, including with transitioning. If you feel the need to transition, I will 100% support you. I will drive you to your doctor's appointments. I won't question you, but I question whether we as a progressive culture encourage it too much. For example, when someone is born with a penis but feels like a woman, and do we sometimes encourage or suggest almost gender dysphoria when we should be encouraging or suggesting that they should love themselves exactly as they are, that they are a beautiful human as they were born? How often do we push them first to transition instead of just love them as they are? What's wrong with being a human with a penis who feels like a woman? You're beautiful as you are. It's not to say the gender dysphoria isn't real. I 100% believe it is, and that transitioning is healthy and necessary in a lot of cases. But how many cases is it not? And it's happening just because we are, I don't know how to word it other than we're too supportive of transitioning. We turn to that first when it should be last. Does that make sense? Those who know more than me, let me know. Maybe make a video of your own and link to it in the comments below. Thanks.
Substitute the word Savior or Lord or Jesus Christ in place of the church.
Ooh, I like this game. Let's start with this one. Jesus Christ has purchased the Residence Inn by Marriott Maui Wailea Hotel for $148 million. Jesus, what do you need a hotel for? Or how about this one? Jesus Christ owns 228,000 acres in Nebraska. He recently purchased 88,000 acres in western Nebraska for $17.6 million, making Jesus one of the state's largest landowners. Oh, here's one from the UK. Over the years, Jesus Christ has been variously reported to be the largest foreign purchaser of land in Britain. During a spree in the late 90s, Jesus spent 30 million British pounds on prime farmland in the space of 6 years. Jesus Christ has purchased the Peaks Hotel in Park City for an undisclosed price. According to Summit County records, the property is valued at a little over $6 million. Jesus, another hotel? This is starting to look suspicious. Jesus Christ is now Florida's biggest landowner, controlling well above 2% of its landmass. Really, Jesus? Of all places, Florida? While Jesus Christ has never been listed among the largest private landowners in the U.S., this newly compiled data places him in the top 5 in terms of acreage and likely number 1 in terms of market value.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Ooh, this is a good one. The joint investigation has also uncovered significant evidence of alleged tax minimization and evasion by Jesus Christ, including in Australia and Canada, where hundreds of millions of dollars are routed through shell companies or other entities to maintain the tax-free status of his income. In Canada, Jesus has donated about 1 billion Canadian dollars over the past 15 years from the Canadian Church to Mormon-owned universities in the United States. Under Canadian tax law, this entitles Jesus to a tax deduction, as it is for an educational purpose, even though the Brigham Young University campuses in the U.S. have few Canadian students. And, of course, we can't leave this one out. Jesus Christ amassed $100 billion. It was the best-kept secret in the investment world. For more than half a century, Jesus Christ quietly built one of the world's largest investment funds. Almost no one outside the church knew about it.
For me, personally, that seems to put a very different perspective on things.
Mr. Exmo. I like it. Well, Mr. Momo, thanks for letting me know my emotional state. I was unaware. Maybe I'll go get a drink after this. Cheer myself up. As for the church, though, I definitely don't disagree with you that the church is keeping track of people. That's what this video here was all about. But as far as taking care of the Lord's children, the church definitely has the means of doing so. The church keeps their finances secret, and it's obvious why when it's revealed just how much they have. In case you missed it, a few years ago, TikToker Humphrey Talks demonstrated with rice how much 1 billion really is. If 1 grain of rice equals $100,000,
Here is 1 million, and here is 1 billion.
Here's a $5 million house in California, and oh look, I still have all this money.
The church likely has hundreds of billions. So when they brag about donating $4 million, or even $32 million, their largest single charitable donation ever, I hope you understand why I'm still skeptical, while at the same time they are spending $148 million on a hotel, $160 million. Ha! Silly Mr. Exmo. That would be $260 million. On an industrial business complex, and of course, $1.5 billion. Remember how much $1 billion was? On a mall. So don't tell me they're taking care of people. Even with all of this money stockpiled, they still collect around $7 billion of tithing every year. They're doing quite the opposite of taking care of anyone other than the corporation.
Substitute the word Savior or Lord or Jesus Christ.
I brag when I give to the poor, but I love when I give so much more to my savings accounts. So please give me more money, 'cause that's what I need. Helping the needy's for real charities. My huge rainy day fund is always too small, even when I'm the richest of all. Called it! I mean, it was an easy call, but sometimes you just gotta brag. So a couple months back, it seemed that everyone else was lauding the LDS Church for making this huge progressive leap forward by supporting the Respect for Marriage Act. Remember that? Well, I was not quite so optimistic. Here's what I said. Ever since they received immensely negative press coverage for their efforts to get California's Proposition 8 passed, they have changed tactics. They realize they can no longer get away with being overtly queerphobic anymore. So instead, they hide behind a mask of supporting LGBTQ rights, while in reality only participating in order to make sure they still have the right to discriminate. That's why they had to include the word amended here. So apparently the other day, Dallin Oaks explained to local church leaders in Chicago why the church actually supported the Respect for Marriage Act, and it's pretty much what I said. Here's the video, although I'm going to speed it up because 1, he's old and slow, and 2, I hate his voice and know a lot of you do too. So here you go.
Some of our members have expressed concerns that the new National Respect for Marriage law is in conflict with the Church's teachings against same-sex marriage. We see a need to clarify the Church's position on that new law. At the time the National Respect for Marriage Act was adopted, the Church publicly reaffirmed our church doctrine approving only marriage between one man and one woman. Marriage bills previously proposed in the Congress made no attempt to protect religious freedom. The Church came out in favor of amendments that added religious freedom protections to the proposed Respect for Marriage Act. The amended bill was signed into law, but its overall effect was misunderstood because many news stories focused only on the part of the act that affirmed same-sex marriage. The Respect for Marriage Act did restate same-sex marriage as the law of the land, but that added little because that law was already in effect under the U.S. Supreme Court's Obergefell decision. The focus of the Church's efforts was not on same-sex marriage, but on ensuring the act contained the necessary protections for religious freedom. As signed into law, the Respect for Marriage Act included valuable provisions to assure that no federal or state laws could be used to harm the religious or conscience rights of faith-based institutions or their members. In the end, the total law ensures that religious organizations, religious schools, and their staff do not have to perform or host same-sex marriages or celebrations. It protects the tax-exempt status of religious organizations. It protects the grants, licenses, contracts, and accreditation of religious schools. And it specifically provides that its own provisions cannot be used to violate anyone's rights to religious freedom. Putting such protections in the federal law was a big step forward. We will be alert to propose future state action and legislation as we continue our defense of religious freedom.
Yep, they are totally on board with others not being allowed to discriminate so long as they are allowed to. Oh, and you gotta protect that tax-exempt status. You catch that? Because there's no such thing as having too much money, am I right? I have mixed feelings about this. Part of me agrees with you, because if Dallin Oaks were prophet, a lot of people would leave the church. He would drag the church down with his hateful, two-faced, hypocritical rhetoric. David Bednar is going to be the prophet for a very long time, unfortunately, and it's the same way for him. I'm sure after he's done with his term as prophet, the church will be much, much smaller in numbers because of him. But people will be leaving because of hurt, pain, damage. Some people will even leave this life because of that pain before they get a chance to leave the church. Oakes already has blood on his hands. Do we want more? As much as I hate the church, I love the people of the church more. It's the same thing with my own parents. I hope my parents never leave the church, because it would be so painful for them. I just signed up for the AI chatbot thing that I keep hearing about, and I'm so excited to use it some more. And I think you'll see why when I tell you the results of my one and only query or command that I've given it so far. I told it to tell me the story of Humpty Dumpty using the language style of the Book of Mormon. So without further ado, and it came to pass in the land of nursery rhymes that there lived a great and mighty egg known as Humpty Dumpty. He was renowned throughout the land for his size and his strength, and he had many followers who looked up to him and admired him greatly. Now it came to pass that Humpty Dumpty had set himself up on a high wall, for he wished to look out over all the land and see everything that was happening. But alas, he did not watch his step, and he fell from the wall with a great crash. And when the people saw that Humpty Dumpty had fallen, they rushed to his side and tried to help him. But it was too late, for he had been shattered into 1,000 pieces, and there was nothing that could be done to save him. And so it was that Humpty Dumpty, once the pride of the land, was now no more. And the people mourned his passing, for they knew that they would never see his like again. But even as they mourned, they remembered the lessons that Humpty Dumpty had taught them. They remembered that pride comes before a fall, and that even the mightiest can be brought low if they do not watch their step. And so they resolved to be more careful, and to remember the fate of Humpty Dumpty always. Could not have said it better myself.
Found a stick on the ground, and now I'm gonna use it. All this power that I found, gonna totally abuse it. I hit so much stuff, do not get into my way, cause I found a stick, and I'm using it today. I got a stick.
If you're an active, believing member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, if you come across my videos, you probably make loads of assumptions about me and my content. I was led by the devil. I never really had a testimony in the first place. I'm only telling half-truths in order to fool you. You know, all the assumptions that I used to make about ex-Mormons back in the day, in order to make sure my worldview at the time continued to make sense. But more than making assumptions, some of you do something else without even realizing it. You stop thinking for yourself. And I get it, I did it too. But it's comments like this that give it away. I know, you're just being faithful, bearing your testimony, trying to be a good example, a good person. But you know what others see after watching my video and then seeing a comment like this? They see you burying your head in the sand, refusing to use any critical thinking. They see you subconsciously feeling threatened by information, and reflexively doing whatever you can in order to wholly dismiss that information without even starting to even consider its validity. You know what my goal is with a lot of my videos? It's not for you to believe me. It's for me to hopefully inspire you to think for yourself, to take off that blindfold that you so faithfully put on, and actually look at what the iron rod that you're clinging so tightly to is actually leading towards. Because for so many of us, it's not life. So consider this an invitation to listen to my message. I'll give you something to read, ponder, and pray about. Sound familiar? I bet you've extended that invitation to others. If you expect others to be willing to do that for you, shouldn't you be willing to do that for others? Yeah, I just wanted to clear this up in case anyone else is thinking that the church might not be guilty. They've been fighting this for almost 3.5 years. We, the public, only just found out about it now. They own an army of lawyers, keep in mind the one grad school that the church owns, Jesus' church, is not a school of healing. It's not a medical school. It's a law school. That's the one grad school that Jesus owns. If the church was innocent, they would have proven it, not settled. Who cares that they're fraudulent, deceptive liars who've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar? I do. But let's talk about the good that they do then. Putting on my believing hat from several years back, I would have said that they do a lot of temple work. They do service for dead people in a world that we don't even know exists. Church members are told it exists, and they believe it exists, but that doesn't make it exist. Plus, doctrinally, what is the millennium for? Temple work. 1,000 years of nothing but boring temple work. So, we do have a real world that we know exists with real needs and real people with needs now. Oh, but they do help real people. What about fast offerings? I asked a while back, does anyone know anyone, like as a ward clerk or something, what is the typical ratio of what a ward gets for tithing versus fast offering donations? And several people got back to me, and the general consensus seemed to be the ratio was about 20 to 1. 20 going to tithing to build up the corporation of the church, and 1 going to fast offerings to actually help real people. Why doesn't the church reverse that as Jesus would? Because they've made it pretty darn clear that the priority is the corporation first, people second. Oh, but there's helping hands. Helping hands. Why are they bright yellow vests? And why is it that whenever it happens, it ends up all over church-controlled media? One word. Rameumptum. Oh, but they give to charity. They give millions to charity. Oh, yes, they do. And it always ends up on the church newsroom website. Their biggest single donation ever, $32 million. A few months ago, the church made a purchase of an industrial business complex in Kent, Washington, though, for $260 million. They do this all the time. Their donations are teeny compared with their purchases for themselves. They certainly do have the potential to do a lot of good with their estimated $150 billion slush fund. That money came from tax-deductible tithing donations, and the money itself is tax-free because it's supposed to be used 100% for the public benefit. Is it being used for the public benefit? This, for context, is about the Mormon Church. I've never quite thought about it just like that. That's a very good point. When I was 32, up until that point in my life, I had been totally faithful, 100% to the LDS Church in thought and deed. I'd done everything that I thought that I was supposed to. I was an Eagle Scout, seminary graduate, served a mission, bonus points, went to BYU, married in the temple. I even sang in the Phoenix Temple dedication choir. I was all in and loved it, believed it, and then one day I read that Joseph Smith, this man that I'd borne testimony of countless times of being a prophet of God, had between 30 and 40 wives, the youngest of which, that we know of, was 14, and he coerced her into marrying him by saying that her whole family's eternal salvation was dependent upon it. I read that and said, whoa, that's a lie. And then I looked it up. It's not a lie. It's true. It's just not good. So the church doesn't talk about it. And they demonize it as anti, even though it's just history. It's not anti-anything. And then the following year, the world learned that the LDS Church had been hoarding and hiding upwards of $100 billion, an incomprehensible amount of money. And you know what a lot of church members said when that first news article came out? That's a lie. Guess what? It wasn't, and the LDS Church was just fined $5 million for hiding that money. And I commute to and from work most of the time listening to KSL News Radio, church-owned and controlled KSL News Radio. Guess what I haven't heard one whisper about on that radio station?
that $5 million fine. Maybe I've missed it. I haven't heard it. If you're new to my channel, welcome. I don't talk much about the good that the church does, because the church does that all by themselves and they do a great job at it. I talk about that which the church does not want to talk about, but is nevertheless true and just as important to know. I am excited to one day soon reach 10,000 followers so that I can make some playlists for you guys to explore and more easily find things that I have talked about historically and otherwise. So watch for those playlists here in a couple months when I'm able to make them. And thanks for being here. The LDS Church was just fined $5 million for hiding actually $32 billion. So yeah, let's do the math and find out how much of a punishment this really was. So let's see, $5 million divided by $32 billion. That's a lot of zeros. That rounds to 0.02%. But how does that compare with how much interest they make off of the $32 billion? Apparently, the average rate of return, at least in the S&P 500, is between 7.5% and 10.5%, depending on how you calculate it. So let's go with the more conservative number of 7.58%. So $32 billion times by 7.58% ends up being $2.4 billion. That's a lot of money in a year. Let's see how much in a day. Divide that by 365 days, $6.6 million a day of interest. So that account essentially had to fast for 2 meals of one day, not even 3.
People are upset with me. I'm losing followers like crazy, which is okay.
This is just your daily reminder that we ex-Mos left the LDS Church to escape the Mormon mentality. That one white man has all the answers and is never to be criticized. That's it. Sorry it didn't rhyme.
The church doesn't hate gay people.
Okay, Tommy, the first thing I'm going to invite you to do, and the people in your comments, is to go to the church's website on gays and actually read the church's stance before you make any more assumptions about how the church feels about gay people.
What do you mean Chad hates women? Chad loves and greatly respects women. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. It says so right here. And what's that? His dating profile. Chad's dating profile? Well, yeah, what better authority on how Chad feels than Chad? Well, of course Chad would say that. Chad doesn't lie. He's a good guy. Oh, plus, it also says so right here in this book. Have you talked with any of the women Chad has gone out with? No. Well, I have, and not just one, quite a few actually. Oh yeah? What did they say? They say he's abusive. Chad? Chad's not abusive. He's never hurt me or any of my friends. Are you a woman? No. How about your friends? No. Oh, but I do know a woman who likes Chad. Oh, just one, huh? Well, I'm curious if you know of a couple of women who have been open about sharing how Chad has hurt them. Do you know this woman's story? Yeah, I think I've heard her story. And what do you make of it? Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked much into it. Okay. What about this one? Oh, yeah, I do know that one. That's the one that happened at BYU over an extended period of time, right? Yeah, that one did happen, but it was a long time ago, and he's stopped since then. Oh, well, that's good. Has he apologized? Psh! What do you mean, psh? Real men don't apologize. I know that the history of men is not to seek apologies or to give them. Well, that's a weird way to word that. But it is starting to make sense why you side with Chad. So, if Chad has hurt women, and he has not apologized for it, tell me again how you know Chad loves and respects women? I told you, it says so right here in his dating profile. My partner says she doesn't look good with this filter. I'm not sure if I believe her because... Wait. Jesus, you look amazing.
Yeah, no one is perfect. We all occasionally descend to the depths of innocently stockpiling hundreds of billions of dollars, and hiding it all from both the US government and our own people in over a dozen illegal shell companies, meanwhile reporting in conference after conference after conference that we are honest with how we use your tithing money, while at the same time requiring all the members to report honesty in their dealings with their fellow men in order to attend the temple. Oops, easy to do.
This is straw man semantics. The whole point of the SEC fine was that Ensign Peak controlled all the money, made all the decisions. The paperwork should have been filed under Ensign Peak only. But they didn't want to do that. They wanted to split up the money and submit the paperwork illegally. And how they did that is through these shell LLCs. That is the only thing they did. Their sole purpose was to file this paperwork illegally. So no, forming an LLC isn't illegal, of course. But the only thing they did with these LLCs was illegal.
Hi, you must be new here because you seem to have a gross misunderstanding of the situation. If this comment was in regards to me criticizing my neighbor, that would be one thing. But this is me, one man with one job and one family. I and the bank own one house, criticizing one of the most wealthy corporations in the world, which claims millions of members throughout the world, has a strong influence on a lot of their lives. They practically control one of the 50 states of the United States. This corporation has to be held accountable. The scripture you are referencing has no application in this scenario here. I don't know what else to say.
I don't mind personal questions like this at all. I just answer what I feel comfortable answering, and I don't answer what I'm not comfortable with. But I do get more specific and personal in lives that I do, so if you have more specific questions than what I say here, join me in a live sometime. Not that I do many, but in answer to your questions, yes, I was married in the temple, as have been all of my family since the pioneers on basically every line. And all of my immediate family are still in the church, and so it was rather a shock when I left, being the black sheep now. But as far as how it's affected relationships, it depends on the relationship, of course. Most, I would say, have stayed about the same, which is what I would hope for. A few more extended family members have left the church, and I've grown closer to them for obvious reasons, but I do have some family members who are very much still in the church who I have grown closer to since I have left. And I credit that to authenticity. As I have grown more comfortable in my skin and have lived more confidently and authentically, that has allowed others to be able to do the same, to feel more comfortable being authentic and being presenting themselves more honestly, I would say. And so I have been able to grow closer with them, and that's been an amazing to experience with some people. I do have a few other family members who I have unfortunately grown farther or drifted farther from in our relationship. I credit that with, as a therapist might say, people who keep shoulding on me, who say or think that I should live this way, or I should believe that way, or I should teach this to my children, or I should expect that of my children. As a result, there's no authenticity or unconditional, or what I would call Christ-like love. So I have felt like I have drifted farther from them in closeness, but at the same time, I've come to terms with the fact that the relationship was always superficial. And it was always based on those shoulds. So while it has been really sad to feel less close to these family members, at the same time, sometimes I realize it's always been this way. It's always been superficial. And so it's allowed me to find more joy in those relationships that aren't superficial, that are more authentic, and be able to seek out new relationships and friendships that are more authentic and loving. So hope that answers your question.
Mormon God the creator. I mean, TikTok creator, not the asshole. You know what I mean. But do you see what they did here? Something this evil anti-Mormon said apparently started to make sense, which is impossible. So out of necessity, they retreated from the topic at hand and attacked him instead. Look, if you believe this, you're not listening. We don't both have minimal facts. One of us feels obligated to obey a bunch of old white men who tell you not to trust any source that isn't directly from them, because that's not suspicious. The other one of us has the world at our fingertips, able and eager to utilize new data, research, and information to inform us what is real and what is right. For example, until I was in my 4th decade of life, I fully believed the Book of Mormon was the Word of God, even served a mission for 2 whole years trying to convince people of it. And part of my testimony was based on the testimony of the 3 witnesses in the intro to the Book of Mormon, one of the witnesses being Martin Harris, who personally funded the first printing of the Book of Mormon. Then, only a few years ago, I learned that after Joseph Smith's death, Martin Harris floated around to different religions. For a while, he joined James Strang, who claimed to be one of Joseph's successors, and even served a mission for him to England. For a different time, he joined Gladden Bishop, who also claimed to be Joseph's successor, and served as one of his witnesses. Am I to believe his testimony of the prophet Gladden Bishop, too? For a time, Martin Harris even left Mormonism altogether and joined the Shakers. Now, this is all just information. Information that I never learned from any of the LDS sources I was told to trust above all others. We don't both have minimal facts. We don't both have to use faith where the facts leave us hanging. Only one of us has to do that. And Mormon God and I certainly don't have a sad and gloomy outlook on life. If that's really what you think, you are definitely not listening to news about the LDS or Mormon Church. But not just any news. I like to tell you about news that the church itself won't tell you about, for various reasons. I'll make an exception today, and you'll see why in a minute. I thought it was interesting this morning to hear news reports about the LDS Church donating many shares of water to eventually go to the Great Salt Lake. They're doing their part to help refill the Great Salt Lake before it poisons us all with arsenic, basically. And it's a good thing. They should do it. They are doing it. Good on them. But it made me wonder, you know me, my first thought was, wonder if there's a particular reason why they're seeming to make a pretty big deal out of this right now. And a few hours later, I got my answer because I heard more news about the LDS Church from the Pew Research Center. They do a study every year to determine how favorably Americans view various religions. And, well, that came out today. And guess who was on the bottom of the list? Behind evangelical Christians, Muslims, and even atheists. Yes, atheists beat the Mormon Church with favorability ratings throughout the US. So, yes, the church is helping to refill the Great Salt Lake, but it's not for the Great Salt Lake. Doesn't get better than that. I've gotten quite a few comments like this saying that I'm so negative, making unfounded assumptions. All I do is look for dirt. From a certain perspective, it makes sense. In this video, I did make assumptions. I tried to make that obvious, but they're assumptions based on observed patterns. Like I said, I'm glad the church is doing something about the dire situation we're in with the Great Salt Lake drying up. But I'd like to point out that the church practically owns the state of Utah. If they wanted to fix the problem, they could make it happen. They have more than enough resources. I'd say multiple hundreds of billions of resources, actually, including practically owning our state legislators. Who knew the church owned so many water shares? Why do they own so many, and why was it so easy to just let them go on a bad PR day? What else do they have in their back pocket that they could make a difference with, but instead are waiting for the next bad PR day? For example, an insane amount of water in Utah is used for growing alfalfa on alfalfa farms. How much of the state's alfalfa is grown by the church through their massive ag reserves? I don't know how to find that out, but I'd be willing to bet a big chunk of change that it's the vast majority. We really are in a legitimate crisis here in Utah. This unusually wet winter gave us more time to figure shit out, but that's it. So when an organization as wealthy and powerful as the Mormon Church suddenly whips out their good PR card on a bad PR day, we really should be asking these questions. We need to solve this crisis, and if anyone can, they can. All I want is for them to do good for the sake of doing good. But over and over and over again, they do good only when it makes them look good. Meanwhile, they are secretly and sometimes illegally using their vast resources only to prop themselves up, financially or otherwise. I don't think you understand how much the church makes on a monthly basis. But first, question, how much does the church spend on a monthly basis? You don't know? Oh yeah, that's right. Jesus won't say. But estimates I've seen are between $5 and $6 billion a year.
which is a lot, but at the same time, they also have well more than $100 billion in investment accounts. And the average return in the stock market before reinvesting your earnings is about 7.5%. So assuming the more conservative number of $100 billion in their investment accounts and this lower number of 7.5%, the church probably brings in well more than $7.5 billion a year in interest, which means that they could stop accepting all tithing today, continue to fund everything they're already funding without changing a thing, and still have plenty left over to reinvest and continue to let these accounts grow. Joseph F. Smith wished to see this day. If he was sincere when he said this, he must be rolling in his grave right now.
Today's news about the LDS or Mormon Church unfortunately involves their blatant homophobia. Southern Utah University, which apparently has a significant LGBTQ presence and as a result a Pride Alliance and a Center for Diversity and Inclusion, apparently also has insensitive administrators who have invited Mormon Apostle Jeffrey R. Holland to give the commencement speech at graduation this year. Now, Elder Holland isn't just guilty of homophobia by association, by helping lead the church that fought tooth and nail to get California's Proposition 8 passed, and more recently supported the Respect for Marriage Act, but only in order to make sure the law carved in an exception for them to continue to discriminate. No, this is Elder Holland, who he himself just about a year and a half ago gave a speech at BYU where he called for metaphorical musket fire against our LGBTQ brothers and sisters. So, if you feel so inclined, look up this petition at change.org. Give it a sign, share it with your friends. Let's see how much noise we can make. Thanks.
I just finished a live and really need to go to bed, but I wanted to give you an update on this petition to have, let's call him Jeff, not speak at SUU as their commencement speaker, because the petition has reached 13,273 signers now. It might get cut off there once I post this. But anyway, 13,000 people. Did you know there's also a petition to keep him on by those faithful Mormons doing their duty? And let me give you an update on that one too. Drum roll, please. After more than a day, the petition to keep him on as speaker has 413 signatures in almost as much time as the other one. So, I love you people. Keep up the good work.
This seems like the perfect opportunity to talk about persecution complex, but no, not for you, Tiffany, because I have a whole TikTok devoted to the ex-Mormon community. That's what this is for. But if you want to watch, go for it. So the LGBTQ community is one of the most marginalized groups in recent history, and the LDS Church is far from innocent with this marginalization. For example, BYU had a gay aversion program for decades, which off and on included electroshock therapy, including during Oak's presidency at BYU and maybe even Holland's. The church has not apologized for any of this. Another example, in 2020 there was a law passed in Utah that banned conversion therapy, and the LDS Church got involved in the writing of this law, not to support the banning of conversion therapy as they should have because of how incredibly harmful it has been to many individuals. No, but to make sure to carve in an exception for them to continue to practice conversion therapy when they choose to. Then a year and a half ago, Jeff Holland gave his address at BYU where he called for more musket fire, his words, not mine, against the LGBTQ community, a community that is asking for nothing more than the same rights and privileges that you and I enjoy by virtue of being born heteronormative. So now, a secular school with a strong LGBTQ presence has asked Elder Holland to give the commencement speech at their graduation this year. And a lot of us are understandably very upset about this and have asked SUU to revoke their invitation because of the harms that this man has done to this community. So when Tiffany here stands up and cries, "Persecution, persecution," that's not what this is. This is, however, a perfect example of persecution complex, though. So thanks for that, Tiffany.
I figure it'd be easier just to record a video rather than try to type out a long response. But I do find this a little confusing myself because the money doesn't go directly into their pockets. I mean, some of it does after the church practically pays for everything that they need due to their positions. They then get probably a $150,000 living allowance if they've kept up with inflation, which is not a small amount, but it's not going to make them filthy rich either. They're not going to be the ones buying the $20 million homes up in Park City. They wouldn't even have much time to spend in them anyway, even if they did, because they're so busy. There is power in money. Nelson's the president of the corporation, and so he holds a lot of power. There could be that aspect, but after thinking about it, I think they just think they're doing the right thing, as messed up as that is, to hoard all this money, to even break the law with this money in hiding it the way that they did. It is not too far off from what their parents and grandparents did with polygamy. Keep in mind, Nelson's dad was born in the 19th century. And so their parents and grandparents broke the law willingly by continuing to form new polygamous marriages after the Edmunds-Tucker Act that was in effect, which made polygamy illegal, because it was for the Lord. And then they hid from authorities. They ran away from the law. And even the prophet John Taylor himself did. And because it was for the Lord. They came from the generation of lying for the Lord. It's totally okay if it's for a greater purpose. And so if you take all this tithing money and do whatever you will with it, as long as it's for the Lord, you can justify it. Hide it from whoever, even from the church members themselves. Break the law in order to continue to get more and more for the Lord. That's kind of what I think. I think they just justified it. It's not too far off from what their parents and grandparents did with polygamy.
The Mormon Church's propaganda machine is in full force. I mean, it always is. That's why they, as a church, own all of this. But they have some special propaganda for their own membership. And that has been particularly important this week. You see, this week has been a little rough for the church in regards to public favorability. And part of that has been in regards to one of church membership's favorite apostles, Jeff Holland, who recently accepted an invitation to be the commencement speaker at a secular school, Southern Utah University. Now, that invitation ruffled some feathers, but if the only issue was a leader of the state's dominant religion giving a talk at a secular school, I don't think it would have been much of an issue. But in the fairly recent past, Jeff made some very hurtful remarks aimed directly at the LGBTQ community, which community apparently has a fairly strong presence at SUU. So to have SUU invite Jeff to be the main speaker at their school's graduation surprised a lot of people and made fresh some not very old wounds. But the church doesn't want its membership knowing this controversy is about real hurt of real people committed by none other than their own precious Elder Holland. So they published this piece on their own Deseret News yesterday. It starts with a story about Joseph Smith, who, mere weeks before getting himself killed for sleeping with other men's wives and daughters and for grossly violating freedom of the press, apparently invited a Methodist minister to give a talk to Mormons in Nauvoo. So obviously, because one religious leader invited a different religious leader to give a talk to his own congregants, we shouldn't be upset by a wholly non-religious school inviting a leader of the state's largest and most powerful religion to give the main speech at their graduation ceremony. But the bulk of the gaslighting was in this one awful paragraph. Jeff wasn't attacking any particular group of people. He was just defending his own religion. With muskets. And Jeff doesn't divide, he builds bridges between his church and patty cake taffy pullers. Plus, if something Jeff said was actually hurtful, we should invite him to speak more, not less. Because by inviting people who tread on the already marginalized and who mock and alienate anyone who chooses to not be part of their exclusive club to be the main speaker at a major school's graduation ceremony, we are walking the talk of inclusion and belonging. I
find comments like this rather comical and annoying at the same time. When someone makes a sweeping claim with no specific evidence or points to back it up. The CES letter is so bad. Well, it's a letter written by a dude, so you can like it or not like it. It doesn't really matter, but it has some helpful information. But I do agree with the end of your comment here. At least do it over real scholarship. Yeah, I totally agree. Look up real scholarship about the origin of the Book of Mormon. Look up real scholarship about what Joseph Smith's youth and young adult years were like before and as he was establishing the church. Look up real scholarship about the Book of Abraham. Look up real scholarship about the history of polygamy. You'll find a lot of really fascinating things that will be hard to find at churchofjesuschrist.org.
I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind.
Each of you should have received a new name in connection with this session.
With that, I yield back.
The video was going to be meant for believing Mormons, but I realized it's really applicable to people of all faiths. As a vocal ex-believer, I wanted to share one of the most commonly asked questions that I receive in private, which is this: how do I tell my parents I no longer believe? You and I probably both believe that a parent should be one of the safest people to confide in. But you and I also probably both know that often parents react poorly when they find out their child no longer believes the same things that they believe. And that one bit of information can be a wedge that ultimately destroys the whole relationship. Now, people ask me this because they love you and they don't want to harm their relationship with you. But they're afraid because within the ex-faith community, we see it all the time. One minute you think you're as close as ever with someone, and the next you find out that friendship was actually conditioned upon your religious beliefs aligning with theirs. We within the ex-faith community don't want that. It hurts us. We love you the same as we always have. We also didn't want to lose faith in the church. In fact, most of us desperately tried to retain our faith until at last we realized that that was like putting the genie back in the bottle. There are some things you just can't unlearn. So on behalf of my friend here, as well as the many others who are wondering the same thing, can I ask you to be patient with us? We've never been here before. We've never done this before. We didn't ask for this. I also want you to know that we're not here because we were tempted or tricked by some devil, or because we were lazy or want to sin, or we weren't reading our scriptures often enough, or any of the other lazy assumptions that make it easier for you to make sense of your world while not having to take the time to listen to or understand us. If your child or sibling or friend confides in you that they no longer believe in the church, I hope that, one, you take that as a compliment, that they trust you with that sensitive information. And two, I hope you take a lesson from Jesus in the New Testament, who dined with those considered to be sinners and who befriended the woman accused of adultery. Even in Jesus' story of the prodigal son, which was really a story contrasting two sons, it wasn't the son who chose a different lifestyle who Jesus condemned, but rather his haughty, judgmental older brother. After all, what are the two great commandments? Love.
Skip. But when does this game get fucking good?
I was really hoping you were wrong with this. Oh my god, you're right. Someone tell me that the information I'm finding is wrong. Someone tell me this is wrong. The Veteran of Indian Wars Memorial was unveiled on fucking Pioneer Day in 1909, and it's dedicated to the original settlers of Provo. Not only that, but the statue on top, its name is Victory. I mean, can you have a more disgusting memorial? How do we go about getting these removed? This is all just sickening. I don't think you realize what this sounds like and what you are saying here. You, as
I'm guessing a descendant of the group that committed genocide on the other group, do not have the right to sit back and say, oh, all of that was so wrong and none of it's justifiable. Look at what the other side did to us. Here's the article that this story comes from. I'm assuming this is the story you're talking about. This is from Deseret News in 1859. Where's the indigenous source on the story of what happened? Who knows? Because we fucking killed them. This is like a Nazi after World War II saying, oh, all of that was horrible. None of it was justifiable. But look at what the Allies did to us and all of the men that they murdered in our troops. And all we did was commit genocide. I keep getting requests from all of you rabbit hole hunters to go read through primary sources of this story for yourself. So here is one of my main sources from blackhawkproductions.com. I tried to use indigenous sources as much as I could, as I don't exactly trust Mormon history, to be fully honest with this type of thing. And so this was a great one. Black Hawk, FYI, was a key player in this story once you dig into it. This was another good one from Timpanogustribe.com. That's Timpanogos with a G-O-S at the end. There are, of course, some Wikipedia articles that are very helpful that have their own sources you can go to, some of which are available online, others of which are just books that you'd have to actually purchase. And for anyone who wants a Mormon source, this was actually quite helpful. Today marks 4 years since my metaphorical shelf broke and I lost all faith in the Mormon Church, the faith of my upbringing. So it's been a while since I was excited for their biannual general conference, which starts tomorrow. But this time around, I am genuinely looking forward to it, and not just out of curiosity to see what new nicknames we ex-Mormons get to add to our list. No, the LDS Church has been enwrapped in controversy ever since a whistleblower blew their cover on their secret hoard of more than $100 billion. And the latest episode in this drama involves them being fined $5 million by the SEC for secretly and illegally hiding $32 billion that was required by law to be publicly disclosed. This offense wasn't just a one-time thing either. They had filed paperwork under 13 shell companies in order to keep the actual company, Ensign Peak Advisors, out of the public eye annually for 22 years. That's what the fine was about. Meanwhile, in each and every one of those 22 years, they presented a financial audit in their April General Conference that I covered in this video, where they claimed every time that all was well in Zion financially. Now we know that each and every one of those audits was a lie. They were hiding billions and billions of dollars from their own people and the government the whole time, and only just now finally got caught with her pants down. So, tomorrow is the day when they would normally have this annual financial audit, normally in the beginning of the Saturday afternoon session, FYI. What's going to happen? Are they going to do the same thing they've always done and claim that all is well, even though the public now knows that is not the case? Or are they going to just skip it altogether? It's got to be one of those two, because we know it won't be the third alternative where they are honest about the fact that they f***ed up big time, because current church leadership have made it abundantly clear that they, as a church, do not have to follow their own rules of repentance. What's going to happen? I'll be watching to find out. Hope you do too. I have come to return and report the labors of the first day of General Conference regarding the annual audit report. So I told you all to watch and see what happens, since the church was recently fined millions of dollars by the SEC for cheating on tax forms, as they literally hid $32 billion from the public's eye, money that was required by law to be publicly disclosed. The church had fought these charges behind the scenes for 3 years ever since a whistleblower blew their cover, and only just recently gave up and settled. So, Jared Larson, managing director for the church auditing department, did give the annual report today. Now, the church's deception and the fact that they knowingly broke the law for 22 consecutive years and as a result received this fine is public knowledge. And yet, this is what he had to say.
Based upon audits performed, church auditing is of the opinion that in all material respects, contributions received, expenditures made, and assets of the church for the year 2022 have been recorded and administered in accordance with church-approved budgets, accounting practices, and policies. The church follows the practices taught to its members of living within a budget, avoiding debt, and saving against a time of need.
As well as having secret bank accounts and lying about it and only kind of sort of owning up to it when you absolutely have to. Great marriage advice, by the way. But this is good news for church members. You can give yourself a 10% raise today. Your bishop doesn't have to know you're not actually giving your tithing directly to church headquarters. After all, lying about your finances is now church-approved accounting practices.
Does the church employ outside auditors or independent accounting? I'll let Mr. Auditor answer that for you.
Church auditing, which consists of credentialed professionals and is independent of all other church departments and entities, has responsibility to perform audits for the purpose of providing reasonable assurance regarding contributions received, expenditures made, and safeguarding of church assets.
So they are credentialed professionals who are independent of other church departments, but they're very much internal church auditors, whose purpose, as he said, is to provide reasonable assurance, not to make sure things are actually done correctly and ethically. Otherwise, they would hire external, unbiased auditors to do it the right way. Okay, one more thing about the financial audit from General Conference. I missed this. It was someone on Reddit who pointed it out. See if you can catch it.
Respectfully submitted, Church Auditing Department, Jared B. Larson, Managing Director.
Did you catch it? If you missed it, I'll show you again right here. This could be nothing. Maybe he does this to everyone as they leave the pulpit. I haven't checked. But I just find it interesting that it's the lawyer who's next in line to be president of the corporation and thus possibly stands to profit the most from having membership not know about this scandal. Gives him a thumbs up after he lies about church finances yet again. Are Mormon church leaders paid, and if so, how much? If you were to ask this question to your average Mormon you meet on the street, their answer would most likely be, no, they are not paid, and they would tell you this because, one, that is what they are told, and two, because that is true for local, boots-on-the-ground church leaders at the ward and stake level that they associate with on a weekly basis. What about upper church leaders, general authorities, though? Looking on the church's website, the church does acknowledge that general authorities are paid a living allowance. How much is a living allowance, though? You'd think Jesus would be open and honest about how much he pays his spokesman, but apparently he's not, so we have to rely upon leaks, which there have been a few over the years. So if past trends have continued, then current church leaders are currently paid somewhere around $158,000 a year, but that's not all. They get benefits on top of that, including health insurance, a free vehicle, and more, which add up to a grand total of around $259,000 a year. I don't know about you, but for $259,000 a year, even I might be willing to testify to the truthfulness of the Book of Mormon. Oh, you have opened a can of worms here. I don't think you realize just how many worms are in this can. I could go on and on about how the religious right, including many Mormons, are currently using their religious beliefs to justify making certain necessary medical procedures illegal for women or trans individuals, or who are fighting against efforts to make healthcare itself a right instead of a privilege, or who are banning certain books because they promote inclusivity, acceptance, and love. But my page isn't a place to discuss the religious right generally, but for Mormonism specifically. So, there are people watching this video who either they themselves, or a parent, or a sibling, or a friend, were totally faithful to the church and to the commandments, with the one exception being that they happened to fall in love with a person who looked too similar to themselves beneath their clothing. And because of that one factor, they were labeled as an apostate, and even their children were forbidden from being blessed or baptized. That's not love, but it is this religion. There are people watching this video whose parents or grandparents were forbidden from receiving their own saving temple ordinances because one of their ancestors happened to come from the continent of Africa. That's not love, but it is this religion. There are people watching this video who were part of the Indian Placement Program, a program run by the church that placed indigenous students in white homes with white families and had them go to predominantly white schools because their own culture and heritage and even skin color was considered inferior. That's not love, but it is this religion. And ever heard of polygamy? I hope you cringe when you hear about what landed Warren Jeffs in prison, because believe it or not, he was following the example set by Joseph Smith himself.
for most of it. I could go on. I'm sure people in the comments will. But look, if your religion works well for you and your life, I'm happy for you. If the gospel to you promotes nothing more than love, wonderful. But that's not everyone's experience. In fact, far from. And pretending it is nothing more than make-believe.
What are two clips that give off the same energy?
The great deceiver's specialty is his keen interest in your feelings and opinions and personal preferences. He's quite progressive that way and wants to hear all about it. Your concerns are his concerns, and he knows exactly which rendition of Jesus is pertinent to your cause. Lately, it is likely to be a socially relevant, liberal Jesus who somehow cares more about your truth than the truth he came to personify, proclaim, and die for. The deceiver dishes out a new gospel. And I hate this, just so you know. I don't like that word hate, but this one thing I do hate: the gospel of your own truth. Have you ever heard it, brothers and sisters? Oh, my truth is. And then he whispers to all of us, that's much better.
Heard me mention who? I hate you. Hate, 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 hate. Double hate.
Loathe entirely.
No one else can do what a righteous woman can do. No one can duplicate the influence of a mother. Men can and often do communicate the love of Heavenly Father and the Savior to others. But women have a special gift for it, a divine endowment. You have the capacity to sense what someone needs and when they need it. You can reach out, comfort, teach, and strengthen someone in his or her very moment of need. Women see things differently than men do. And oh, how we need your perspective. Your nature leads you to think of others first, to consider the effect that any course of action will have on others. My dear sisters, we need you. We need your strength, your conversion, your conviction, your ability to lead, your wisdom, and your voices. We simply cannot gather Israel without you.
The great deceiver's specialty is his keen interest in your feelings, opinions, and personal preferences. He's quite progressive that way and wants to hear all about it. Your concerns are his concerns, and he knows exactly which rendition of Jesus is pertinent to your cause. The deceiver dishes out a new gospel. And I hate this, just so you know. I don't like that word hate, but this one thing I do hate: the gospel of your own truth. You ever heard it, brothers and sisters? Oh, my truth is. And then he whispers to all of us, that's much better.
Brothers and sisters, please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. God does not love one race more than another. His doctrine on this matter is clear. He invites all to come unto him, black and white, bond and free, male and female. I assure you that your standing before God is not determined by the color of your skin. Favor or disfavor with God is dependent upon your devotion to God and his commandments, and not to the color of your skin. I grieve that our black brothers and sisters during the world over are enduring the pains of racism and prejudice. Today I call upon our members everywhere to lead out in abandoning attitudes and actions of prejudice. I plead with you to promote respect for all of God's children.
I have good news. Remember this petition to have Southern Utah University rescind their invitation for Jeff Holland to be their commencement speaker? Well, that petition now has 20,000 signatures, by the way, enough to nearly completely fill the conference center. But as of today, SUU has to find themselves a new commencement speaker. Oh, but it's not because of that petition, or the student protests, or the 9-hour meeting school admins had to hold with the students as a result of those protests. Okay, actually it is, just not officially. At least that's my theory. Hear me out. The church is consistently trying to change their reputation from being peculiar to being mainstream and accepted. It's why they didn't fight against the Respect for Marriage Act like they did California's Proposition 8, but instead feigned support and then worked with legislators to carve out an exception to the rule for themselves. They're desperately trying to stop hemorrhaging members. It's not working. And that's partially because of Jeff Holland here, a bitter old man who seems angry that so many people keep discovering that man behind the curtain no matter what he and his buddies do. Well, his anger leaked out a couple of years ago at his now infamous talk at BYU where he called for more musket fire in defense of the traditional family unit, i.e. against the LGBTQ community. Kind of threw a wrench into the whole become mainstream and accepted plan. Now, a senior administrator at any other corporation might just publicly admit he fucked up, apologize, and move on. But the LDS Church doesn't do that. They have to maintain a reputation of being God's true church with prophets, seers, and revelators who talk to God. Admitting they messed up would be admitting that their divine connection has some static at best. That's why the also infamous November policy was called a revelation when it was unveiled in 2015, as was its complete reversal in 2019. So, Jeff couldn't give in to public pressure and change his mind, but he was also well aware of the protests and the resulting negative publicity that would result if he went through with it. So his timing in coming down with COVID couldn't have been better, especially since apparently he's aware that he's going to be sick for, what was it? Oh yeah, at least 2 months. But at least he has unlimited sick leave with that awesome salary he gets. I know I'm a bit late in doing so, but I wanted to still answer this question. It was in regards to the man who went somewhat viral for giving a dissenting vote in General Conference. Now that I've been out of the cult mindset for a while, I can see how bizarre this scene must look from an outsider's perspective. The church has its members vote on people who serve in the church, both on a local level and for general authorities like what happened here. It's not a vote on who should have a particular calling, church leaders do the choosing, but rather a vote of confidence in who was chosen. The practice goes all the way back to the origins of the church. When the fledgling church was first organized as the Church of Christ in 1830 in a small cabin, those present voted unanimously to sustain Joseph Smith as first elder and Oliver Cowdery as second elder of the church. Joseph articulated the practice in his revelations, which are now enshrined in the Book of Scripture, Doctrine and Covenants. And as a result, the practice is still very common in most branches of Mormonism today. And like I say, while it is meant as a vote of confidence in the person who was chosen for a particular calling, in reality, I would say most would consider it actually a vote that represents your faith in the church via your leaders who extended the callings. And as a result, there's a lot of pressure to give a vote of confidence, and votes of dissent are extremely rare. So rare, in fact, that I don't believe I was ever present for one in the 3 decades that I was active in the church. Giving a vote of dissent takes some real courage, as it's essentially giving yourself a scarlet letter as someone who lacks faith and causes contention. In other words, now the practice represents that you are both in and of the cult. This is pretty much how I feel too. This man has blood on his hands. There was a young man in the ward that I grew up in, for example, who voluntarily left this world, presumably because he couldn't fit the homophobic mold that Jeff Holland and his buddies are still preaching to this day. It's difficult to demonstrate how often this happens. That's not a metric that can be easily measured. So anyone who's watching this video, if you know someone who attempted or succeeded, or even if you yourself attempted, for anyone who doesn't mind, leave a comment on this video so we can see how common this is. But for how I feel about Jeff, the day he shows an ounce of remorse for those who are no longer with us because of what he has preached over the pulpit, is the day I feel bad for him having kidney disease. Please be joking. I wish you were joking. I know you're not. To answer your question, it's partially because of attitudes like yours from people like you. There are huge problems with the church, which is causing people to leave the church in droves left and right. Compare the growth of the church versus the growth of the ex-Mormon subreddit. Huge difference. But church members don't talk about these huge problems because they're obedient to their church leaders who tell them not to. For example, the Book of Abraham is a total fraud, 100%. It's proven to be a fraud. Church members don't even know about that because they're told not to talk about it, and for some reason they comply. I just did a video about Brigham Young ordering the massacre of practically a whole tribe of Native Americans who he stole their land from, what is now Provo, Utah. Church members don't know about it because they're told not to talk about it, and for some reason they comply. The founder, Joseph Smith, had an affair with his live-in nanny who was 16 or 17 years old. Years before his revelation on polygamy, Oliver Cowdery was ultimately excommunicated for not backing down on calling it a dirty, filthy, nasty affair. Church members don't know about those things because they're told not to talk about them, and for some reason they comply. After he received the revelation on polygamy, Joseph Smith coerced a 14-year-old kid to become one of his polygamous wives. Church members don't know about that because they're told not to talk about it, and for some reason they comply. Modern stuff. Nobody knew about the $100 billion savings accounts that the church had because they were keeping that a total and utter secret. And now so many church members don't know that the church was just fined $5 million by the SEC for illegally hiding and lying about a lot of this money. They're told not to talk about it, and for some reason they comply. I am tired of people being hurt and taken advantage of. I'm tired of seeing people give their hard-earned money to the church when they need it a hell of a lot more than the church does, or being lied to about history and then they find out from non-church sources what actually happened in church history and it breaks their heart, like what happened to me. Or worst case scenario like this video here, people who've lost their lives. I have quite a few nieces and nephews now. They're young enough that we don't know their orientation, but there are enough of them that I guarantee they're not all straight. I do not ever want to get the call that one of them believed Spencer W. Kimball when he said that you're better off dead than unclean. I do this for them.
What in the world? Oh!
Stinky, I'm sorry. I know that you weren't replying to me, but TikTok notifies me of all comments on my videos, and I couldn't help but reply to you. I want you to imagine someone accused of unaliving someone else. Think true crime podcast, maybe. The prosecution has effectively demonstrated that the defendant made plans specifically to unalive someone. They have demonstrated that they purchased a weapon specifically for the purpose of unaliving someone. They demonstrated that this weapon was used not just once, but 22 times consecutively against this someone. The defendant knows that they have no defense worth anything because of all this evidence against them, and so they confess, settle, and now they are in prison, paying for their crime. You are the friend or family member who at this point is still saying, I'm sure it was just an accident. They have always had such good intentions. I will through the TikTok. Beer in my navel adds marrow to my bones. Strength in my... What's a sinew?
Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old.
That phrase, and especially the word should, makes me think of a friend of mine whose faith transition was inspired by a visit to Jerusalem, of all places. When he went and saw Christians, Jews, and Muslims all worshiping essentially side by side, each believing just as firmly in their own respective faiths as he did in his, it made him wonder why he believed what he believed. And he ultimately came to the conclusion that there is no should as far as what to believe, but that he had his beliefs because of where he was raised, essentially. If he had been born somewhere else, he might have been visiting Jerusalem that week with the Jews or with the Muslims. My parents raised me perfectly from a believing LDS perspective. And yet, because of this phrase, they feel like they have failed. And there's nothing that I can do to help them feel any better, because the only thing I could do is impossible for me, which is to go back to sharing their beliefs.
As difficult as it was, and sometimes still is, to have gone through a major faith transition, I will forever be glad that I did, especially for the sake of my kids. My version of training up a child in the way he should go is to teach them to follow their heart. I don't want to teach my kids what to think or believe, but how to think, how to reason, analyze, dream, listen to your body, listen to your mind, trust your intuition. My kids are pretty little so far, but even still, it's been fun to see who they are, regardless of what I teach them. I didn't prescribe them a box, tell them that they will only be truly happy inside this box. I gave them the world, and they've been taking advantage of that, exploring themselves, breaking social norms, even teaching their classmates why certain social norms are worth breaking. Ultimately, it won't matter where they end up in life, what their orientation is, whether they have kids, yes, even what their spiritual beliefs are. It won't matter. Train up a child to follow their heart, and when they are old, they'll probably be way different than you, and you'll love them all the more because of it. You know, sometimes you just gotta hand it to the Mormons. It's not always easy living in the world, but not of the world. When not of the world means engaging in behavior that you know everyone else associates with cults. When I was a Mormon missionary, my companion and I got a question once from someone we were teaching: why do you two always wear undershirts in this hot, stuffy summer weather? And we knew that the honest answer of, well, we did this cult ceremony in their cult's temple and promised to always wear their cult clothing until the day we die, might scare her off. So instead we lied and said, we just prefer wearing undershirts, find it to be more comfortable. The other day, my partner and I were third party to a conversation between two other couples, one of which is very Mormon, and the other of which is never Mormon. And the very Mormons are moving to Missouri. So you have to understand, for those who don't know Mormon history, that Missouri is essentially where the church first started, where the first growing community of Mormons was. And Joseph Smith was very bold in his prophesying and wanted to get everyone all excited. And so he said one day that I received a revelation that Missouri is the coolest place ever. This is where the Garden of Eden was. And this is also where Jesus will come for the second coming. And he has asked us to prepare for that by building a temple and a community. And that was before the rest of Missouri decided that they were afraid of the Mormons and their beliefs and their politics and forced them to leave forever. But faithful Mormons still believe that someday they will have to go to Missouri to prepare for the second coming. And so the uber faithful sometimes preemptively go there on their own in anticipation of this call. So the Never Mormons asked the very Mormons, so why Missouri? And it was slightly comical to see their faces as they stumbled to find an answer. And they said something like, we just want to. And the Never Mormons said, you want to try something new? And they said, oh yeah, we just want to try something new. And then the wife used the phrase, we're having a leap of faith. Faith is right. And I wish them luck.
Parents, if your child struggles with a gospel principle or prophetic teaching, please resist any type of evil speaking or activism toward the church or its leaders. These lesser secular approaches are beneath you and can be lethal to the long-term faithfulness of your child.
Is activism causing a loss of faith really the problem here? The church began their Protecting Children and Youth training program around the same time they excommunicated Sam Young for too loudly advocating for protecting LDS children. Positive changes for women in the church, such as allowing them to pray in general conference or to covenant to God in the temple instead of to their husbands, started happening around the same time they excommunicated Kate Kelly for too loudly advocating for women in the church. The Black 14 was a group of football players who were kicked off of their University of Wyoming football team in 1969 for their planned peaceful protest against BYU due to its association with the LDS Church and its racist policies that were eventually changed in 1978. Going all the way back to the 19th century, the whole country practically united in protest against the LDS Church's practice of polygamy. Polygamy was grouped alongside slavery as one of the twin relics of barbarism. Federal laws were passed that put more and more pressure on the church to end the practice until they finally did. Pretty much every major change within the church can be traced back to activism within the church. Do we regret those changes? So the point I'm really trying to make here is that this concern about activism isn't really about members losing faith,
but rather about leadership losing control.
I get up every morning saying, not how can I pretend, not how can I act like this is true. My plea every morning of my life is, how can I convey what I know to be more true than anything on the face of this earth? How can I convey to some person or persons the reality of the divinity of the Lord Jesus Christ, the fact that God lives, that the heavens are open. I have a commission to stand by the Savior of the world, to defend him and defend the rock that he is.
I feel like this deserves a little bit more of an explanation. For reference, here's the conversation. It was on a video of mine where I showed Jeff Holland himself explaining that he does what he does because of a commission or an assignment to convey certain ideas. Now remember, this is a guy who claims to be an apostle or representative of Jesus Christ himself. You know, Jesus, the man who supposedly made it possible for all of us to be absolved of any wrongdoing. The guy who befriended the woman taken in adultery, who condemned not the prodigal son, but his haughty, judgmental older brother, the guy who healed and who loved. But Jeff, when he doesn't know he's being recorded, engages in name-calling. He calls people like me patty cake taffy pullers. When he does know he's being recorded, for millions to see, he calls for more musket fire against marginalized groups. And whenever the subject of people who leave the church come up, you know, people who decide voluntarily not to obey his every command, he gets visibly angry. I would hope that someone who accepts the calling to represent Jesus would do so in the pursuit of love and truth. But Jeff has exposed himself by admitting that he does what he does because he's fulfilling an assignment to convince people of certain ideas, which I guess might make sense coming from a grumpy, homophobic, misogynistic, white octogenarian like him.
Can you imagine a God who has not mastered accountability? Actually, there were such supposed gods in the imagination of ancient Greek and Roman and other pagan societies. These fictitious gods were vengeful and capricious and altogether unreliable. I say no thanks. I'll take the true and living God and the responsibility of accountability. So agency, when used in a manner consistent with moral truths, looks like a blessing, while agency, when used in a manner that rejects moral truths, looks like a curse. But in the end, God has no other option.
I found this comment fascinating, so I wanted to highlight it. This is a current TBM, or true believing member of the LDS Church, conversing with a former TBM who used to teach seminary, was even a bishop, but currently no longer believes in the church. And this person here is acknowledging that they both used the same method to determine whether the church is true, but came to opposite conclusions. Which is interesting to me because just this morning I saw a video pointing out that if you and I both use the same method to determine whether something is true but come to opposite conclusions, how can you possibly claim that I am wrong but you are right? It's basically admitting that you're purposefully keeping your head in the sand, refusing to use ration. Which leads me to my second point. I find it even more fascinating that in the end of the comment, they full out acknowledge why they're willing to keep their head in the sand. They just came right out and said it.
8 chairs arranged around a dinner table. We share the best parts of our day and the things we learned in school. On Sundays, we share what we learned at church. We bicker sometimes, but there's always love. And I think that even if we aren't a perfect family, we're pretty darn close. 8 chairs to make an eternal family. And everything we do is with the intention of ensuring those 8 chairs are still filled when our time on earth has ended and we make it to our heavenly kingdom. 8 chairs, and it seems so easy, so inevitable. The path is laid out before us, the instructions are all there, and all we have to do is follow them. Hold to the rod, endure to the end. I tell myself I'll never stray, and I believe it with all my heart. Time passes, we all grow up. I learn, I change, I doubt, and I falter. And when my heart, mind, and soul can't reconcile what I was taught to believe, I let go of the rod. I leave the path. 8 chairs, but only 7 people. I find my own joy. I find myself. I discover so much I wish I could share with them, but I don't think they'd understand. This is new. This was not the plan. We are all still trying to navigate the changes. But I fear, sometimes, when they look at me now, they see only that one empty chair.
Hey, fellow ex-Mormons, I just learned how easy it is to create and share merch with each other, whether it be stickers or t-shirts or mugs. Funny, serious, everything in between. Maybe this is old news and all of you know this already, but I just learned it, so I thought I'd share it with you all. See, not very long ago, I did this tongue-in-cheek video about my Book of Mormon hero, who happens to be Korihor, and I finished the video with the hashtag Justice for Korihor. I thought it was hilarious, so I got together with a friend who online goes by Danger Dojo. He created this image for me and then put it on some merch. I just bought it in this tank top, and then I started looking around. The search term Ex-Mormon brings up only 429 results. Guys, we can do better than that. I couldn't resist buying this sticker. I'll probably put it on my car window. Pride Month is coming up, and I love this sticker, which also comes in this version. And with a lot of things here, if you like a design, you can put that design on any number of different products. Plenty of Pride-themed designs, including some unique ones. Some just look good, like you could hang them on your wall where that family proclamation was a few years ago. Some of my favorites are the temple-themed ones. Here's one for December. Get that coat out of my face! I love this one. You can have your very own Joseph Smith miniskirt, or plenty of other references to Joe and his work. TikTok hashtag. Coffee. Anyway, lots of awesome stuff. Go check it out and support your fellow Exmos. This individual here is trying to justify a 37-year-old man coercing a 14-year-old kid to become one of his plural wives. They've said in a different comment that they believe that polygamy in general is wrong, and saying here that they don't agree with it, and yet they're still trying to justify it like this. Make it make sense.
This is funny. Only it's not, because you're right. You should have learned this. There's no legitimate reason for the church not to teach this to its members, considering how big this is historically. Why did the church leave Kirtland, Ohio? Church members are not taught this. They all know, or at least think they know, why the church left Missouri. Say it with me. Persecution. Church members all know, or at least think they know, why the church left Nauvoo, Illinois. Say it with me. Persecution. But why did the church leave Kirtland, Ohio? I've been to Kirtland twice on 2 separate church history trips, and I had no fucking clue why the church left Kirtland, Ohio, until I was leaving the church. That should not be the case. The church left Kirtland, Ohio because of this bank that Joseph Smith set up. And the saints had divine assurance that they can and should invest in this illegal bank, and so they did. And it went down almost immediately, and everyone went down with it, and they lost everything. That is why the church left Kirtland, Ohio, and left the first temple ever built to rot. If it weren't for the saints that were still in Clay County, Missouri, the church would have probably just fallen apart and would be non-existent today, other than just a blip in American history books. This is what gets me riled up. You should have learned this in Sunday school.
DJ, welcome to my page. I'm assuming you're new here, because everyone else knows if you're going to disagree with me, you'd better come with sources to back yourself up, as I do. I have repeatedly asked you for your source, and you have repeatedly given me nothing more than, oh, it was in the manual somewhere a couple years ago. Won't give me anything more than that. So I did some digging myself, and I found this article in their church history topics. So if you scroll close to the bottom of said article, you will find where it talks about the topic at hand, why people left Kirtland, Ohio. So the spectacular high point of the dedication was followed by economic difficulty and apostasy the following year. True. The Kirtland Safety Society, a financial institution established by church leaders including Joseph Smith, collapsed in 1837 as part of a national financial crisis known as the Panic of 1837. It did happen during the Panic of 1837, but it did not happen as part of or because of the Panic of 1837. Maybe that's why the local newspaper was talking about them in the first place, but the bank failed because it was illegitimate. It was a fraud. That's why it failed. Not because of the financial crisis of 1837. So let's keep going. As a result of the economic hardships that followed, some investors, including church leaders, questioned the prophetic calling of Joseph Smith. Questioned the prophetic calling of Joseph Smith. Well, if someone were to say, that was bullshit. You're obviously not a prophet. I am leaving the church today and never looking back. If that is questioning the prophetic calling of Joseph Smith, then yeah, this is true. I call this lying. That's what I call this. I call this lying. It's not even close. So, a few even threatened Joseph Smith's life. You know why they had to throw that in there? Persecution. It suddenly turns it into persecution. It's not about us or about what Joseph Smith did. It's about everyone else just treating us so badly all the time. It's always persecution. That's always the answer. So, in the early months of 1838, Joseph Smith and other church leaders escaped Kirtland and traveled to far west Missouri. Do you know what escaped Kirtland means? Running from the law. There was a warrant for his arrest, like the 8th or something. And he was running from the law. That's what that means. As with everything I talk about, I invite you to go do your own research. Don't just parrot to me what the church tells you, because so often it's not the full story, and your comment that I replied to in this video is not the full story. Thank you for saying this. I feel like this is a point that needs to be made, as this is exactly how the church works. They convince you to not pay any attention to these so-called scholars, when instead you can rely on this good feeling inside. We're going to call this good feeling God. Can we prove it's God? No, but can you prove it's not? Yeah, church leaders know that when you dig into the details, things start to unravel fairly quickly, like with the first vision itself and how what actually happened evolved from the first account that we have from 1827 to the last account that we have from 1844, and everything in between, and they all differ wildly with what actually supposedly happened, as if it's difficult to remember whether God himself actually appeared to me in this very first heavenly vision that I've ever had when I was 14 years old. All those historical details don't matter. The only thing that matters is this good feeling inside. Or the fact that the very first version was 1827, and that there's no evidence whatsoever of this crazy persecution that he received when he was 14 or 15 years old. But those silly historical details don't matter. The only thing that matters is this good feeling inside. Or what about the translation process of the Book of Mormon? There was this Urim and Thummim that was supposedly passed down through centuries, through different prophets' hands, even through different civilizations, to finally end up in this stone box along with the golden plates in order to translate them. And there were several people who were witness to the translation process of the Book of Mormon, and none of them ever mentioned the Urim and Thummim. It's always this brown rock that Joseph Smith found in a well once that he puts in a top hat and buries his face in the hat and rattles off the words to the Book of Mormon. But those silly historical details don't matter. The only thing that matters is this good feeling inside. You know I could go on and on. History matters, even in religion, especially if you are dedicating your life to the religion. If you know all the historical details and you still choose to believe and dedicate your life to said religion, more power to you. But don't tell others that history doesn't matter. It very much does. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe that's what that scripture means. I've seen the church come back to these verses of Isaiah lately, saying that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains. That's obviously referring to the Salt Lake Temple, and all nations shall flow unto it. That's obviously the Salt Lake City Olympics in 2002, but it doesn't say the Lord's house. It says the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains. What better interpretation than this mountain of money that they have? And as I was reading through the verses, I noticed near the end of verse 3 there, it says, "For out of Zion shall go forth the law." The church has very much been using their power and influence, and maybe even this mountain of money, to influence the laws of the land, such as when they supported the Respect for Marriage Act. It turns out it was just a publicity stunt. They were really in it to make sure they had an exception to legally discriminate. It's okay if everyone else isn't allowed to discriminate, as long as we can. And so yeah, new interpretation of Isaiah. I think you're right.
What changes could the church make that would make you want to go back?
I've seen this asked lots and lots. My answer, I could never go back to believing in the church for the same reason that I'll never go back to believing in Santa Claus. But I could see myself going back to a certain level of activity in the church if the church made a lot of changes, but all in order to do and be good first. Right now, the church does not leave the 99 in order to save and help the one. They protect the organization, they make sure they have the money and the lawyers and the reputation and the advertising that they need, but they don't serve the one first. I really admire Community of Christ, or formerly the RLDS Church, because they or their church leaders have consciously chosen to serve the one before serving their organization. And their church has suffered in numbers and tithing revenue because of it, but they do good. If we had a group like the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that was powerful and wealthy and did good, that would be amazing. My neighbors are Mormon, a lot of my friends are Mormon, all of my family is Mormon. If the church actually was like that, serving the one first and doing and being good, I could see myself being a part of that community in order to, be a part of my friends and neighbors and family's community, and to be a part of that good. I could do that, but I could never go back to believing.
I'm back with some news about the LDS Church, this time kind of funny, kind of not. LDS Young Single Adults on Sunday had a devotional worldwide broadcasted from the conference center in Salt Lake City. The speakers were 90-year-old Dallin Oaks and his spiritually polygamous wife of 15 years, his junior, Kristen Oaks. And one of the main topics, dating. Dating advice from a 90-year-old polygamist. I could stop there. But it gets better! Church PR is in this constant battle between what these old white men say and how to keep the rest of the world from hating them. It's a losing battle. But this devotional is a prime example. Just look at how Deseret News, owned and run by the church, described or summarized what was said versus the Salt Lake Tribune, which has no affiliation whatsoever with the church and thus has much more freedom of expression, shall we say. As maddeningly hypocritical as this section is, it's a section for a different video. For now, take a look at this. Young single adults should persist in their efforts to marry and start families. Harmless enough, right? Well, let's see what was really talked about. Hopping over to the Tribune, date more, marry earlier, don't delay having children even for financial reasons. That's what was really talked about, which to me is funny and sad. It's funny because it seems like he still thinks that using boomer speak is going to work when talking to Gen Z. It's not. More and more young people are going to end up leaving the church because of harmful rhetoric like this. So many of them see right through it. But it's sad because not all of them do. I personally know of a couple who got engaged today after dating for an excruciatingly long 2 months. They will probably also obediently start popping out future tithing payers right away, and then they'll continue looking towards the church for guidance on how to deal with all the stress and the trauma and the heartache and the tears that will all result from blindly committing their entire lives to this relationship they know next to nothing about today. So when I say I hate the church, but I love the people in the church, this is what I'm talking about. When church leaders are still actively preaching things from the pulpit that are harming my loved ones today.
He addressed this, actually. Basically, they do know, they don't care, their priority is future little tithing payers. But here's how he worded it.
Leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ are just as concerned about marriage as we were 20 years ago. Our concern includes the causes, such as the shortage of homes young marrieds can afford to buy, and the growing amounts of student debt. As you young adults know too well, you are not the cause of those circumstances, but their victims. What to do? Go forward with faith and do the best you can in housing market circumstances less favorable than I and your grandparents encountered in our early years, and especially work to minimize student debt. Our early pioneers left their homes and possessions to bring their families to spiritual safety in the Mountain West. Today, we urge you not to leave spiritual safety and family to obtain material possessions. Consider what young adult Latter-day Saints miss when their marriages are intentionally delayed for a significant period. Opportunities lost and blessings postponed. This means delays in the important personal growth that occurs in the relationship between a man and a woman, husband and wife.
Okay, I feel like I have some authority to be able to call bullshit on this whole thing. You know those crazy, cringy BYU couples who met and got married within the same semester? Yeah. That was us. I was 25, which is young in and of itself, but nothing compared with my wife, who was 19 at the time. Yes, I married a teenager. But in my mind, I was being faithful and obedient to Dallin here and his buddies. So we went forward with faith and hormones. Now, 11 years later, we are still married and don't plan on that changing anytime soon. But that's something I can't say the same of for an ever-growing number of our friends who got married under similar pretenses. We are still married today only after immense amounts of trauma, emotional pain, sleepless nights, and years of therapy. I credit therapy mostly to saving our marriage. But so much of our marital issues, in my view, could have been avoided by taking our time, by not hurrying, by being older, by doing things on purpose instead of out of duty. Plus, Dallin speaks of opportunities lost by not marrying young. When we got married, I was just starting my senior year of college. I had already served a mission, spent 2 summers as a youth counselor at EFY, another summer living and working up in the mountains at a family camp. I had spent a whole semester in China teaching English. I had been to Hawaii, New York City, Costa Rica. My wife, on the other hand, had graduated high school, spent a couple of semesters at college, and then got married and started having kids. She hadn't been east of the Mississippi, let alone to another country. I stole her youth from her, something I can never give back. If one of us lost opportunities, it's not the one of us that was a little bit older. So if you're inclined to believe Dallin with this bullshit, I'd like to remind you that Dallin is old enough to remember Pearl Harbor being bombed. Hell, he married his first wife before the civil rights movement had even begun. He is a really, really old dude. But hey, if you want to get your dating and marriage advice from the generation prior to World War II, I guess more power to you.
Now I address some issues that are also of concern for the well-loved high school students in our audience. Nationwide, your peers are afflicted by anxiety, vulnerable to drugs, addicted to social media, and seeking counseling in record numbers.
Yeah, your generation must be super screwed up if you're actively seeking out mental health care. I mean,
You are affected by these influences, but for you, the good news outweighs all of that.
Oh, really?
You know you are children of God, a uniquely divine heritage.
Oh, yeah, that makes it all better, thanks.
God loves you. He is a powerful mentor, and he has promised to help you if you but seek him in the way he is taught.
Okay, seriously now, this is hugely problematic. Taking care of your mental health is not a bad thing and should not ever be replaced by spiritual practices, for the same reason that you wouldn't go to your bishop instead of your doctor for, say, diabetes. Spiritual practices have the potential to complement mental health care if done right. I'd recommend under the supervision of a mental health care professional. So Dallin, can you please stay in your lane and let mental health care professionals take care of mental health, because you, quite frankly, have been doing a horrible job at it.
What? You just blew my mind. But you're totally right. His presidency began the year that he turned 94. But President Nelson was born only 80 years after Joseph Smith's death. 80 years! That's it. I can see how someone could interpret that to mean, hey, according to the calendar, he was much closer to the prophet than we were, so we should listen to him. But when they have a devotional where they give dating advice...
I'm stuck in a parking lot on what is normally the freeway, so I thought I'd take a minute to share some good news with you all that I just heard on the radio, this time political. I have been more and more discouraged this week as I watch our nation and possibly the world spiral downwards towards a 100% preventable recession that is all being caused by one man, the leading Republican in power right now, refused to make concessions because if he does, he might lose his job. So, of course, we all have to pay for his job. But I just heard some good unrelated news. I have personally celebrated every time I hear about one of the rioters from January 6th be convicted or sentenced. And I just heard that the founder of the Oath Keepers was just sentenced to 18 years in prison. He gets to spend nearly 2 decades paying for trying to take over our government and kill our vice president. So, as discouraging as things are, and it's hard to maintain faith in our nation's justice system when those in power continue to get off scotch-free, especially if they happen to be related to certain Republicans who are or were in power. But sometimes the justice system does pull through, and this one was especially encouraging, making me happy, so I hope it makes you happy too.
Thought I'd highlight this comment here. Didn't want it to get buried and ignored. So I wanted to thank you for being so ever so Christ-like. Such a good representative of Jesus you are. I'm sure he's very proud of you right now. Wanted to highlight this not because this is a normal thing for Mormons to say. I know it's very much the exception to the rule. But it's funny he should say this on the video that he did, because in that video I was trying my hardest to not look sick and miserable and exhausted, because I was feeling those things. I thought that I was starting to recover from the previous 24 hours of throwing up, but little did I know I was just starting the first 24 hours of the next sickness, my very first time getting COVID. It's taken 3 years and who knows how many negative test results, but I finally got it. Starting to feel better. Now, I just got another positive test result, so I still have it, but starting to feel more like a human again. But, wanted to ask everyone else, is he onto something? Or do you think he's projecting?
The Mormon Church has just bought an Amazon warehouse. It cost £74 million and was bought by Covent Garden IP, which is a registered charity with a goal to promote and further the religious and other charitable work of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the United Kingdom. Can someone please explain to me how the LDS Church is allowed to set up a charity whose sole purpose is buying up investments for the church? And why does it seem as though the church is allowed to spend more on these investments than they do on actual charity work in the UK? Let me know what you think.
LOL, ROFL. Yes, this comment is hilarious. Let me explain why. PW here loves to comment on ex-Mormon videos coming to the defense of the church. It doesn't matter what the circumstance, how wrong the grievance, or as in this case, how little they know about the subject matter at hand. Looks like they watched my video where I duetted Nemo the Mormon explaining that a charity owned by the church made a purchase of an Amazon warehouse. And they are assuming here that they are going to use it for charitable purposes. Makes sense, right? But a simple Google search brings up the article that Nemo was referring to that explains further that it's basically only charitable in the same way that, say, the $150 billion investment accounts are charitable, which is to say they bought it to make themselves more money, period, that's it. Let this be a warning to believing Mormons out there. Do not assume that the church will do good when it makes sense for them to do good. Because while sometimes they do, a lot of the times they don't. Which really, in a sense, is the whole reason ex-Mormon spaces like this exist in the first place.
Hey, you. Yeah, you, the one who, until quite recently, still believed in the LDS Church. That is, until you came across that one thing. Was it CES letter? Or letter from my wife? Or did you just thoroughly read through the church's own gospel topics essays? It doesn't matter. Either way, you must be experiencing a lot of emotions right now. Shock at what you've learned, anger for the church keeping it from you, sadness for the loss of those beliefs that until now were so special to you, fear for what this all means for your future, your relationships. You know how I know all that? Because I've been there. A lot of us here have. Part of me will probably always be there to some degree. The church was everything to me. Just know that I'm here for you. We all are. Do you need someone to talk to? Or do you need some advice? Do you need to throw virtual punches? Rant for a while? Or do you need a shoulder to cry on? Because I've found this TikTok community to be great for any and all of that. Oh, and take this one day at a time, will you? It does get easier, even if right now it might seem like it never will. You got this.
To them I say, if you knew what I know, you'd stay.
If you haven't seen that video yet, can you guess what the answer was? What is the secret sauce that if you only knew, you would have stayed? Give up? He didn't say. Welcome to my page where I say, if you only knew what I know, you might choose to leave. In other words, it's not a trick, it's an informed decision. I've noticed here on TikTok a key difference between believing Mormons and ex-Mormons. Believing Mormons will sometimes say this, if you only knew what I know, you would stay. To which ex-Mormons say, okay, what is it? Let's hear it. Let's talk about it. On the other hand, when ex-Mormons like myself say, if you only knew what I know, you might leave, believing Mormons then put up their hands. Whoa, 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 stop right there. I don't want to know. I've had close family members telling me this. I've had friends and acquaintances tell me this. Even here on TikTok the other day, a stranger in the comments, I had this conversation. If you really think about it, what they really mean is they know I might be right. So my question to believing Mormons is, if the church was not what they claimed to be, would you want to know?
Sometimes it feels like they don't hear us, right? Do you have somebody like that in your life? Have you ever had somebody in your life where perhaps they didn't understand you, who you are, who you authentically are? And that is exactly the way that we can move forward, by building understanding among each other, with your families, with your friends, coworkers, wherever it is that you are. If you create that room to understand others, they will make that room to understand you.
To my fellow Utahns, this year during Pride Month, we need to be especially loud and proud, and not just because there's been a record number of anti-LGBT legislation across the country, but our own Governor Cox has apparently had an unfortunate change of heart and is no longer the ally he used to be. Either that, or he's never actually had the values he claims to have, and is just your typical corrupt politician who goes where the money and the votes are. You see, in 2021 and 22, he issued this awesome declaration that June is officially LGBTQ+ Pride Month in Utah, using proper terminology and acronyms throughout, leaving no question as to what community he was supporting. He also vetoed a transphobic bill in last year's legislative session, so he didn't just talk the talk. He walked the walk. But in this year's legislative session, he eagerly signed a harmful transphobic bill, which caught me by surprise since he holds himself up to be an ally. But then a couple days ago, he released this year's Pride Month declaration, and it is markedly different than it's been in the past. Specifically, it makes no mention of the LGBTQ+ community. As a matter of fact, if you didn't already know what Pride Month was for, you'd still be in the dark after reading the whole thing. Apparently, Governor Cox is an ally when it's convenient to be an ally, but now his re-election is coming up,
so being an ally is no longer convenient. This year in particular, the LGBTQ plus community is under attack, and if you are not stepping up as an ally in some way, you are complicit in the abuse that is happening right now. One thing you can do, though, is make sure we get a new governor next year, one who actually has values instead of just pretending he does. Let's make it happen. I've heard religious people say regarding the LGBTQ community, y'all need Jesus. Well, I'm at the Utah Pride Parade, and I brought Jesus with me, so if you see me, say hi. I love the sin and the sinner. I think what you meant was, had the church failed to exist, how would you get your trauma? And where would you direct your processing and healing, while at the same time helping others to process and heal also? That's why I do this.
Why would a church want an attorney to be the historian and not a historian? Unless they don't want the history to be known.
If you are one who believes that the LDS Church does not hide their history, I invite you to take a gander at this list I compiled of all official church historians since the church was organized. Notice how many of them were actually, professionally, historians. 1. Leonard Arrington was the church historian from 1972 until 1982, the decade which has since been referred to as the Camelot years because of how exciting it was to be a part of. You see, every other church historian was a general authority first, and a church historian second, which just that should tell you how forthright they were willing to be with the shadowy parts of church history. But then Howard W. Hunter had this brilliant idea to have a historian be the historian. And it was going to be amazing. The historical department under Arrington's leadership got right to work with all these big, amazing projects and started publishing all the time. But not all of the church's upper leadership appreciated their work. Just look at this journal entry of Arrington's. And this one. Apparently, Apostle Peterson even had spies in the historical department reporting back to him. Unfortunately, Apostles Benson and Peterson won. Arrington was demoted and transferred to BYU and then replaced by, you guessed it, another general authority. I'd also like to point out when the internet became a thing and when podcasts and blogs became a thing. In other words, this was the first time in the history of the church that the church itself couldn't effectively control the narrative. And even excommunication doesn't silence someone anymore. Strange how ever since then the church historian hasn't just been a general authority, but an attorney who is a general authority. So, still think the church doesn't hide their history? B.H. Roberts. Now that is a story. Roberts was actually the assistant historian under both Anton H. Lund and Joseph Fielding Smith, but he himself did much more for church history than both of them combined. Roberts is known for authoring the 6-volume comprehensive history of the church, but he should also be known for exposing anachronisms in the Book of Mormon, essentially proving that the Book of Mormon is much more likely to be 19th century fiction than history. Yes, you heard me right. The church has continually tried to silence what he had to say, from during his lifetime, sending him on a mission in order to get him to stop researching and writing, to preventing him from ever publishing his writings, which were finally published long after his death in 1985, to even just this last general conference, Elder Christofferson deceptively stating that he was both a tireless defender of the church and a faithful church leader to the end of his life. Both statements of which are technically true, but leave out huge, crucial context. You see, there's considerable debate as far as whether Roberts lost his testimony of the church itself or not. I don't know about that. It seems to me that he might have. But if he did, he kept it to himself. What does seem clear to me is that Roberts lost his testimony of the historicity of the Book of Mormon. He knew it wasn't what it claims to be. But for whatever reason, he was still loyal to the church itself. So he was trying to do the church a favor by bringing these issues to upper church leadership so they could honestly tackle them head on before everyone else discovered them, causing the church to potentially implode. But church leadership instead preferred to bury the issues and hope they went away. Well, guess what's happened? Potential Book of Mormon ban in a Utah school district. But first I have to say, Davis County, I am so happy for you. I don't know if the Book of Mormon will actually get banned,
and I don't think it or any book should be, but you have successfully brought national attention to the stupidity of this 1940s Germany-style law by successfully getting the Bible banned from all but high schools, and you have made the man responsible for this law, Representative Ken Ivory, mad because now not only are books that he doesn't like getting banned, but also books that he does like. In other words, the law is doing what it's supposed to do. Can we get rid of it yet? But anyway, both KSL and Salt Lake Tribune obtained a copy of the challenge to the Book of Mormon via a public records request. I want to read to you how KSL framed it, because they actually framed it quite well. The petitioner, whose name was redacted, said he or she doesn't want children reading about, quote, murder, rape, torture, or learning that it is okay to murder somebody if God tells them to. Nephi. Nephi cuts off Laban's head, and his brothers are constantly beating him up. There are also the war chapters of Alma that describe dead bodies littered across the land. The Nephites and Lamanites torture and murder each other. There is also burning people at the stake, Abinadi, and forced cannibalism, Moroni 9. There is also sex and visiting prostitutes. While this is framed as a sin, it is still mentioned. Further, the Lamanite women are kidnapped and raped in Mosiah 20. The very next sentence on KSL is, the religious text also contains, quote, a record of God's dealings with ancient inhabitants of the Americas and contains the fullness of the everlasting gospel, according to the title page of the Book of Mormon. Thank you, KSL, for so succinctly explaining one of the core issues many people have with the Book of Mormon. Now, I do have to give props to the superintendent of the Davis School District, Dan Linford, who said this towards those who are angry at the Bible being banned. Many people know that I am a person of faith, and I believe the Bible is a sacred text, but it would be inappropriate for me to use my position as superintendent to project my beliefs or opinions on the decision-making process, which is still underway. Good on you. And finally, I have to also give props to the ex-Mormons of Davis County. I mean, we don't know it was ex-Mormons who have submitted these challenges to the Bible and Book of Mormon, but really we know. So, high five.
Some have asked why I, as the superintendent, have not intervened in the process to ensure that the Bible can remain in our libraries at all levels. I recognize that this community was founded on many of the principles set forth in the Bible. Many know that I am a person of faith, and I believe the Bible is a sacred text. But it would be inappropriate for me to use my position as superintendent to project my own beliefs or opinions on the decision-making process, which is still underway. The same would be true if I were not a religious person, or if I belonged to a religion that doesn't view the Bible as a book of Scripture. The principles of democracy require that complicated decisions like this be made only after consideration of varied community perspectives.
Picker validates that it's the right item. They put it in the box, they push the button, they're done, and the box will shift and go to be shipped.
Everywhere we have a member, we need to get them essential materials so they can make and keep covenants. And so this facility ships about 75% of the world's volume to our members throughout the world.
We are, I believe, state of the art in terms of the technology that we use here. And that makes me very happy to think that members of the church will benefit from this technology.
You all know that Russia just recently destroyed a dam in Ukraine committing eco-terrorism, right? It created an ecological disaster. Well, Randy Vale, 58, of Meridian, Idaho, was just arrested for causing significant damage with high-powered weapons at 2 dams. Repairs on the dams are requiring road closures and cranes. Here's Randy Vale. Republicans do like their Russians.
They asked me if I would consider divorcing my husband.
Go back and watch that video. It truly is disturbing, even if it's unfortunately not all that surprising. The attitudes and ideas behind what that young missionary said are extremely harmful, and I think even the most honest church leaders would admit that. And if the priority of the church was helping people and making the world a better place, then they might do something about it. But you won't hear anything about correcting toxic behaviors like that in General Conference, because the priority of the church is actually indoctrinating these young missionaries, turning them into obedient little tithing-paying robots who look to the church in every thought and doubt not for the rest of their lives. It's sad, really. The video I've linked to in this comment poses an interesting question. Veronica asks basically why the difference in how the church has been so open and honest with Brigham Young's polygamy, but not with Joseph Smith's. They've gone to great lengths to hide his polygamy, basically. And I have two thoughts regarding this. The first is basically what Veronica said, that Joseph Smith has to be painted as someone who is pure in heart, who just has these innocent questions, and his goodness and his purity is partially what made it possible for him to receive these divine answers to these questions of his. You know, that's how he met Angel Moroni and got the golden plates. That's how he ended up being baptized and receiving the Aaronic priesthood, and then the Melchizedek priesthood and the temple ordinances. He just had these innocent questions. And, you know, being commanded to start polygamy with minors because an angel with a flaming sword told him to doesn't really fit that image as well. Versus Brigham Young, he was one of the main leaders of the Wild West, and his personality was such that God told us this is how it's going to be, and so that's what you're going to do. And if you cross too many lines, you just might end up being blood atoned. You know, that was his personality. And so as someone who is strictly obedient with this strange practice of polygamy, it's a whole lot easier to be open and honest about that. My second thought is how open and honest they themselves were able to be. You know, Brigham Young brought the Saints out west in 1847, and then 5 years later announced to the world, yes, the rumors are correct, we do practice polygamy here, and for the next 25 years until he died, he was open and honest about the fact that he was a polygamist, and the world knew it. Versus Joseph Smith in Nauvoo, he hid it. The only quotes we have from Joseph Smith regarding his own polygamy is him standing on the pulpit and claiming that, no, I am not a polygamist, and anyone who claims that I am is a liar. So that makes it really difficult for the church to just come out and say, yes, our founder did practice polygamy, even though he himself said he didn't. So let's just not talk about it and hope that you don't ask too many questions about it, and we'll just talk about Brigham Young on, okay? I found this question in my DMs. I thought I'd share my response with all of you. No, the church didn't turn me away or anything like that. At one point, actually until I was 32, I believed in the church, in God, in all of it. Then eventually I had enough issues on my proverbial shelf that I had to give myself permission to actually ask with real intent whether Joseph Smith was a prophet and the Book of Mormon was authentic. Once I actually looked into it and went where the evidence led, instead of starting with the end and working backwards like I always had, it fell apart rather quickly. Then, once I applied that level of criticism to the church, as in analytical criticism like historians and scientists do, I carried it over to deity. I quickly found that the story of Christianity itself has many similarities to the story of the LDS Church, or any church really. It started with stories, and the stories grew more and more flamboyant, and then men, like Constantine, figured out how to use it to manipulate people for more power, and that's how Christianity became what it is today. As far as God itself, himself, herself, I have found, after this whole journey, that no one has seen God. No one knows for sure about God. And the ones who are insistent that you believe in God benefit from you doing so. There have been more than 4,000 gods that humans have believed in the last several thousand years, and they all have just as much actual evidence as the rest, which is none. Your feelings are not evidence. They are emotions, and emotions can be explained if you are willing to learn about psychology. So if someone says I should believe in God, I say, which God? As for me and my house, I will serve humans and make this world a better place, not serve some imaginary being who won't reveal themselves to me, you, or anybody else. Thanks for the question. Okay, two things. First, worry about your own personal salvation. I'm a full-fledged adult who makes decisions for myself. Please and thank you. But second, because you brought it up, I don't want to inherit your God's kingdom. Your God, in a fit of rage, committed genocide because people weren't obeying his every command. That's not a loving Heavenly Father. That's a family annihilator. Your God murdered who knows how many innocent children in one night unless their parents had first themselves murdered an innocent animal and smeared its blood across their front door frame. Your God is so narcissistic that his number one rule is to love and adore him. And if you don't obey enough of his rules, he will make you endure endless burning and torment. Oh, but to prevent himself from sending you to hell, he sent his son to be brutally tortured to death in order to satisfy his narcissism. Yeah, whatever hell is, I'll take that long before your God's kingdom, thanks.
That's funny. I just looked it up, and that's a pretty good theory. If we continue along the lines of theories about Satan, now I'm switching here from general Christianity back to Mormonism. I showed in my other video how much of a narcissistic asshole God the Father is. Now, if you don't like me saying that, just scroll up, just like that. Now I'll continue for those who don't mind me saying that. So we were stuck with this narcissistic asshole in heaven. I lived in heaven a long time ago, and we read about the war in heaven in Mormon scriptures and about how Lucifer was the one who said, you know, I think we're all really cool. I love everyone, and so I think everyone should be saved. And this is my idea. Can I get the credit for my idea? But we all know that older brother, who is Daddy's favorite, said, no, I think only the ones who obey and worship Daddy should be saved. And Brown Nose here, I don't want the credit. Daddy gets all the credit. And guess who Daddy picked? Not only that, Jesus was able to get Lucifer kicked out, as well as anyone who followed him, which was kind of a win for Lucifer considering what Daddy's like. And so, win for Lucifer, but he had already demonstrated how much he loves all of us. And so he wasn't going to give up on us. He knew that the rest of us were stuck up there still, and he wanted to help out. He knew, as we know from Mormon scripture, that Adam and Eve could not have children in the Garden of Eden without partaking of the apple. So he helped out. He came to Eve and made it possible for us to leave Daddy's presence. Not only that, but we also know from Mormon scripture that Adam and Eve could not know pleasure.
BYU diploma, contrary to what I was told at BYU, is not a good thing. Let me explain why. A bachelor's degree requires roughly 120 credit hours, and that's almost exactly how many I got. But 14 of my credit hours, or more than 10%, were from religion courses that BYU requires, whether you're Mormon or not, in order to graduate. So I have not one but 2 courses on my college transcript that were on the Book of Mormon. Part of my college degree was legitimately from studying Another one of my religion courses was on the Doctrine and Covenants, another Book of Mormon scripture that's mostly a collection of Joseph Smith's revelations. Yet another one of my classes was solely studying the lives of the current LDS apostles at that time. Totally degree worthy, right? Again, believing Mormons probably don't understand why I cringe as I explain all this, but I know everyone else does. I still have the PowerPoint slides from my LDS marriage and family class. Take a look at the material that I studied and was graded on how well I understood. All of this to say that BYU fans love BYU because it's their church's school, and because... No, actually, that's it. But the U fans love the U because it's a good school. See the difference? So the BYU-Utah rivalry is all about legitimacy. BYU is constantly trying to prove that they are legitimate by beating their closest competitor, who is. And at least on the football field, that hasn't been working very well lately. But that's all just my perspective. What do you think? Am I onto something? Let me know in the comments. Utah, I really wonder about your sanity sometimes. This article just showed up on my news app just now. For those who follow Utah news and politics, does this make you think of anything that just barely happened? Maybe this? Just a couple of months ago, there were environmental groups and political groups and lots of people trying desperately to get Governor Cox to not sign this bill. Because things like this would obviously start happening much more often. It wasn't really that long ago when we avoided near ecological disaster in both Yellowstone National Park and Zion National Park when we got rid of the deer's national predator, and so the deer overran the parks and it started causing huge ecological problems. And now we're wondering, why are there so many deer and what do we do about it when we just got rid of their natural predator again, or at least made it possible to basically totally eliminate their natural predator? I just hate how we humans act as if other creatures and species are just annoyances that we can manipulate or even kill at will, however it benefits us, but only in the short term. We can't think about the long term or about that other species' well-being or even about the well-being of our own planet Earth that we need in order to survive as a species for ourselves. So we've slowly been chipping away at the well-being of our home here, including with this cougar hunting law that should not have been signed in the first place, that will obviously cause problems, that is already starting to cause problems, and we wonder what could we possibly do about this deer problem. I mean, we don't have to do anything other than not kill their predator. That's it.
How about this for a deep thought? Sometimes it's hard for me still to wrap my brain around the fact that the priesthood is not real. There is no such thing as priesthood power. That Russell Nelson is just an elderly retired doctor who heads this huge club and plays pretend. And this club has all of these rules of various levels, various tiers of importance. One of the most important rules in this club is to give a lot of your personal hard-earned money to the club. Not to support the functionality of the club, although it does that. That's not the reasoning behind it. And it's not even to be a member of the club. You can be a member of the club, but not give any of your money to the club. But if you want to be a more valued member of the club, then you'll give your money to the club. And that's the reasoning. Another one of these more important rules is controlling what happens behind your bedroom door between consenting adults. They're extremely controlling with that. And if you break this rule, your local club leader wants to know all the nitty-gritty details. And if you break it in just the wrong way, you might get kicked out of the club, even if it's between consenting adults. And not far below that rule is controlling what drinks you do or do not have with your breakfast and with your dinner. They're very particular with your drinks. And then there are lots of other rules, such as they give their members a schedule of what to do. Basically all day Sunday, controlling what they do. Monday night, controlling what they do. Tuesday night, if you're under 18, controlling what they do. And then sometimes even on Saturdays, what you do even after everyone has given all of their money to the club and there's this unimaginably large surplus of money that is building interest. Even after all of that, club members still, with their own two hands, clean the club meeting house, scrubbing the toilets and everything for free. And then there's the requirement of pledging allegiance to the club's supreme leader, to the head honcho at the top. From the time you learn to talk, you'll learn this chanty song about the importance of always obeying him. Never a her, it's always a him. And the weirdest rule to me is once a month, you starve yourself. Because somehow it's good for you. No one knows how it's good for you, and everyone hates it, but everyone does it anyway.
in order to be a more valued member of the club.
This rabbit hole never ends. I had a friend request I do a video on the history of the Word of Wisdom, and I didn't get very far in my research at all before I learned, when I was today years old, that the first 3 verses of Doctrine and Covenants section 89, or the Word of Wisdom, were not part of the Revelation. They were the italicized introduction to the Revelation. The Revelation itself didn't start until what is now verse 4. Behold, verily, thus saith the Lord, sounds a whole lot more like the beginning of one of Joseph Smith's Revelations, because it was. It wasn't until the 1876 version of the Doctrine and Covenants, when, for some reason that now we'll probably never know, that italicized introduction was included as part of the section itself. And then it was that version of the D&C that was finally officially canonized as scripture in 1880, and that made it officially and forever part of the section. So if you know someone who's trying to defend the Word of Wisdom, saying anyone can do it, see, look, God said it's adapted to the capacity of the weak and the weakest, you can point out now, that wasn't your God who said that. That was some dude's interpretation that somehow ended up in there. So, now you know.
This is cute. Can we discuss this? Ex-Mormons watching this, how many of you have had a stranger come knocking on your door? Say a woman who says she's your local Relief Society president inviting you to the next activity. Or a man who says he's your new minister and he'd like to come check in on you regularly. Or how many of you have gotten a text from a stranger saying he is your local bishop's secretary, wondering not if but when you can meet with the bishop to discuss, say, a temple recommend or tithing? Or better yet, how many of you have found out after the fact that you were the main topic of conversation at a meeting of local LDS leaders of mostly men called the Ward Council, and without your knowledge you had become their new project? Now let's turn the tables. Mormons, how many of you have gotten a knock on your door or a text from a random stranger pressuring you to participate in the next ex-Mormon activity or to give the local ex-Mormons your money? What? Never? Not even once? Oh, that's so weird. Oh, you must be talking about conversations like this online within ex-Mormon circles, where ex-Mormons are talking about real abuse of real people, both within and without the LDS Church, caused by the LDS Church itself. You must be coming back to the whole you can leave the church, but you can't leave the church alone argument, aren't you? I'm guessing you call me an anti-Mormon. You know what? I'm not anti-Mormon. I am anti-abuse. I'm anti-manipulation, I'm anti-gaslighting, I'm anti-hypocrisy. I'm anti-racism, anti-sexism, anti-queerphobia, and I am anti-whitewashing. On the other hand, I am pro-transparency, pro-accountability, and I am pro-equality and pro-fairness. And until the LDS Church can demonstrate that they are also pro those things, I and other ex-Mormons will continue to speak out online like this against your church. And if you think that is on the same lines as how Mormons come after inactives and ex-Mormons, then you need to go look up a term called persecution complex, and then get back to us.
I've been researching the history of the Word of Wisdom, the Mormon Health Code, and I came across something I had to highlight in its own video because it was yet another one of those why didn't I know this things. Did you know that Brigham Young told the saints of St. George, Utah to plant vineyards for the purpose of producing wine, and they did so for about 4 decades. They had hundreds of acres of vineyards down there, and they became somewhat nationally known for their wine and were so proud of their wine that when the St. George Temple was dedicated, they put a bottle of Dixie wine in the cornerstone of the temple. There is a bottle of Mormon-made wine in the cornerstone of the St. George Temple today. My Mormon parents live in St. George, and yet if I were to offer them a glass of wine, they would be so offended. Make that make sense.
I've been thinking lately about how the Mormon Church handicaps its members emotionally, because I got a text recently from a very TBM family member who was telling me that they loved me, but as part of, why or how they love me, they had included a note that I'd written to them 14 years ago where I had jotted down my thoughts about a certain doctrine or commandment and then said that I loved them, and it was kind of part of the same thought. It was connected to my thoughts about this commandment. I responded and tried to explain how it feels like you're saying you love old TBM Ryan more than new free thinking Ryan, and I wish to be seen and loved just for me. Not old me or new me, just that you love me. But those of you who have emotionally immature family members probably know where this is going. Any criticism towards their expression of love was taken as a direct attack on them. And they quickly turned this around and said that I turned their message of love into hate speech, said that I am unfair, cruel, and diabolical. Literally means of the devil. They ended up saying that they would no longer be reaching out to me in the future as a result. Got me thinking about the justification that church members sometimes use, that the church is perfect, but the people are not. I wish that instead of simply stopping there and using that to justify problems within the church, that church members use that to their advantage, that because the people are imperfect, then it is imperative that we use additional tools at our disposal, tools for mental health such as therapy, tools for knowledge, research, things like that. Maybe half of Sunday school could be learning about therapy and mental health techniques, or learning about relationships and how to communicate better. Instead, church members are led to believe that because they have the truth, they don't need to learn about mental health and things like that because they have the scriptures. And they're left extremely handicapped as a result. So this family member of mine didn't know how to handle my negative emotions, let alone their own negative emotions, and it all just blew up in our faces, and I've been almost disowned as a result. It's things like this that remind me how I love the people of the church, but I hate the church for what it does to the people. The Mormon Church isn't just another religion or belief system. In the minds of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, it is a whole way of life. It is the lens through which they see everything and make all life decisions. It is so much a part of them that they know, at least subconsciously, that if it weren't true, their whole worldview would fall apart. So when an active, believing member of the church hears that a loved one who they trust otherwise says that they left the church because their conscience wouldn't allow them to remain a member, for whatever reasons, this just doesn't compute. If the reasons for leaving were to be even partially true, this lens through which they see the world would develop a crack. So to literally keep themselves from going crazy, their brain naturally, defensively, comes up with alternate explanations. You just realized you weren't good enough. You just wanted to sin. You didn't read your scriptures enough, or attend the temple enough, or my personal favorite, you never had a testimony to begin with. Because if that were to be true, their worldview remains intact, and they don't have to risk going crazy. This seems like one of those "how Mormon were you" type of tests, right? Let's see what I can do. It's been a few years since I've been to church, and who knows how many years since I've blessed the sacrament. I have not cheated and looked anything up. I have just been thinking about it for a few minutes now. So, the blessing on the bread. O God, the eternal Father, we ask thee in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ, to bless and sanctify this bread, the souls of all those who partake of it, that they may do so in remembrance of the body of thy Son, and take his name upon them, that they do always remember him, that they may always have his Spirit to be with them. Amen. Got it. I think. Maybe. And then water, or wine, before the 20th century. O God, the eternal Father, we ask thee in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ, to bless and sanctify this water to the souls of all those who drink of it, that they may do so in remembrance of the blood of thy Son, which was shed for them, that they do always remember him, that they may have his Spirit to be with them. Amen. Bread has always, water does not. How did I do? Y'all, this is what I dislike about organized religion. I had cosplayed as Jesus in this video, and since then I've had countless Christians come into the comments telling me how awful that was of me to do. I've had some go so far to tell me that I have committed the unpardonable sin for resembling Jesus. So I thought I'd challenge one of them and ask why. Why was this wrong for me to do? They can't give me an answer. This is as good as they can come up with. Because God said so, essentially. If you make choices based on what your God tells you to do or not to do, you are not a good person. You're merely a machine, a sheep, a cog in someone else's machine. Christians act so afraid of the morality, or rather assumed amorality, of atheists. And yet if you were to ask an atheist why they do what they do, they would never give you the answer of, because he said so. For me, why do I watch out for my neighbor, serve the community, obey the laws of the land, and generally try to make this world a better place? Simple answer? Karma. If you're an asshole, you're going to be treated like an asshole. I want to be happy.
and I want my kids and grandkids to be happy too. When I see Christians get upset for me resembling Jesus, it makes me wonder, where's that passion for our world that's burning up due to fossil fuels? Where's that passion when we have yet another horrific, avoidable school shooting? Where's that passion when we have a national conversation about how healthcare should be a right and not a privilege? Y'all are getting mad at the wrong things, and it's all because you're not thinking for yourself. My mom gave her life to the Mormon Church, or to my dad, depending on how you look at it. Oh, she's not dead. She's still very much alive, still giving her life. You know, sacrificing her right to be an individual to the church and what it demands of her. That's who I thought of as I read through this article about the passing of Patricia Holland, but it's true of countless women in the church, women who are raised as
daughters of our Heavenly Father who loves us, and we love Him.
And so they loyally dedicate themselves to what they are told their Heavenly Father wants of them. Rather than discover their own unique identity and purpose, they melt into the identity and purpose of the church via their husbands. For example, rather than finding their own rewarding career path that excites them, they tend to drop out of school, support the career path of their husband, and start popping out future typing payers. For Patricia, this all started when she was 16 and her family moved from the country to the city so she could ultimately find a husband. It looks like she started going places personally as she studied voice and piano in New York with a faculty member at Juilliard, but then predictably got married, started having kids, and supported her husband's career instead. Sister Holland never blinked an eye, happy to be where he was, says the author for her. Even her own lofty church callings she fulfilled under the shadow of her husband. Speaking of callings, this is what I mean by gave her life to the church. This was all unpaid, by the way. In this article, all about Patricia's passing, which is not an unusually long article, by the way, I count 28 mentions of her all-important husband. I just think it's sad. I met Patricia once, I can't say I knew her, but I did meet her, and she deserves to be remembered for who she was. Not mostly for her relationship with him, and not even just him. Even when it brings up their son Matt, it's Matt the General Authority 70. But that's what patriarchy does. It erases women, past and present, in favor of their male counterparts. Side note, I can't help but point out that when she got sick in 2014, her prophet, seer, revelator, apostle of Jesus Christ husband didn't actually have healing powers. Weird. Also, last thing, Jeff Holland almost assuredly believes in polygamy, and her passing now frees him up to find himself a virgin to be his spiritual plural wife, as his friends Russell and Dallin did when their wives passed away, and as instructed in D&C 132. Who wants to place bets on how many months it'll take him? No. My mother did not choose her own path. She did basically what her mother did and what her grandmothers did and what her great-grandmothers did, which is to follow the path that was chosen for them, because that path was presented as the only choice. My mother has always prided herself and continues to pride herself on the fact that she has been obedient to the path that was chosen for her. I, on the other hand, will be eternally grateful that my children will actually get to choose their own path and what is best for them, because only they can know what that is.
I wasn't aware that was something a person could do.
Men and women who turn their lives over to God will find out that He can make a lot more of their lives than they can. He will deepen their joys, expand their vision, quicken their minds, strengthen their muscles, lift their spirits, multiply their blessings, increase their opportunities, comfort their souls, raise up friends, and pour out peace. Whoever will lose his life to God will find he has eternal life.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Here's my speculation. I don't think they hid that on purpose per se. I think it's more related to what happened right before that. You know, Joseph went to the window and may or may not have recognized people in the crowd from his Masonic lodges that he had attended and been a part of. And so he started to do the Masonic cry of distress, or whatever it's called. Oh Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son? Or however it goes. And he didn't make it all the way through. He just got to, "Oh Lord, my God," and then he fell out the window when he was shot, and then he was, shot at the well. But if we are going to turn him into a religious martyr, then perfect. Let's end it there where he's at the window saying a prayer and his life is ended. And it just happened to be that, there was another little bit that happened after that, but it's not very important. That's my speculation.
You would think that to erase all of this magic, there was also some kind of ceremony involved.
What a fascinating thought. As you progress through the church, there are all of these ceremonies. Baptism, confirmation, washing, anointing, endowment, the sealing if you're married in the temple, and then if you're super special, you get your second anointing. And they're all presented as if it's the ceremony itself that is so important. For example, you don't go through your endowment just to get through to the other side. You go through your endowment in order to learn the super secret signs and tokens that lets you essentially sneak past the guards at the gates of heaven. But then if there's someone like me who says, "I no longer want to be a member of the church," you essentially write a letter to church headquarters in one way or another saying you no longer want to be a member. Then you get a letter back saying, "Okay, it's been done. You're no longer a member. Let us know if you change your mind. You can start all over on all of those super special ceremonies." But why is it that all those ceremonies have to be done just right, word for word, and by the proper priesthood authority, but to do the opposite and erase all of it takes an employee at church headquarters with the right computer password. No priesthood required. It's almost as if the ceremonies themselves didn't actually do anything in the first place. Almost. My point? Information, education, informed consent. Those things that I wasn't offered as a member of the church, because the church tells you to only consume information about the church from the church. But as I've demonstrated in my video, so much of the time that's not even half of the story. But I think you and other members of the church and anyone else who is interested in learning about the church deserves the whole story. You deserve more than to be given this filtered information, filtered because they don't trust you with the whole story. Now, it sounds like something that I presented in my story, in my video, made you uncomfortable, made you feel defensive. I would hope that before you put up your defenses, you first ask yourself why. Why does historical information make you feel defensive? Guys, we need to stop criticizing God as if we know better. Are you perfect? I know I'm not. I accidentally stole a candy bar once when I didn't realize my toddler had grabbed it off the shelf. So who am I to criticize God when he's just trying to make up for his failed attempt at being a heavenly parent by gruesomely drowning nearly every human and animal on the face of the planet? What? What I'm about to say has been said many times before on this app, but Ray here isn't the only one who needs to hear it, because I keep getting comments with different variations of the imperfect humans excuse. Look, I don't ask for perfection. Nobody expects LDS prophets to not make mistakes. What realists like me expect is for the leaders of God's one true church to at least be decent human beings, at least not be scumbags. But Joseph Smith married multiple underage teens. One of them, when asked in a legal proceeding if he had sex with her, basically said, "Why else would he call me his wife?" Inexcusable. Brigham Young ordered the slaughter of a whole tribe of Shoshone Native Americans in what is now Provo, Utah. Inexcusable. Wilford Woodruff, prophet number 4, gifted himself hundreds of women as his eternal polygamous wives for his birthday, for multiple birthdays. To me, inexcusable. And Lorenzo Snow, prophet number 5, his last polygamous wife, he married when he was 57 and an apostle. She was 15. They had 5 children together. I don't ask for perfection. I ask for decency and honesty. While Mormons are routinely excusing awful things like genocide and the sexual trafficking of children, do better. Mormons love their temples. You know who else does? No one. Despite what Mormons tell themselves, only Mormons love Mormon temples. Case in point, the planned Cody, Wyoming temple announced in October 21 General Conference, and the non-Mormons of the town don't seem so thrilled about it. Can I show you why? I bet you can guess
just by pulling it up on Google Maps. I mean, look at this place. It's literally heaven on earth. You can see why there's a city ordinance that buildings cannot exceed 30 feet. Yes, that's a rule. But God's one true church doesn't believe in rules. They want their temple to reach a total of 101 feet. That's right, a great and spacious eyesore forever scarring this heavenly landscape. Okay, not everyone is against the scarring steeple. The city planner tried approving it himself, arguing that the steeple shouldn't count towards the height of the building, which will only be up to about 26 feet high without it. If you're like me, you hear that and think, only a Mormon would make that kind of an argument. And you'd be right. He's Mormon. If I'm understanding this article correctly, the church's current strategy is to move forward without permission. Like I said, rules. Apparently the debate in Cody has gotten quite contentious. Those opposing the temple put up yard signs and have been finding them stolen or even vandalized. It's gotten bad enough that the Cody, Wyoming state president, the top church leader in Cody, sent an email to his stake basically asking them to stop making the church look bad. If you ask me, the church doesn't need any help in that area.
How do you know when a church feels like it's losing its grip on its members? I'll tell you one way. It has to give away its highly curated propaganda that it has always sold to its membership. Church magazines have always played a crucial role in the church and its various objectives in getting its message out there, controlling the narrative, to a certain degree, controlling how and what members think and believe. And it's always been a pretty normal thing for members of the church to just have a subscription to the magazines. Growing up, I always had the magazines at home on the coffee table or whatever. But then the internet happened, and they put everything up online for free, which makes sense. You know, getting it out there, it's free, it's readily available. More people will read it. But it did just the opposite. You know, who actually pulls up the internet to read their Leahona magazine? I know as a believing member of the church, I did not very often at all. But if it's just sitting there on the coffee table, I'm much more likely to pick it up and thumb through it. So I think this is just the result of people just not buying or reading church magazines anymore. So they have to give it away because there's no other way to get people to read them. I would hope the next step would be for people to stop attending the temple. So in order to incentivize people to go to the temple, they kick the money changers out of the temple. You know, clothing rental. Even as a believing member, that never made sense. Rent clothing at the temple in order to do temple ordinances?
Make up their own version of Mormonism that aligns with their own.
Sarah was pointing out that LDS church leaders often purposefully do not specify what is and is not doctrine, instead choosing to allow members to assume what makes sense to them. One of the most manipulative and awful examples of this is the commonly held belief within the church that as representatives of Jesus Christ, apostles have met Jesus Christ. I believed that when I was a believing member. Now I realize if they had met Jesus Christ, they would not be able to stop talking about it. It's not something you can't talk about. Joseph Smith talked about it all the time. You couldn't get him to stop talking about it. But you won't find an apostle these days who says that they have met Jesus, who confirms that. But you will also not find any apostles who say that they have not met Jesus, thus allowing the deception to continue because it benefits them, because they have more control over millions of people, including a lot of my friends and family. That is evil. I fucking hate it.
Are we really trying to defend the temple using this comparison here? Is that really what's happening here? Okay, you brought it up. Let's look at this. On the one hand, we have a small town in the mountains where no building is taller than 2 stories because the town is known for its hills and forests and wildlife. So you build a 2-story building, and on top of that 2-story building, you put a 5-story steeple. It is wide, it is white, it is obvious, it is lit up at night. When you go on your porch at night, instead of just seeing the stars like you're used to, you see a big fat fucking steeple. And we're justifying that by comparing it to one of those blinking red lights on top of a pole on top of a skyscraper in a big city where those lights are mandated to make sure planes don't run into the buildings. Folks, this is what we call grasping at straws, where you know you've lost the argument from the very beginning because there's no logic in your argument to begin with. And yet you just can't help but try because the church is true, goddammit!
Ray, I really appreciate you joining in the comments. I love it when people with a differing point of view add their perspective. But then you do this, where you're being disingenuous, even dishonest, I would say, as you totally ignored the point of the person you're replying to in order to win an argument that no one was having in the first place. Plus, you and I both know there is a Mormon heaven and hell. I would argue that there are multiple hells. There's the not as bad Mormon hell that we call the Celestial Kingdom, and the more bad Mormon hell that we call Outer Darkness. But comments like this just show that you're losing the debate, and so you're resorting to silliness. Stop. Mormons believe the temple is the most sacred of spaces. It's the only place where husband and wife can be united for time and all eternity. Being sealed in God's holy house is necessary to one day stand erect in God's presence. It is how one becomes a polished shaft in God's hand. Becoming worthy to attend the temple is harder for some than others, but it doesn't matter how long it takes. It's not about the length of time, but more the girth of your faith. So head on over to your bishop and make plans to attend the temple. It will make a vast difference in your life.
This is a great example of how manipulative Mormon apologetics are in general. Let's take the example of Lorenzo Snow's last wife, Minnie. Minnie was 15 years old when she married Lorenzo Snow. For the sake of example, let's say we look up what the age of consent was back then, and it was 15 years old, and if you look at census and other records, let's say that you'll find all sorts of 15-year-olds getting married. But you can't stop there. Then look at the age of their spouse. Their spouses were also somewhere around 15 years old. Lorenzo Snow, on the other hand, was 57 years old. Nowhere will you find it normal for there to be a 42-year gap outside of sex cults such as the early Mormon Church. If you can find an example that is not a sex cult, sure, you'll win that bet. Good luck.
I am so furious with people who leave this church. I don't know whether furious is a good apostolic word. But I am. I say, what on earth kind of conviction is that? What kind of patty cake, taffy pull experience is that? As if none of this ever mattered, as if nothing in our contemporary life mattered, as if this is all just supposed to be just exactly the way I want it, and answer every one of my questions, and pursue this, and occupy that, and defy this, and then maybe I'll be a Latter-day Saint. Well, there's too much Irish in me for that. This church means everything to me, and I'm not going to leave it, and I'm not going to let you leave it. The first great rule of a storm at sea is stay in the boat. This is no time for you to say, oh, well, yeah, it looks like, I don't know, nobody cares. I'll get up here on the edge and do a little half gainer over the side. Boy, that's a terrific performance. I tell you, you're in for a good experience. That's the dumbest thing you can do. And the only thing dumber would be for somebody else to follow you. You stay in the boat and pull the life jacket down on you and grab an oar and just hang on, and it's going to get calm.
You sound like you've never experienced being rejected by your family because of different religious beliefs. But if you have pioneer ancestry, I would guess that some of your pioneer ancestors know what that's like. I'd be willing to bet that Elder Holland has ancestors who know what it's like to be rejected by their family because of different religious beliefs. I'd also be willing to bet that they wished their family would be more accepting of their different beliefs.
they should be rolling in their graves with things that he says, especially when he doesn't know there's a hot mic. Not only that, but he's saying these things from a position of one of the most powerful men in this nearly $1 trillion organization that has a huge amount of power over the lives of millions of people around the world. There's a huge power dynamic here. There's a lot wrong with this picture. I'll tell you what I wish he would do with his position of power. I wish he'd follow the example of Community of Christ as they embrace diversity, as they promote unity and love. Instead, even when he knows he's being recorded, he is calling for more musket fire in defense of his religious beliefs. He causes contention. He promotes division. Who knows how many families have been divided because of his religious teachings. Trigger warning for language here, but Apostle of Jesus Christ, my ass. Look it up, but those who have gone through the temple will recognize the phrase, with the thumb extended. The thumb is that knife. You will also recognize the phrase with the hand in cupping shape, the cup or bowl being to catch your bowels after being disemboweled. That's why the other hand is also with the thumb extended down there. That was in the temple until 1990. Mitt Romney went through the temple in the mid-1960s. In the wise words of TikTok, it was at this moment he knew he fucked up. You'll now see the wheels start to turn as he tries to figure out, how do I get out of this? Mormons feel deceived by the LDS Church regarding their tithing money and wish they could get some of it back. But the vast majority of us don't have the means to go up against a Goliath like the LDS Church. Which is why we were excited when someone who does have the means decided to try, and then disappointed when the court threw out the case about 2 years ago. It's been a while. But the case was just resurrected by a 3-judge appeals court panel who decided yesterday that the case deserves to be decided by a jury. Or at least some of it, the most important part regarding the mega mall. If you don't know what I'm talking about, James Huntsman, brother of John, is challenging the church over them using tithing money, or more specifically, interest earned after investing tithing money, because there's totally a difference, to build their $1.5 billion mega mall, their City Creek Mall in Salt Lake City, after Gordon Hinckley said this in General Conference.
We have felt it imperative to do something to revitalize this area. But I wish to give the entire church the assurance that tithing funds have not and will not be used to acquire this property, nor will they be used in developing it for commercial purposes. Funds for this have come and will come from those commercial entities owned by the church.
Now, my law degree is a TikTok degree, so make sure to watch for commentary from those who actually know what they're talking about in the coming days. But my understanding at this point is that the church will now appeal this decision, which will send it to the entire circuit court, which could either decide to throw it out, like the lower court did, which is still the most likely outcome, or to not take the case at all, or to side with these 2 out of 3 judges, either of which of those would send it to the court for a jury to decide what happens next. Now keep in mind, the goal here isn't to win at trial. The goal is increased accountability and transparency, which would be forced at trial in front of a jury. So the outcome of a trial doesn't matter. We just want it in front of a jury, and if that happens, we win. This comment wasn't directed at me, but I couldn't just ignore it. I'm wondering what you guys think. Tell me in the comments what you think about this comment from Mr. JSF81650, who has 0 content of his own, by the way. This comment is in regards to Elder Holland being caught with his pants down, totally 100% lying about what Mitt Romney did in the temple, especially with regards to the penalty that was removed from the endowment ceremony in 1990. So you're telling me it was figurative, not literal. Well, I've found the text of the endowment ceremony before it was changed. So keep in mind, this is after it was softened several times before it was removed altogether. So the endowment ceremony used to be much more rated R than this. But one example of the penalty said, "This is the sign. The execution of the penalty is represented by placing the thumb under the left ear, the palm of the hand down, and by drawing the thumb quickly across the throat to the right ear and dropping the hand to the side. I will now explain the covenant and obligation, blah, blah, blah. If you receive the name of John, then This is what you'd say. I, John, covenant that I will never reveal the first token of the Aaronic priesthood with its accompanying name, sign, and penalty. Rather than do so, I would suffer my life to be taken. I would suffer my life to be taken. I don't see anything figurative in there. Am I missing something? You have obviously made zero effort to actually listen to in order to understand the ex-Mormon perspective. I don't hate you. I hate the church, i.e. top church leadership, for what they do to you and other members like you. So it's quite the opposite. I used to be one of you. This video here is about the temple. I loved the temple. I attended the dedication of the Bountiful Temple. I was in the Celestial Room with President Hunter. It was so cool. At one point, I had the goal of attending each of them 13 Utah temples, and I think I made it to 12 of them. I served in the baptistry of the Provo Temple when I was at BYU. I was in the dedication choir of the Phoenix Temple when it was dedicated. It was an awesome experience. I loved the temple. But then I learned certain things that caused a paradigm shift. And I see things totally different now. And now I've seen both sides of the coin. I see where you're coming from, but I now have a totally different perspective. But it's not as much of a coin as it is like Plato's allegory of the cave, if you've heard that. I was in the cave. It was very real. Those feelings I had were very real. But then something caused me to turn around and realize these shadows on the wall aren't everything. There's something making these shadows. And then you investigate further and you realize, oh, it's not something, it's someone inventing these shadows that were my everything, my whole reality. And then it doesn't take too much more exploration to realize there's a whole fucking world out here and it's a beautiful place. And then you go back to tell your friends and family and acquaintances that this cave is not everything. These shadows aren't everything. There's so much more out here. And they get mad and say, no, that's a lie. You've been deceived. So you try to explain, no, there are people here doing these things to you, making you believe these things. And they get mad and say, you must hate us. It's quite the opposite. And I hope someday you can see that.
Hate the sin, love the sinner. What does that mean to you?
If I am not of your faith, which is most often the case when this is said, then whether or not my actions are considered sinful is irrelevant, 100% irrelevant. If I have nothing to do with your faith and want nothing to do with your faith, and you are still telling me this, you are telling me essentially that you love your religion more than you love me, because you are making it clear that your beliefs are more important than me and my autonomy, my independence, my beliefs, my agency. You are choosing your religion over me, and that is not love. That is pride, that is selfishness, that is closed-mindedness, and that is spiritual abuse. And I wish it would stop.
As a Mormon,
you can look it up.
Hello, Shopbreaker, my friend. It's about Jeffrey R. Holland. Not in regards to his musket speech. It's when he lied about Mitt Romney. When he made a covenant to slit his throat like a goat. If he did not keep silent.
We do not have penalties in the temple.
You used to.
We used to.
What was it that made you start making content about leaving religion?
Well, first, if you know Enneagram personality types, I'm a type 8, which in and of itself explains a lot. Type 8 personality types receive fulfillment from feeling like they're making a positive impact to the world around them. So that's why I spoke out for the church before leaving, and now I speak out against the church after leaving, essentially. But after leaving, I would do all my nerdy research and write up these long Facebook posts that I would post publicly, and the only attention I got was still just from my direct friends, so like a dozen likes and a dozen comments type of thing. And meanwhile, I was talking with people around me whenever I got the chance, including a fellow ex-Mormon coworker who kept encouraging me, kept saying, you really could be successful on TikTok.
And eventually I was like, okay, well fine, I'll try it. And I posted the one about the Ephraim temple being built 7 miles away from the Mantite temple in the middle of nowhere. And it took off and got like 70,000 views over the course of a week or something. And I realized, maybe I can. And the rest is history.
And young women, please understand that if you dress immodestly, you are magnifying this problem by becoming pornography to some of the men who see you.
Sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones. Yeah. Stop giving men microphones. Now everyone sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones. Stop giving those boys those microphones. Stop giving men straight to them, straight to them.
So some wooden beams and bricks were spared, while probably hundreds of lives were not. Thanks, God, that was real awesome of you. Can someone please remind me why I'm supposed to want to go to heaven with this dude?
This batch of shame will show it till you die. It warns you're a dangerous man. Store a chicken nugget.
How come the blacks didn't get the priesthood until 1978? What's up with that, Brother Wilcox? What, Brigham Young was a jerk? Members of the church were prejudiced? Maybe instead of saying, why did the blacks have to wait until 1978? Maybe what we should be asking is, why did the whites and other races have to wait until 1829?
Sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones. Yeah. Stop giving men microphones. Now everyone sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones. Stop giving those boys those microphones. Stop giving men straight to them, straight to them.
Hi, it's Ryan Josiah, co-creator of this video.
Stop giving men microphones. Yeah.
And guess what? I was the one who posted it. Surprise! Well, to some of you, I'm guessing including this guy. Look, if you're deconstructing, or just generally want to be a decent human being, can I give you some advice? A couple of things that I've learned on my own deconstruction journey. If you're having a conversation between yourself, the more privileged, and others who are less privileged, and they say something about your group that upsets you, that needs to be a wake-up call that you need to learn something. In other words, it's time to shut up and listen. I'm a cis-het, white, middle-class male. I check all the privilege boxes, and as such, sometimes it's uncomfortable for me to explain these things as I'm the one who's still learning. But my co-creator, Sakarel Irie, had a conversation with someone who made a very similar comment, and she explained things really well. And to his credit, he ultimately responded really well. So read this conversation and be like this guy. Oh, and one more thing. As you're on your own deconstruction journey, do the hard work of educating yourself. Don't expect the marginalized to have to explain things for you. Their group is marginalized likely because of your group. And as a result, they're already having to do the heavy lifting. There are plenty of blogs and podcasts and books and voices out there who are already talking about these things. You just weren't paying attention. So, shut up and listen. Thanks.
You beautiful girls, don't wander around looking like men. Put on a little lipstick now and then and look a little charming. It's that simple. I don't know why we make this whole process so hard.
Sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones. No one cares what you're screaming in your car alone. Tone down the insecurity. Boys, you need some therapy. Your receding hairlines and small pricks are streaming. Let it be. Sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones.
How can homosexual members of the church live and remain steadfast in the gospel? First, I want to change the question. There are no homosexual members of the church. Now, I want to speak very directly to you. The world teaches that we must be tolerant and accepting. There are some things we do not accept or tolerate. Now, Joseph Smith didn't create the plan. Thomas Monson didn't create the plan. God, the Eternal Father, created the plan. And the Father has not changed his mind about how the plan should operate. So please do not let the voices of the world confuse you or lead you in a different direction.
Sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones. Yeah. Stop giving men microphones. Now everyone sing it.
So we do not discriminate and we are not bigots.
This point should be breaking shelves. Each temple costs several tens of millions of dollars to build, and look at how many are currently under construction and soon to be under construction. That is an unfathomable amount of money. That's all for dead people. And do you remember what the purpose of the millennium is doctrinally? The purpose of the millennium is to do temple work. 1,000 years of just doing temple work. Thrilling, I know. But we don't need to do it now, and yet we're spending all this time and all of this money on dead people and just letting the living suffer. Oh well.
The victim must do all in his or her power to stop the abuse. Most often the victim is innocent because of being disabled by fear or the power or authority of the offender. At some point in time, however, the Lord may prompt a victim to recognize a degree of responsibility for abuse. Your priesthood leader will help you assess your responsibility so that if needed, it can be addressed.
Sing it with me. Stop giving men microphones.
You are becoming pornography.
Stop giving men microphones.
Why did the whites have to wait until 1829?
Put on a little lipstick now and then and look a little charming.
There are no homosexual members of the church.
They are trying to come for your children. They are grooming your kids right now. The types of things that they're putting out on the internet are meant to shake the faith of your kids.
Yes, he really did just go there. Gotta have someone to blame. You children can't possibly leave the church because they're humans endowed with moral agency and rational thought. He also gave a very specific list of every single ex-Mormon thought leader. I wasn't on the list, so I'll be commenting as a neutral third party. Just kidding, you know I'll be representing the ex-Mormons here. You know that one couple where the husband was cheating on the wife, and the wife's friend found out about it, and she told the wife who divorced the husband. You know who the husband blames for that divorce? Not himself. It's obviously the wife's friend's fault. I left the church about 6 months after my wife left the church, and no matter how much I talk about how harmful and dishonest the church is with its members, my parents will always blame my wife. I didn't coerce teens to become someone's plural wife. The founder of your church did, but I've talked about it. I didn't preach as doctrine that people of African descent were fence-sitters in the pre-existence and were cursed with a dark skin in this life, only to claim some revelation that that's actually not the case round about the time that the church was being threatened with losing its tax-exempt status due to being outrageously racist more than a decade after the Civil Rights Act was passed. No, that wasn't me, but I've talked about it. I didn't illegally hide hundreds of billions of dollars from church members and from the US government for decades. No, I didn't do that. But I have talked about that one. Boy, have I talked about that one. Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Some of your children will leave the church. Maybe it'll even be after they come across Ex-Mormon TikTok. But I doubt it. Usually that's the other way around. But it doesn't matter. Either way, they won't leave because of Ex-Mormon TikTok. No, they'll leave because of the church. You can ask them if it's already happened. Creators like myself, we're not the cheating husband. We're the wife's friend, and we are standing at the ready to support the wife the moment she decides to walk away from the abuse.
The conversation of the day has been surrounding how ex-Mormons are grooming children. Let me tell you a story, simple story. One of the first shelf items or red flags that my wife experienced long before she left the church. It was when our son turned 18 months old and started attending nursery at church. And he finished nursery, and she went to pick him up, and he was chanting, "Follow the prophet, follow the prophet." At 18 months old, he didn't even know what he was saying, and the words were hardly understandable. But fully believing that was so cringy to her. You want to talk about grooming? We can talk about grooming all day long.
I'm sorry to overload your feed with too much talk of this guy, but I have to tell you a story. He just blocked me. I want to tell you why. You all know by now what he said in that original video where he said it's the evil anti-Mormons who are coming after your children, using the word grooming. Well, he made a different video where he said he stands by what he said, and then again said something to the effect of there are so many ex-Mormons who are, deceiving and manipulating in order to come after your children. And I just commented and said, funny how you can say there are so many of us without giving a single example. And he replied and just said something like, "Oh, you're a great example." Sir, have you watched a single one of my videos? I pride myself in asking my followers to not believe me, but to go to the source and see for yourself. But what I said was, I invite all of your followers to check out my videos and see if you're right. But I provide receipts. Guess what he did? Blocked me immediately. I mean, tell me you're full of shit without telling me. But he knows what he's doing. He's one smart son of a bitch. He must have learned from the best. Do you remember why Oliver Cowdery was excommunicated? He was excommunicated because he knew Joseph Smith had what he called a dirty, nasty, filthy affair. And he said, I know it, I know Joseph Smith knows it. And he would not back down from that. And he was excommunicated over it. The church is still doing this today, of course, excommunicating people who are threatening, people like John DeLynn, who invites people onto his show to talk about the church, including the shadowy parts, but that's threatening, so he's out. That's one of the key ways to make sure your followers follow without question. There's good reason the song doesn't say follow the sources, see for yourself. No, it's follow the prophet, follow the prophet, follow the prophet. That's the key difference between me and people like Josh. When I block people, it's not when they come in my comments saying, you're lying, you're deceiving, because that happens pretty frequently. But my response is always, okay, tell me how. Explain yourself. And if they keep saying, you're lying, if they refuse to say how, that's when I block them, because that drives me nuts. But the moment I started to explain how, poof, I'm gone. Son of a bitch. He's smart.
People like this. That's referring to me. When I was a believing Christian, I would have read a comment like that, shook my head and said, what a jerk. They don't represent Christians. Maybe that's the case. But if you're Christian, do you believe there was a time that your God purposefully drowned every living soul on the planet, except for one family? Do you believe there was a time that your God purposefully murdered the oldest son of every family in Egypt, unless they themselves had murdered an innocent animal and smeared its blood across their doorframe? If you're a Christian, do you believe that your God himself orchestrated the brutal torture and murder of his only biological son? Because justice? Maybe they don't represent Christians, or maybe they're the true Christian.
And so I'm throwing my entire family heritage away. I'm free. Where's the polyamory and the drugs?